Can an entire city be haunted? Haunted as some houses are supposed to be haunted. Not just a single building in that city, or the corner of a single street, or a single basketball court in a single pocket park. The nestless basket jutting out at sunset like some obscure and bloody instrument of torture. Not just one area, but everything. The whole works. Can that be? Taken from It, 1986 by Stephen King. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down It. This has been one of my most highly anticipated shows of the year, and if you've followed the channel for a while, then you know we talked about the rumours of the series back in 2020. Finally, the first episode is here, and we've returned to Derry to witness another nightmare. Whereas the Losers Club are always destined to survive, this ups the stakes by bringing in new characters. None of these kids are promised to make it to adults, which is something that It was of course heavily based around. So I feel like it ratchets up the tension, and yeah, first episode isn't taking any prisoners. Throughout this series we're going to learn more of the history of Derry and discover the backstory of the creepiest clown on earth. Now to me, It Chapter 1 was an instant classic, and I think it was the perfect adaptation. However, the follow-up failed to deliver in my opinion, and to be honest, I've always found the adult stuff a bit boring. That was especially true in the miniseries in the 90s, which we've done a breakdown of on the channel. In both though, I think they skipped over the cool sections of the book, including the interludes that broke up the story. These standalone chapters told us the history of the town, and apparently they're what these 3 planned seasons are going to be based around. Each one will be set in its own time period, with this being set during the 60s. They're really cool, and after It Chapter 2 wrapped, Mushy Eddie and Skarsgård wanted to work on bringing these to life. However, in between they wanted a quick break, and Bill went off to make the Eternals. Oh god, okay Eddie, what did Andy do? Oh, The Flash, oh no! So yeah, I'm glad they finally returned to this, because there was a time period where it didn't seem like it was going to happen. Right from the off though, it's clear they love the text, and the episode's filled with some amazing Easter eggs, nods to Maturin, and a hint at where the season's gonna end.
Where? Cuba.
I've also just reread the book in preparation for our breakdown on the series, as well as those first 2 movies, so make sure you subscribe for our coverage every week. Okay, so we open with the haunting chant of trouble, trouble, trouble. This is actually the same thing that the family say when Maddie's kidnapped. This, combined with the projector, also foreshadows the trouble at the cinema at the end. The cinema plays a big part in the book as well, and it's what the Losers Club see I was a teenage werewolf at. This then manifests itself as a scare for Richie, who gets transfixed with fear by the movie. They also run into Bowers and his gang at this location, which leads to a fight and the Losers getting their first win against the bullies. Them standing up to him and his crew is them gaining strength and bravery, and it's an important stepping stone on the way to standing up to Pennywise. So this place is a very important location. At this point in the story, we see the Capitol Cinemas showing The Music Man, specifically the song You Got Trouble. This is a movie all about a con artist who fakes a moral panic to get the townsfolk to fund a marching band for their kids. This is mainly to keep them out of trouble, with that trouble being the kids play way too much pool. If only that was an issue today. Like, I'd rather teenagers be playing too much pool than a knife crime and writing comments on my Instagram saying Ryan Airy poops on heavy spoilers. Those kids got no respect. I also love how we get this line.
Watch for the telltale signs of corruption.
It's just what we and Maddie do after the scene, as we notice something's up with the family. Now though Pennywise often appears as creatures, he has appeared in human form when we look at the source material. Upon returning to Derry, Bev met Mrs. Kersh, who was seemingly living in her old home. She slowly started to notice very strange things were going on before the monster was unleashed and she got some big old granny titties in her face. Which isn't quite what happens with Maddie, but it does take on the form of people. The evil entity is of course the corrupter of humans, and kids are the ones that he targets. Just like the conman here tricks people in the movie. So it's an apt opening to the show. And yes, a side note, it also inspired one of the best Simpsons episodes ever, which is Marge versus the Monorail. The show in general though seems to be talking about the loss of innocence and how things fail to live up to ideals. Whether it's the kids being corrupted by indecency or the country going on a path to nuclear war, there's the feeling that everything's going bad. And that it isn't just the picture perfect image that we're first presented with. This is something that we get in the opening, and the family thematically hammers that home. There's some naughty corruption in the audience as well, as we see a guy kissing a girl's neck and a woman looks on in disgust. We then meet the symbol of innocence in Maddie, who's so innocent he's sucking on a pacifier. He's also holding a crackerjack box and is clearly just an innocent kid. Now we learn the dummy's a coping mechanism, which is similar to Eddie's inhaler, even if the latter was actually just a placebo. In the car, it actually provides him some security, and this is because it provides comfort for the character. The pacifier itself also seems like it might be reminiscent of Georgie in his yellow raincoat, especially as Maddie and Georgie are the first victims in the movie and show. As we learn, Maddie snuck into the showing, and this is in order to find refuge. We see he has a black eye, and it's similar to Eddie Cochran and his brother from the book. Taking place in the summer of 1958, Eddie's brother died by seemingly falling from a ladder. His death was initially ruled as being accidental, but then Eddie ran away, which is when Pennywise got to him. The younger brother's body was then exhumed, and the medical examiner ruled that he was beaten with a hammer. Thus, his death and Eddie's disappearance were blamed on their father, and the police didn't investigate much after that. The idea of a child running away and being caught by Pennywise is also shown perfectly in Maddie, who flees into the night. This involves him running out into the fire, which is where we see a character we'll talk about later. You may also recognise this location as it was in It Chapter 2. In that movie, we got a flashback when Richie returned to Derry and saw it was where he would spend most of his time on the arcade machines. Sadly, it was shut down around 1998 and has been abandoned ever since. The fire looks very similar to that movie though, albeit a little shinier. The costume and set designers though have done a fantastic job throughout this episode, and yeah, it looks exactly like how I imagined it back then. We also see that it's around Christmas time and learn that Maddie Clemens regularly sneaks in. The projectionist Hank also hints that he has a bad home life, which does seem to explain his black eyes. If you've read the book, I'm sure you'll instantly recognise his name, as he's said to have been one of Pennywise's victims. In the book, his death happened in 1958, and Beverly heard his voice coming from the pipes, which is something they kind of play upon later. In the end, his body was discovered on a construction site, and after this, police put a strict curfew in effect. We also have Ronnie, which I think might be short for Veronica, and if that's the case, then this is Veronica Grogan. Ronnie helps him out by saying he went the opposite direction, and we see that he's hiding behind a standee for Geronimo. He was the legendary leader of the Apache, and this seems to be a statue for the 1962 movie about his life. It might even hint at the upcoming Native American part of the story, as in the book we learn the ritual of Chud was used by the early inhabitants of Derry. The Native Americans managed to banish him for 100 years at one point, but ultimately it always returned. Currently it gestates in a cycle of 27 years, so this brought humanity about 4 cycles of peace. In the movies, this was shown when Mike drugs Bill in It Chapter 2, and we might even get to see some of the rituals in the past. We will be seeing the same tribe appear later down the line, according to the PR for the show, but that might end up being something in Season 2. We also see a poster for Cape Fear. This is the original one, which was one of my favourites as a kid. It nicely plays into the themes of the show, as this summer Pennywise will unleash fear upon the Cape of Derry. This symbolically also plays into the poster for 1962 Spiral Road, which can be seen outside. It's a movie all about discovering one's religion and dealing with fear along a river, which fits in perfectly with the Barons. Ronnie is also sucking on a red lollipop, which might visually play off the red balloons and the white strings that hang from them. Poor Maddie is then chased out of the cinema, and then he decides to go anywhere but Derry. It's very similar to Ben's walk through the winter, which is something that comes directly from the book. He escaped seeing Pennywise as his dad on the Barrens, and then had a long walk home. He was ignored by people passing in cars, which also played into the car that ignored him when Bowers went to cut him on the bridge. This is something similar to what happens with Maddie as he hitchhikes, and he's passed by a red truck. The colour red is also used here because you think that it's gonna be a Pennywise trap, only for the seemingly safe family to be the real terror in the opening. As he walks down the road, a train also passes overhead, and the book talks about how some of the tracks run past the Barrens. Vagrants would often disappear around this, with them seemingly being grabbed off the train. The train going just also nicely plays into the idea that Matty wants to basically leave the town. We also see the Derry sign complete with Paul Bunyan. We saw the statue in It Chapter 1 and 2 with it scaring Richie in the ladder. Later on, we see how the statue's coming soon in a newspaper article, and how the council presses forward with plans to build it. In the book, no one really wanted the tacky plastic statue, with even the art teacher threatening to blow it up. Now, though Derry's fictional, there is a real-life Paul Bunyan statue in Bangor, Maine. This was the inspiration for the city, and we get a nod to this with a Bangor Chew advert on the side of a building. Also on the sign is a badge for the Legion of White Decency, which was a northern version of the KKK. In the book, this was the group responsible for burning down the Blackspot, which was a nightclub run by black soldiers on the Derry Army Corps base. which may be something we see later on. This base looks like it's going to be integral to the show, and I do have a theory about what's in that secret building. Also think we met a character mentioned in the book who becomes a major player in one of King's other works. I'll talk about that more when we get to him, but yeah, they're clearly laying the groundwork for a lot of cool things. We then meet the family heading to Portland, Maine, who are kind enough to pick Maddie up. Portland, Maine is also a nice little reference, as that's where Stephen King originally comes from. As we'll later learn as well, they are victims of Pennywise and also end up in the movie at the end of the episode. The family do seem nice at first though, but then you start to question, why would a family be willing to take a hitchhiking kid to another town? The son also has an army action figure, foreshadowing how important the airbase will be later on. Now on the radio, we also hear talk of the Soviets' underground atomic tests. These happened at the Semipalatinsk test site in Kazakhstan. I nailed the pronunciation there. Can't even pronounce pronunciation, so I'm fucked on that. Beyond that though, I do wonder if the radio is referring to the Tsar bombs. This was tested in October 1961, but the timeline doesn't quite match up, mainly because the rest of the episode's in April, around 4 months later. So with this taking place in January, yeah, might not be that. The talk of nukes though is something that was a huge fear during the Cold War. This is the closest the world came to nuclear apocalypse, and it took place in 1962, which is the same year as the show. Fear was in the air, and it's possible that Pennywise was using this to his advantage. In 1959, Fidel Castro overthrew the communist government and installed a communist regime that was allied with the USSR. A red nation being so close to the USA was unacceptable, and thus JFK oversaw an attempted invasion and regime change. Almost everything went wrong though, and the US were exposed in the plot to help Cuban exiles retake their home. This led to Castro further cozying up to Russia and nukes being placed on the island to prevent invasion. It caused a political crisis which led the two nations to come within hours of nuclear shootouts. So yeah, not a good time to be in a town built around a creature that feeds on fear. The Cold War can also be described as a time of great division between nations. On top of that, the commanders of the Derry Air Force Base seem to welcome a war. In the book, we learn that Pennywise has somewhat an influence over the adults in the town, which means a lot of bad things happen. Adults look the other way when the kids are in trouble, and the police don't really investigate the disappearances too deeply. So he may even be corrupting those at the base to heighten their fear and paranoia. Beyond that, Hanlon on the base wants to finish what they started in the Korean War, and his superior clearly wants the same. If the Hanlon name sounds familiar, this is also because he's got a big connection to the Losers Club, which we'll talk about in more in just a bit. At the base, they discuss how they could easily fly those B-52 bombers into Russia and trigger the end of the world. It's why I think Pennywise in the show may even end up causing the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is such a wild thing to do, mate. Like, the guy went from scaring a kid in a drain to edging us towards nuclear annihilation. Yay! Entertainment Weekly also mentioned that Paulie's Cuban, so this could cause a rift at the base. Anyway, all the talk of war is depressing, so let's get back to a lighter topic with this lovely family ride. We get the son spelling out everything while the daughter dips her hand into a box of liver, and the former could be a nod to the stand spelt M-O-O-N. The liver is the first major sign that things aren't as they seem though, as the bloody hands are put in Maddie's face and the young girl shouts at her brother. The mother then calls her daughter a little harlot as they return to Derry. The mother also looks super pale as she starts asking the son to spell creepy words. The low angle of some of the shots and the cheerful chanting is absolutely horrifying, and the kid's eyes being off is of course a Pennywise thing, so yeah, it starts to give you a bit of a clue. These eyes being off is something actually that Bill Skarsgård did in real life, and apparently he did it during the audition, and they gave him the part. The woman's baby then starts to be born, which is absolute nightmare fuel. She gives birth to a weird mutant baby with wings, and what's even more disturbing is that it seems to have absorbed the real baby, as we can see the mutant has a baby's head on its shoulder. We also have the umbilical cord still attached, which is such a messed up image. As always, you have to wonder what's real and what's not though, as birth defects were brought up on the radio earlier. So is this a manifestation of the young girl and mother's fears, or did it influence Maddie's perception? I've talked a lot to people about the series who've seen it, and we've kind of gone back and forth over what was what. Some people thought this was its own sort of creature, which is why it keeps appearing. However, there's a big conversation in the source material and all the adaptations where the Losers Club talk about how everything is it. All the scares they've had saw it taking different forms, but at the end of the day, it's all the same creature. To me, this is Pennywise beginning a new cycle, and it appears as a baby because it's being born again. Apparently the show will delve into the origins of Pennywise and show how it came to take the name Bob Gray. So this might be Pennywise emerging from his slumber after 27 years to feed, or even nursing himself back to health after the Native Americans sealed him in. Maddie then tries to pretend it's not happening, which is one way to stop Pennywise, I suppose. You see, Pennywise gains powers through fear, and thus if you can mentally withstand it, then it can't consume you. But yeah, it would be a bit difficult to remain calm when a woman's giving birth and bursting out a baby. I think it weaponized this version of an idealistic family because it's something Maddie wants deep down. Having been abused at home, he would seek a loving family like this, but this twisted version then completely destroys him. It's bone-chilling when the kids and the baby stare at him, and poor Maddie's taken. His dummy then flies out the window and right down into the sewer lair, just like Georgie's boat when he was grabbed by the creature. We then head into the sewers and get the It title above the water. This is similar to how it appears in the first movie, and it's accompanied by the sound effects from It Chapter 2. The sewers is where Pennywise operates from, and this is where Patrick Hockstetter was grabbed at in the first movie. It's also near where Adrian Mellon was murdered during the opening of the second film. We never actually see what happens with Maddie, and it's very similar to Georgie's death in the opening of part 1. I do wonder if Pennywise might even appear as Maddie at some point, just like how it appeared as Georgie. In the main story, Bill was obsessed with trying to find his brother, and throughout this episode, we see the kids try and fail to find Maddie. Cutting to 4 months later, we meet one of the temporary Losers Club members who feels like a stand-in for Richie. Guy's a bit over the top and annoying and a jokester, which is just like what Richie was like. We catch him plane watching, just like how Stan Uris would birdwatch in the book. Now, we see he and his friends have made their base at the Derry Standpipe. This was the site of horrible deaths in the book, and it made a cameo during It Chapter 1. This pipe is actually in Bangor, Maine, where King wrote parts of the book, and the real-life one was used in It Chapter 1. As we see later, you can have an amazing view of Derry from the viewing deck, and symbolically, I feel like it's a location that ties into the story. Pennywise, of course, roams around in the sewers under the city, so it's a nice juxtaposition to have the heroes operate on high, looking over everything. In the book, people would have picnics up on the viewing deck, and one night, some kids found their way in. However, they ended up falling into the water reserves after getting lost. It was also the first place that Stan Uris encountered Pennywise, and he was only able to make it out alive by repeating the names of birds. We catch the kid noting down everything flying into the base and learn he's obsessed with space. And I'm not a rapper. We even see a space-themed watch as he checks the time. This is Tom Corbett's Space Cadet, which is a character that spanned TV, radio, and comics, the latter of which we do see on a desk at one point. We then cut to Leroy Hanlon arriving at the Derry Air Force Base aboard a C-130. With him is his co-pilot Paulie Russo, played by Rudy Mancuso. If you recognise him, well, that's because he's worked with Muschietti before, and he played Albert Desmond in the Flash movie. Actually, you might not recognise him, as no one saw that film. Leroy is, of course, Mike's grandfather, though, who's a big part of the Losers Club. This does change things slightly from the books, though, as that was actually Mike's father at the Air Force Base. However, the time's different. It happened in the 80s instead of the 50s, and we did see that Mike's parents died in a fire in the movies. So we just have Leroy present in this part of the story instead. And he's the one on the Air Force Base. Some minor changes. Now in the book, Mike lived on the farm with his dad, and they were subjected to constant racist attacks by the Bowers. They burned down the chicken house, and there was also the deadly fire at the Blackspot. The foreshadowing them making this club could actually be alluded to by Paulie when they step off the plane. He says, "I bet there's no good nightclubs or a decent Chinese restaurant." The Chinese restaurant is a major part of the book when the Losers Club return as adults. Named the Jade of the Orient, we do see an early version of this later in the episode. As for the Blackspot, I think this line is setting up them making that. In the book, due to black soldiers not being allowed to drink in the NCO club, or even with the white soldiers, they then ended up starting their own club at the base. The Legion of White Decency weren't happy with them drinking at the bars in town, so Major Fuller gave them this as a refuge. Fuller actually features in the show, and he's the one who we meet when the guys step off the plane. Now, as we learn, the pair are veterans of the Korean War, which is a neat connection to the 1990s miniseries. In the adaptation, Ben's dad was a fighter pilot in the war, but he was unfortunately killed in action. During the 1990s miniseries, we saw a vision of his ghost, and he wore a similar uniform to what the soldiers have on here. Which, yeah, I'm sure is standard, but it's just a nice nod to it. Getting into a Jeep, they're then driven by a guy who's mean-mugging them for a lot of the scenes. Seems like he knows something, almost like he's psychically aware of something, mate. Now, the wiki has confirmed that this is none other than Dick Halloran. Yep, that dick from The Shining. He was the man who told Danny about his powers and helped him escape the Overlook Hotel. Now in the movie, the character got murdered, whereas in the book, he escaped with Wendy and Danny. But yeah, massive character from King's work, and it's nice that they're expanding his mention in it. There he was brought up when they were talking about the founding of the Blackspot, which will likely be something that we see later in the season. He's always been one of my favourite Stephen King characters though, and he's also amazing in Doctor Sleep. So it's great to see him here, and it's probably my favourite part of the episode. Played by Chris Chalk, you might also recognise the actor from the Gotham TV show. As we know, the character has the shine, and he appears to listen to people's thoughts on a few occasions. We will see other references to King's works as well, as the trailer shows the Shawshank prison bus. Shawshank was mentioned in the book, and it of course featured in King's novella Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption, which was later adapted into, drumroll please, the Shawshank Redemption. The cast has also mentioned in interviews that the show will connect to the Dark Tower. Considering that Maturin the Turtle is heavily involved in that series, it does make a lot of sense that they'd connected to the greater King universe. But hopefully, it'll not be connected in any way to that awful 2017 movie. Driving through the base, they then go past special projects. This is a top secret restricted area which usually screams aliens, especially with shows set in the 50s and 60s like this. Roswell has remained a major talking point for decades, and yeah, the show obviously involves interdimensional aliens. So, hear me out on this one. My theory is that it's either housing Pennywise's crash site or Maturin the space turtle. In case you don't know, Maturin the turtle created our universe after vomiting it out, which is this actually happened. Maturin resides in what's known as the Macroverse, and it's an opposite to Pennywise. Psychically, it empowered the Losers Club and helped them to defeat the creature. Now, might not be that, and like I said, it's also possible that this is where Pennywise crashed on Earth. As Mike told us in It Chapter 2, it came from another dimension and landed on the planet. We even saw this meteor coming down in the vision. From here, it established its home, and then mankind came to the area. Eventually, when settlers arrived, they built up the town around it, and it had a constant supply of food. The book says it is Derry just as much as Derry is it, and in its death, a major part of the town collapses. So it does make sense that the base built something up around this strange locale. Being a force of sheer evil also made it start a major beef with the turtle, who then aided everyone who stood against it. So I think that somehow the US Air Force managed to locate the crash site, and they built the Derry Air Force Base around it, possibly wanting to use whatever it is as a weapon against those filthy commie bastards. Gosh darn it. Dick also gives an ominous look, which shows that whatever's in there's bad news. And though it could be housing a nuke, I think it's going far beyond that. We then learn that Hanlon's living on the base until his family arrive, and that they're setting up a home in Derry. He wants a taste of normality, which is something that is definitely not going to happen in this creepy town. Cutting to Derry itself, we can also see the standpipe in the distance. We got a good look at this street in It Chapter 1, and this was where Mike rode down the road. We then see Derry High School with a sign that says, Bert the Turtle says duck and cover. It's a reference to all the PSAs that basically told you what to do in case of a nuclear strike. Which would it have helped that much? I don't know. The turtle is of course also a reference to Maturin, and there was a couple of turtles sprinkled throughout Muschetti's films. Later on, we see someone dressed up as the character, and a turtle also appears when Maddie gets one as a prize in his Cracker Jack box. He even says that turtles are lucky, so I like to think that this is Maturin hiding in plain sight to help defeat his rival. This is a sign warning them to keep safe, and yeah, it just ties into the good nature of the turtle. Signs like this in general helping the kids have also appeared throughout it, and one was left by the Derry Police Force in It Chapter 1, I want to say. There it was reminding kids of the curfew and that they had to be home by 7 PM. So yeah, it's just that constant oppression on the kids and being like, look, there's danger around every corner. Stay safe, kids. Which I'm sure is a lovely environment to grow up in. To mature in, you could say. Nah, shit joke that, and I apologise. Dreamer by Joyce Harrison plays as we see the school in the 60s and meet one of our main characters. The students are staring at her, and a jar of pickles has been left in her locker as a trap. It completely embarrasses her, everyone laughs, but it's actually a really harsh joke when we learn why there's a load of pickles in there. Turns out her father worked in a factory and ended up falling into one of the machines after she left one of her toys in there. She feels guilt about the whole thing, and I can imagine that Pennywise might have had something to do with this accident. My guess is it'll also take on the form of Pickle Rick at some point and chase her through the school. But I can imagine we'll see some more stuff involving pickles. We then learn that her friend's planning a beach getaway with the ginchiest parties. which apparently means coolest. She wants to be part of the cool kids club, whereas the main ones are resigned to the losers. We see them later on, and this leaves poor old Lily isolated, which is why she finds some kinship in Maddie, albeit in secret. One of the boys even calls her Loony Lily. This reminded me of Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter, but it might be a reach there. Now we hear that the plane spotter thinks that the Martians have been interested in Earth since the dawn of the atomic age, and I'm telling you mate, the secret base is hiding aliens. He even brings this up and theorizes there's one on ice at the airport base, and we basically need to theory time the whole thing. It's here that we then learn that his mate's called Teddy Uris, who is a relative of Stanley. There's graffiti on his locker that reads, Teddy Urine sucks balls. Stan was also called that in the book, and the character was also Jewish. This is something that plays into Teddy's story later on, and we meet Stan's father and his brother Don. This is confirmed by the credits, and it's possible that he may have even forgotten about his brother's death. In the book, Bill talks to his wife Audra and brings up how he never actually told her that Georgie was murdered. Initially, he wondered if this was just to avoid the awkward conversation, but later realizes that he simply forgot about him. Sure, he knew he had a brother, but he couldn't really remember exactly what happened to him. It was only after Mike's call to ask him to return that he started to think about what really went down. His mate says how World War III is imminent, and this further plays on the theme of the inevitable nuclear war, which is a fear that will only escalate as 1962 carries on. Cutting back to the base, we then see what might be Hanlon's B-52 being painted. We see some nose art, which is your classic pin-up girl. Bombers had these during World War II and the Korean War, and they've since become iconic symbols of the era. The most famous of these might be the Memphis Belle, which is the first bomber to fly 25 combat missions over Europe. I believe that they were also on the Enola Gay, which was the B-29 that dropped the atomic bomb. The painting is of a woman wearing what looks like a cartoon devil's cape, and it possibly hints at the evil that's corrupting Derry. It's here that we also get our first insight into the racism of the era. Airman Masters won't salute Hanlon, and is later assigned to latrine duty due to not respecting the rank of the major. Now this might be a reach, so brace yourself for some stretching, but I did wonder if the name Masters was to play into the racial connotations. Originally the surname Masters came about because it meant someone who was a master of their trade, like a schoolmaster and so forth. However, when slavery became commonplace, it became a surname that was often given to the heads of plantations. So yeah, it might not be that, but I think it's worth at least discussing since the guy's a racist and he's called Masters. General Shaw's having none of it though, and the Major and General plan to meet later on. He's played by James Remar, who I'm sure a lot of you will recognise. Warriors, come out and play with it, the jangly the bottles thing. We then get another ominous look from Dick Halloran. Now, we know Leroy doesn't die as he's in it chapter 1, but I do wonder if a lot of bad things are going to happen. In Teddy's room, we then see his mate trying to catch a look at his neighbour's boobs, and he wonders why women wear those pointy bras. Same mate, like I've wondered why women look like PS1 Lara Croft ever since watching Psycho as a kid, which break down on the channel now. Yeah, which has never looked good to me, but I tell you what mate, you will look good if you check out our merch store right below the video. There we have lots of different nerdy tops, including our Pennywise one, which is inspired by the show. There's lots of different designs on there, including stuff for Gen V, and lots of horror classics, including our new Texas Chainsaw Massacre one. The more you buy, the more of a discount you get, and it all goes towards helping videos like this get made. Either way, he's a peeping Tom, which gave me a lot of Back to the Future vibes. Hanging up above the bed, they also have what I believe is a B-52 and also a flying saucer, potentially giving us more hints about the base. We even see a poster for the movie Earth vs. the Flying Saucers, and as he's talking to himself, we can see a poster from the creature from the Black Lagoon. This is actually a direct reference to the book, and there Pennywise turned into the creature to scare Eddie. On the desk is the Space Cadet comic we mentioned earlier, as well as a Fokker DR-1 triplane toy, which is the same plane that the famous Red Baron used. In general, the room, it just fits in nicely with the Losers Club in the future, as both are a bunch of nerds. Teddy is also studying while the Chatterbox is drawing a comic instead of doing his work, which did remind me heavily of Bill. He of course loved writing stories and eventually became an author. Now in the comic we have an alien fighting a soldier in the woods, which could be foreshadowing something that happens in the season. The alien has a giant bulbous head, very similar to Pennywise. We also have a kid in their bike being beamed up into a spaceship, and as we know, a lot of kids are going missing around the woods, and this might be his theory about what's going on there. Which, to be fair, isn't too far from the truth, mate. He then rattles off about all the stuff that's weird in the town, but I love how it's like,
Oh no! Anyway.
When Teddy brings up Maddie's death, he also says he's just a runaway, which is similar to Bill wanting to find Georgie. We learn how they were bribed to go to his birthday party and weren't really his friends, which does kind of make his death even sadder. Behind them is also a white tree, and though this might be a stretch, it resembles the White Tree of Gondor. Mike even mentions the Lord of the Rings in the book, but yeah, could be a reach. We then see Lilly in the bathroom in a scene that's a callback to Beth's bathroom bloodfest. She's looking upset in the mirror, but we see her with a tortured smile when the camera moves to her reflection. Her home life sucks, and we see the turtle that Maddie gave her on her wrist. As mentioned earlier, this is another nod to Maturin, and it's something that's shown in the upcoming flashback. He takes her to the standpipe viewing deck, which acts as a sanctuary. In the book, the Losers Club had something similar, and they built a hideout at the Barrens. I do feel like this location is going to pop up constantly throughout the series and will basically be where they go to hide away from things. And it also leads directly into the sewers, so it's a nice way to be like, let's be brave and go down there and go fight the clown. Now, while Maddie always got the turtle, Lilly always gets a rocket ship, which possibly hints at how it arrived on Earth from the Macroverse. They trade their little trinkets and say turtles are lucky, which might be why she survives the cinema massacre at the end. Now, as mentioned earlier, she tells the story of how her dad died in the jarring factory, which was pretty jarring. It's very reminiscent of the horrors of Derry's history, including the Kitchener Ironworks. We even hear the noise of the machines as she tells the story, which adds to the horror of the tragic tale. Now, I know it's emotional, yeah, but when watching it, I did think it was a bit Gremlins-y, like the story where the dad was burned alive climbing down the fire dressed as Santa, which was even later parodied in Gremlins 2.
I don't know, one of the machines jammed up.
I was 6 or 7, and I remember I had the day off from school, and Mom had let me go to the park. She'd made me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I was going through that peanut butter and jelly sandwich phase, and this man with this beard and a hat looked just like Abe Lincoln.
Honey, I really don't think we've got time for this now, you know?
I remember, oh God.
When the foreman realized it was a whole other station, it was too late.
We then see that it's New Year's as the fireworks hit, and she's starting to realise she's nothing like the mean girls of Derry High. The music here is also very much like Twin Peaks. This is a show that was a huge inspiration for the 1990s miniseries, and 2 involved disappearances, murders, and the supernatural. Maddie then goes to kiss her, only to get hit with the friend zone card. Oof! My guy cannot catch a break. Old dummy breath, yeah? No girls are gonna kiss him. Your breath smells like dummies. The flashback then ends as Lily's mum comes in and reminds her that they're going to the cemetery the next day. She's not visited her dad's grave as of yet and clearly isn't ready. She also clearly feels guilt over the fact he died trying to save her toy. Basically, it just carries on the theme of adults kind of disregarding children, which is a big part of the book. She's similar to Bev in that she's an outcast and bullied by the other children. This is cemented in the next sequence where she hears Matty in the drain. In the book, after several kids went missing, people swore they could hear them down the sink. There was a woman in the book who was even washing the dishes and swore she heard voices echoing in the pipes. No one believed her, but we did see Bev in the bathroom hearing the same thing. The choking voice spoke rapidly now, and as it spoke, it changed. Now it was the young voice of the child that she had first heard. Now it was the teenage girl's voice. Now, horribly, it became the voice of a girl Beverly had known, Veronica Grogan. But Veronica was dead. She'd been found dead in a sewer drain. I'm Matthew. I'm Betty. I'm Veronica. We're down here with the clown and the creature and the mummy and the werewolf. And you, Beverly, we're down here with you. And we float. We change. A gout of blood suddenly belched from the drain, splattering the sink and the mirror and the wallpaper with its frog and lily pad pattern. Both Bev and Lily were coveting something given to them by a guy who fancied them when they heard the noise down the drain. So it's a very similar scene. We can also hear the song about trouble from the movie, which hints that he's somehow trapped in the cinema. He's even able to reach his finger into the bath, which mirrors the sink full of blood in chapter 1. Lily, of course, kept her standpipe non-date a secret from her friend, and we hear her tell the girl about what happened in the bath. They then rush into the bathroom as her mate doesn't want the cool girls to hear what Lily's saying, especially as the kids already call her Loony Lily. We then get an Easter egg on the bathroom stall door with Alvin Marsh written in a heart. Alvin is of course Bev's dad, which further hammers home the Lily and Bev similarities. In the book, he ended up working as a janitor at the school and
I'm getting the word nonce.
Sadly, it's really hard to make out the rest of the graffiti, but we might see Bev's dad in a future episode. She ran here on the last day of school and was tormented by the kids. It's also where she saw herself at when confronting Pennywise in the final fight of It Chapter 2. Her mate is more worried about her social standing though, but they're interrupted when a girl rips arse.
It wasn't me.
Well, it was fucking one of yous. Disgusting!
This poor actress is just listed as Fart Girl, which did make me laugh as I'm very immature. I do wonder if like she's going to become a massive actress like 20 years from now and they'll look back on chat shows and be like, you were known as Fart Girl. She's like, yeah, I was known as Fart Girl. And then she'll fart, which will be great. Now, we then cut to the lads wondering about why men have nipples. It all goes back to the alien theory as well as they find Lilly at the standpipe. It's here that she reveals that Maddie actually took her here. The poor lad actually overemphasized his friendship with the two guys, and it turns out he only ever got brought to the viewing deck once. She has guilt over her father's death though, and these guys have guilt over Maddie's disappearance. So they nicely reflect each other. The discussion about him coming up the pipes sounds mental though. It does sound mental to be fair, as you'd need to know exactly where the pipes are, like the back of his hand. Even the alien threat's more believable to them, which I'm telling you, it's aliens, but they then decide to investigate it anyway. Cutting to the Derry Air Force Base, we then see it's part of Strategic Air Command. They were responsible for operating the nuclear deterrent against the Soviet Union during most of the Cold War, which is why they have B-52s stationed there. The General and Hanlon share a drink in his office as they discuss his service in the Korean War, particularly his bravery flying through Megali. Hanlon is there to test the new B-52 and we hear how he was raised on a farm. This is something Buck might experience and it's likely why he naturally went to work in a slaughterhouse at the opening of Chapter 1. Mike wanted to be a pilot as well and basically he wanted to fly ever since he went up in the air with a guy who dusted crops for his dad. Now in the book, his dad became a farmer after being medically discharged from the military. The farm became a major part of the origin of Henry's beef with Mike. Mr. Bowers was a massive racist and burned the Hanlons' chicken coop. The police then sided with the Hanlons and Butch Bowers had to pay restitution. He despised the family after that and then passed his hatred on to Henry. We also learn about how the general's father was a soldier from the Indian Wars to the Philippines. Following in his dad's footsteps, he signed up to be a doughboy, which is a nickname for American soldiers in World War I. Now Leroy says he wants to fix what's wrong with their country. One of the biggest issues at the time was racism, and it was only 2 years before the landmark Civil Rights Act was signed. However, they also had to fight against communism, the nukes, birth of Ryan Airy, and a lot of bad things were happening. Communism seems like it's the main threat to Shaw, and we then cut to Teddy's home life. They're devout Jews, and it appears that they're having Shabbat dinner, complete with matzah balls and challah bread, which I hope I've pronounced right. Teddy doesn't seem to be into his family's traditions though, and it's kind of like how Stanley didn't want to be pigeonholed by religion. Now he asks his dad if it's possible that someone could keep a kid in the sewers and torture them. His father's offended by the silly question, but I was like, I don't know mate, I don't think it's that crazy of a question. He says to stop living in fantasy and that his family escaped Buchenwald. It was the notorious concentration camp where prisoners' skins and body parts were used to make lampshades and all sorts of other grim things. Ilse Koch was one of the women accused of the horrible crimes in the camp and was said to have inspired the murderer Ed Gein. This is something the recent Monster series has recently explored, with the skin lamps being attributed to her. His dad's furious that he seems to be lacking in his bar mitzvah prep and that he's instead studying a Flash comic. I definitely think this is chosen because, you know, Andy Muschietti was the director of The Flash, and this is the iconic issue 123. This featured The Flash of Two Worlds, which was a legendary story that basically had Barry Allen disappear into the world of the original Flash Jay Garrick. It works here as the eldritch horror of it delves into multiple realities, and we also have heroes from two generations sort of intersecting in the same show, in the same universe. We then see Teddy read a Batman comic after this, specifically Detective Comics 298. This is the first appearance of Clayface, and again, it fits in the theme of an enemy that can transform into anything. Batman also featured heavily in The Flash, and Muschietti is signed on to do The Brave and the Bold, so it might be him giving himself a pat on the back. These are of course both DC Comics as well, which is a company owned by Warner Brothers, who are the studio who also produced the It movies and this show. Pennywise then strikes at Teddy and his lamp turns into one of the aforementioned skin lamps as it ties into the familial trauma. It fits with what happened to Maddie, as the fear of birth defects was mentioned on the radio. And then suddenly a mutant baby was born. Lilly's guilt also manifested in hearing Maddie, and now Teddy's seeing the lamp that his father told him about. Like the Losers Club in the movie, they've all had their own experience of things they can't explain. We then get another look at Derry and can see the Jade of the Orient restaurant. It's in a totally different location to It Chapter 2 and the book, so obviously they changed the location and moved out the center of Derry. They moved to a new location. Make sure you update the TripAdvisor. If you squint, you can also see Keen's pharmacy at the back, which was a location in both the movies and book. There, Mr. Keen was basically involved in one of the interludes, which centered around Prohibition-era gangsters, and the town basically going into vigilante justice to try and get them. Led to a big shootout, and the battle even had a mural which could be seen in It Chapter 1. So it's clear that Andy has always had an interest in showing the history of Derry. Opposite the Chinese restaurant is Nan's Luncheonette, which is also a location mentioned in the book. There's also matching sporting goods, and I love this attention to detail on the set dressing. This proto-Losers Club then meet after discussing the lampshade, again similar to the Losers Club. Now it turns out that Lilly was actually a patient at Juniper Hill. This is the asylum where Henry Bowers was locked up at after he was arrested, and it's where Pennywise helped him escape from. I do wonder if she'll unfortunately end up back there, as it doesn't look good that all her friends died and she's the only survivor. And she's saying a flying baby did it.
It was the butterfly, I tell you. The butterfly!
All the kids' deaths were pinned on Bowers in the book and movie, and Lilly might even take the fall for the crimes of Pennywise. The kids then decide to work together and head to the library, which of course features in the book and movies. The inside looks more like the miniseries though, as opposed to It Chapter 1 and 2. However, I do love that they have the little sister that they have to bring along, and she even fell for the task of finding a non-existent book. Reading the article, we can see a person anonymously reported that Maddie was hitchhiking, and this might have been the last person to see him. It's possible that this was the guy in the red truck and he just felt embarrassed about passing him. We also see that US steel prices are rising, which was something that actually happened before being stopped by JFK. Now this is the Derry Herald, which is the same paper that Ben looked at in It Chapter 1. Now like Eddie Cochran, the police thought Maddie was killed by his father, who was known to abuse him. However, the kid said to talk to the girl from the theatre, who's also mentioned in the paper. She says that the police tried to pin the crimes on her father, which was most likely due to racism. Overhearing them mention the song in the sewers, we then learn the girl also heard something similar. We then cut to Leroy, who's reading the paper. The Paul Bunyan statue is the lead story, as mentioned earlier, and it also mentions the US aiming to head to the moon. Along with this is also NATO trying to pressure the Russians. This might be to do with Kennedy trying to get the Russians to stop underground nuclear test sites, as well as the US sending money to the UN, which also happened in real life. Leroy is on the base as well, as we see a picture of him with his wife and son. Based on the trailers, all three of them are going to play a major role in the rest of the season. He then gets attacked by what appears to be Russian spies. They're wearing altitude masks and flight suits to conceal their identities and want to know all the specs of the B-52. They're also very reminiscent of spacemen, but could also be people like the Masters guy from earlier. And basically, they're trying to scare him off base, which I do feel is more likely mainly due to their American accents.
The specs now.
Does play into the idea of fear though, and I did consider at one point that it might actually be Pennywise. However, Russo joins in to fight them off, so yeah, I think it's very unlikely. It also seems there's a fire in the hallway, so this could indeed be the guys who will burn down the Blackspot. We also get a shot where the gun's in Hanlon's face, which I feel is a little visual nod to Seven. Just always love that shot, and it's one of the most famous in the movie, and I'm like a proper cinephile, mate, because I noticed stuff like that. Speaking of cinephiles, we then cut to the kids going to the cinema to watch the movie Maddie saw before going missing. We can see The Devil at 4 O'Clock was playing, which is a disaster movie that featured a volcano erupting. We also see The Wild Westerners and Don't Knock the Twist playing. The latter featured the legendary twist dance, which was part of the moral panic of the 60s and 50s. This is actually a nice companion to the Music Man film, which was of course about manufactured moral panic. The cinema appears abandoned and has probably been closed for the last 4 months, especially with the police, trying to pin the murder on the staff that worked here. The kids then sit down to watch the movie and their emotions finally get the best of them. Teddy's crying and Lilly expresses her guilt for abandoning Maddie. Once the movie starts, we then see that the loudmouth has been crying despite denying it. We then get a massive reveal that Maddie's in the movie along with the family from the start. This is akin to when the TV told Henry to kill his father and there was a split-second shot where you could see Betty Ripson sitting below Pennywise. It's also reminiscent of The Shining, where Jack Torrance ended up in the New Year's Eve party photo. Somehow he's ended up in the movie, with this scene being just like the scene with the slides in It Chapter 1. That was actually brand new for the film, with Pennywise coming out the projector screen being based around that. In the book there was a photo album that he kind of came out of, but yeah, I think it was actually better in the movie where it was slides on a projector. I love this scene though, and the rest of the movie cast goes dark around Maddie. He talks to them directly and blames them for his situation, just like how Georgie blamed Bill for his death. "You lied and I died," I think he screamed. Each of the kids failed him though, and they're about to get a punishment. The mutant baby cries, and Matty develops a sinister side. It's unleashed on the kids, and the movie starts to burn. They also shout that the Air Force produced a mutant baby, which might be true if I'm right about those aliens. Yes, I will be bringing that up a lot. This scene is absolutely horrifying though, and we get some gruesome and brutal deaths. Now I consider this episode somewhat of a prologue, and the two survivors will then investigate their deaths. If Lilly doesn't end up in Juniper Hill, that is. Like I've mentioned throughout the video, you know, the book's filled with interludes. They tend to be where most of the people die, and I did kind of think that this episode was basically one of them. What it also tells you as well is that no one is safe. One of my main issues with the main movies is that the Losers Club always just had very close run-ins and then managed to get away. So when it kept happening with like 7 different characters, you're like, is Pennywise as scary as people think he is? Because I see a lot of kids just managing to get away from him. It was totally different when reading the book, as we had several kids getting murdered there, and we even saw some of their deaths from their perspectives. For the movie though, it was kept mainly to the Losers Club, so you didn't really get the threat that Pennywise truly was. So just having the characters like introduced and then being killed off this early on lets you know they're not messing around. I always respect it when they kill kids in a show, because I know it's a nightmare to get past the board and all the people looking over the scripts and be like, you sure? Are we going to kill kids? And doing it in the opening, doing this many kids, this gory, I respect that. That's something I can respect.
I salute you.
We also see Susie's arms chopped off, just like poor old Georgie. Lily's the only survivor of the horrific event, which is only going to make her survivor's guilt worse. People might end up thinking she's crazy, and like I've said, that she was potentially behind their deaths. I did even wonder if this was all just a vision, but yeah, them kids be dead, mate. Just closing out with her looking like Carrie and the arm still attached to her hand. I think that tops off a pretty great pilot episode. It's nice actually seeing stuff around the period that the book was initially set in as well, and this was something that was missing from chapters 1 and 2. They took place in 1988 and 2016 as opposed to the 1950s and 80s, which was what happened in the book. That's because, you know, they wanted to set the sequel of chapter 2 around the year of release without making the Losers Club look too old. It also just helped to cash in on the 80s nostalgia, which was a big thing at the time due to the Stranger Things hype. However, I love going back to this time period set in this universe instead of like the 1990s miniseries, and the show apparently will go back 27 years each season, should this one prove to be a hit. King's works are ripe for an anthology show though, akin to American Horror Story, and there's so much backstory to explore. I mean, the book itself's absolutely massive, mate. Look at the size of that. It's obviously never been adapted in its entirety, but I'm hoping that this season can fill in a lot of the history within it. I love the dangling mysteries as well, with stuff like the Air Force Base, and I'm saying it now, aliens. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down It Welcome to Derry.
And a ribbon in my hair.
It's been a very interesting week, and episode 2 has a lot to unpack from it. The entries fill with Easter eggs, hidden details, and lots of things from the book. After this episode finished, I was like,
I prayed for this and it happened.
Andy Muschietti is delving deep into the novel's untapped potential, especially with that big reveal at the end. The whole episode is filled to the brim with nods to not only chapters 1 and 2, but also deep cuts from the miniseries. Where we begin is in the aftermath of last week, and confirmation that the ending was indeed real. Though there were theories that it might have been a vision, we were saying, yeah, not a happy ending. I kind of saw it as the same sort of thing with Georgie, where a death kickstarted the other characters investigating it. Though Matty acted as that as well, I feel like the cinema was a catalyst to bring other characters in. The episode opens with a recap of that fateful night, and we see things through Lily's POV. POV of your mates getting violently massacred by an eldritch demon. Woo woo! It's such a great way to open the episode though, and I would have loved to have seen this with like a VR headset or something. The attention to detail's amazing as well. We saw Teddy's body hit the projectionist window from Ronnie's view last week, but we see it here from a different angle. This is because, again, we're watching through Lily's eyes, and it's clearly playing on her mind as part of her nightmare. Not only does she think her dad ended up in pickle jars, but she also now dreams of her friends being murdered. Reaching out her hand in the vision, we then cut to her in bed doing the same thing. The trauma is now carrying into her life, and what's worse is that no one believes her. At the end of the episode, she's taken back to Juniper Hill, and we learn that's where she spent time before episode 1. It's also where Henry Bowers was taken after all the murders were pinned on him. He was then let free by Pennywise as one of his weapons to go and stop the Losers Club. Wrongful arrest is a theme of the episode, and this also ties into the books. Now after Lily wakes up, we get a look at the intro for the show, and I have to say, this is one of the best HBO have ever made. We get a tour of Derry drawn in the iconic 1950s/1960s look, almost looking like something that Don Draper or someone would design. The art style is mid-century commercial illustration, which is usually associated with post-war optimism. With the show set in 1962, we're at the tail end of America's post-war optimism, where everything was painted out as being completely perfect. It's something that's been parodied in games like Fallout, and we know this idealism didn't last too long. The 1960s were a time of big cultural change, from the swinging 60s in the UK to the hippie movement in the US. Vietnam was looming on the horizon, and the ideals of capitalism were being questioned on campuses. Anti-communist movements also started to mount up as well, and there was a wave of censorship about to hit the country. For now though, Derry's your typical American town filled with abundance. The intro is set to Patience and Prudence's song A Smile in a Ribbon, and since hearing it, I've had the song on repeat. It's the typical bubblegum pop at the time, but I think the lyrics are actually quite interesting. We hear them say, "The louder I say I'm happy, the more I believe it's so." Which is what poor Lily has to do. She pretends she's okay for the fear of being sent back to Juniper Hill. The intro betrays classic Americana, but twists it to reveal the dark undercurrent beneath the American dream. Much like how Lily pretends to be okay on the surface, she's hiding something below, just like Derry. Now we begin with the Paul Bunyan statue, which we saw in chapter 1, and it came alive in chapter 2. The sign Maddie passed in the intro also showcased it as well, and the papers mentioned that it was going to be built for definite. The public's furious, and we'll see more of that later. In the book, people hated it and thought it was tacky, and an art teacher at one point even tried to blow it up. So yeah, this coming in at the intro, it's just a symbol that not everything is right in Derry and not everyone's that happy, even if we're getting this idealized version. We then see an American family having a lovely little picnic. This might be at Water Tower Square, which was mentioned briefly in the book. And yeah, you can see that beside the Bunyan statue in chapter 2. This is also in chapter 1, where the Losers Club talked about what they were afraid of, and we got that weird clown that may or may have not been Pennywise. I think it was though. We can also spot the standpipe, and this picnic fits in with the backstory. We mentioned last week how families would picnic near the standpipe before the horrors of Pennywise led to kids being killed, which tainted the area. We then see a young girl looking into a storm drain, just like Georgie. There's even a missing persons poster like the one we see later. There's also an Uncle Sam poster above her head. It appears to be the classic "I Want You" for the US Army depiction that was used for a recruitment drive in 1917. That was used for World War I and based on the iconic Lord Kitchener one. And I want you to hit the thumbs up, you son of a bitch. This kind of plays on the history of Derry as it's mentioned in the book though, as many people from the city ended up fighting in both wars. The poster's on the side of Keen's Pharmacy, which also features in the book and movie. This is a place where Eddie got his medicine from, and Keen was well aware he was just giving him gazebos. Sorry, placebos. Mr. Keen is also a major part of that reveal at the end, and it's something that, yeah, we'll discuss later on. To the right, though, we have the Jade of the Orient. The restaurant is in a different location from the novel, and even chapter 2, but as we mentioned last week, they likely moved premises, which might even be explained in the show, as, yeah, they've highlighted it twice now. This is where the Losers Club met back about when they were adults, and Pennywise used this as a place to torment them. There's also the Capitol Cinema, which, yeah, you know that place very well, I'm sure. Burn into your nightmares. It's playing The Music Man, which is the film that we saw it showing last week. We then see a covered bridge, and this is a big place in Derry, which I think is where Henry sliced up Ben in chapter 1. Kids are jumping in the river, which was also something we saw in chapter 1 as well, with the Losers Club stripping down before the jumping into a gorge. As the intro continues, we then see kids being tempted by Pennywise, who's holding a lovely little lollipop, but don't take it. It looks like an octopus with yellow eyes, and yeah, while he was more of an arachnid in the miniseries and a mantis/spider hybrid in the movies, Pennywise was also described as having tentacles in the book. After that, the images start to get darker and we see the inside of Juniper Hill. It looks like a kid's being given a lobotomy while a staff ignorer screams and smiles gleefully. It's a horrific procedure that chips into the brain, and it was usually done in asylums like this one to leave someone in almost a constant state of sedation. We then see a family moving into what appears to be 29 Neobolt Street. This was the well house that sat above the central part of the Derry sewers. I actually just went back on the chapter. I've read this. I'm reading through it like all the time, just listening to the audiobook as well. That's my life at the moment. But yeah, we just literally went through the chapter on it in the book, and it says that if any house in Derry's haunted, then this is. It was imagined to be owned by an army family at one point, with the book saying the owner probably spent time away and then one day it just fell into disrepair. Homeless people then used it for a shelter, with Eddie running into one who was trying to sexually assault him, and he looked like a leper. The story in general is of course about childhood trauma and all the forms it can manifest in. As such, 29 Neobolt Street is the nexus point of the killer clown. This is something that's hammered home in the transition, as we see a teacher showing the effects of an atomic bomb striking the house. We can also see a red balloon floating up. The kids are being told to duck in cover, which wouldn't help if you were that close to ground zero. It's also something we saw the turtle mention in the posters last week, which is foreshadowing Mature in the turtle. The poster is up in the room as well and can be seen to the right. It's an image you'd expect to feature a Vault Boy from Fallout or something, and it reflects the fears of the time. This is something the Strategic Air Command General also wants to stop by using Pennywise, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Pennywise might even cause the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yes, I never thought I'd say it, but yeah, that looks like it's where we're going. Pennywise is here though, controlling the projector, which is reminiscent of the cinema last week and the slide scene from chapter 1. We then see a shootout with Pennywise as an old style car's being shot at. Guy's even diving out the window like he's Neo. This is the Bradley gang car, which is the same one we see being excavated at the end of the episode. They were a gang who were killed during the Prohibition era of 1929. They were based on the real life Brady gang, who were killed in an FBI ambush in Bangor, Maine, aka the place that inspired Derry. A mural for this was shown in chapter 1, and I'm guessing the series might finally show it playing out. Now, during the third interlude in the book, Mike interviews Norbert Keane about the massacre. Keane explained that the gang were on the run and tried to buy a lot of bullets in Derry. The gun shop owner recognized them from the papers and told them to wait while he went and procured their order. This shop was Banning's, which we see to the right. He then rounded up a posse to ambush them when they came back to collect it. A wide variety of Derry citizens came out to take part in it, and it was a big form of vigilante justice. Some even saw Pennywise there, and witnesses said there was a strange figure wearing farmer clothing and a face full of clown makeup. As the scene continues, we can then see the gun shop on the right and the public wiping out the gang. His pose here also fits with what the book said about Pennywise seemingly floating outside of a window, shooting at the criminals. On the right, there's also a building called Bowers Roadside, which is of course a nod to Henry's family. We then see the fallout of the Kitchener Ironworks explosion. It's a story we saw Ben researching at chapter 1, and there was a massive Easter egg hunt that had loads of kids attending. Things went awry though, and one of the buildings blew up. It sent the entire town into a state of grief, with several children dying. It took them days to clean up the bodies, and a kid's head was found in a tree about half a week after it. So yeah, not a very good memory for the town. You might also notice the Pennywise trailers parked about the side, and we saw him dancing inside this in It Chapter 1. The horrific intro then forms into the Welcome to Derry sign. I have to say, the attention to detail is amazing here, and I'm glad that Andy Muschietti got a chance to come back, even if it's just for this intro alone. After this, we then see police camped outside the Grogan's flat. Grogan is a very important name to the It book, but what happens is a big spoiler, so I'm going to save that for the spoiler section at the end of the video. You watched our breakdown last week. I did read a passage that did spoil it, but to be fair, I didn't know it was this character, and I was just theorizing at the time. But yeah, do not ever go back and watch my old videos, because they're shit. This is of course during the time of segregation though, and it appears to be where the black citizens live at. During this era, black families were pushed away from the suburbs and often denied loans and mortgages. Racism is a big part of the show, and it's retroactively regarded as the sinister underbelly of the supposed American idealism. The family apartment also looks like Bev's home in chapter 1, and this denotes just how poor this family is. Now, we heard last week how the police try to pin Maddie's disappearance on Ronnie's dad, and they're now trying to do that with the murders. We also see a massive sign for Derry Pickles, which also ties in with Lily's father's death. So we have two traumas based around dads in this shot. The younger officer then jokes about the projectionist in the movie theatre with a candlestick, which is a reference to the board game Cluedo, or Clue if you're in America, and I know I've been having to go at America, but I love you fuckers. The other officer is having none of it though, and is under pressure to pin this on Mr. Grogan while finding the joke disrespectful. Interestingly, there were no bodies found at the cinema, just a hell of a lot of blood. So just like the kids in chapter 1, they could be floating below the town. Mushy Eddie had them floating literally through the air, but often they were found face down in the water. There's a section of the book that talks about the history of Neobolt Street, which I've just reread luckily, and it basically goes over how some kids broke into the well house. They fell over a railing and into the water and spent all night clawing at the sides trying to climb out. With nothing to grab and no one to hear their cries, they eventually became exhausted and fell asleep. The next day they were found face down floating in the water, and that's kind of where the float thing came out of. And the fact that Pennywise says it like 500 times in the book. The desperation to pin the murders on one man though is why Henry was blamed for everything at the end of chapter 1. In the book, they try to get him to confess to killing all the children, when in reality, he only killed his father. The attempt to get Grogan arrested for the crimes though reflects a grim history of America. Many black men were wrongfully accused of crimes across the years, from Emmett Till to the Central Park Five. It's no surprise that a town with a group called the Legion of White Decency had such a problem with racism, which we are seeing play out here. Mr. Grogan has an alibi though, but that doesn't help when he's arrested later on. Ronnie's desperate to get to the truth, but the grandmother wants Ronnie to live in reality and not think she's Nora Charles. In case you haven't heard of her, because I hadn't, but thankfully Google is our friend, she's a character in a series of detective films. Fittingly, Ronnie's going to investigate what's going on with the kids going missing, and we also get her full name, which is Veronica Grogan. And yeah, spoiler section for what happens with her, but it is mentioned a fair bit in the book. At the moment though, the child escapes the movies, and we later learn that William Hanlon tries to escape via science. The book and movie had the Losers Club with all their own escape methods, such as Ben using the library, Richie doing comedy, Stan studying birds, and Bill writing books and stuff. It's a coping mechanism that shifts their focus, and they use a lot of these distractions in the battle against Pennywise. And also, Matty sucked his pacifier last week, so yeah, all these characters have it. The grandmother wants Ronnie to get her education and leave Derry, but the book explains is actually a curse over the town, and this stops a lot of people leaving it. Only those with the strongest wills are able to do it, and this is why the Losers Club all led successful lives after leaving. They were also afflicted with prosperity by Pennywise, so that they never felt the need to return. Unfortunately, Matty wasn't able to, and it's kind of like not being able to escape Silent Hill. We can also see a photo of JFK on the wall just before Ronnie's caught. The president was someone who tried to reshape America, and this was by getting rid of all the injustices that black Americans faced. So with that in mind, it totally makes sense that the house has a portrait of President Kennedy. Leroy even later says that if someone has an issue with them living in the burbs, then take it up with JFK. Ronnie is petrified though that her father will be taken away. Considering that later on we learn her mother died in childbirth, she'll do anything to keep her father safe. We then cut to Leroy and he's listening to Oh You Send Me by Sam Cooke, which is an incredible song. It's a love song that talks about being transported to another place when they're with their woman. It's fitting here as Leroy's wife finally joins them in Derry. Cooke was also a big part of the civil rights movement, with his song A Change Is Gonna Come being a major anthem during that time, and even today to be honest. As for Leroy, he's managed to make it to the suburbs, unlike the Grogans. He also drinks a PBR. The newspapers are reporting on Kennedy sending more military advisors to South Vietnam, and it's a clever piece mirroring Mr. Hanlon's life. After the French were defeated in Vietnam, the country was split in two. The North was ruled by the Communists, while the South was under more of a Western influence. It's very much like Korea, which is a war that he took part in. He ended up becoming a POW, and I do wonder if we'll explore more of his time as a prisoner. The article might also be referring to Kennedy sending military advisors to train the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. This was to stop the perceived threat of communist influence in Asia, especially after the Korean War ended in a stalemate. We can also see the talk of an atomic test ban. This eventually happened in 1963 when both the USA and Russia signed a treaty. This is right after the Cuban Missile Crisis, which, as we've been theorizing, is probably going to be a major part of the series. The world was hours away from an atomic apocalypse though, and I feel like Pennywise is going to feast off this fear. Will then arrives and we learn over the course of the episode that he's not exactly the son Leroy wanted. He's more into science and space and sports, and it's a far cry from the macho airmen who fought in the Korean War. But for now, they've got a lovely new house despite the locals giving them side eyes. Now Will's moving in presents a telescope. It's presented like the dad had the idea, but it was actually Will's mother who told Leroy to get it, showing that he probably isn't that close to Will. It's something we see in the scene as well, as it's just kind of awkward. The telescope is actually from the antique shop in town, which is called Second Hand Rose. This is a big part of the It lineage, and this is where Bill rediscovered his old bike Silver. This appeared in the movies during It Chapter 2, and it's a place we got our Stephen King cameo. In this episode though, we actually get to meet Rose and get an almighty deep cut that references It Chapter 2. When Mrs. Hanlon walks in, we hear a guy saying,
baseball cards, bowling ball, beaver.
Which is exactly what King's character says when Bill's struggling to speak.
Baseball card, bowling ball, banjo, beaver.
The guy even looks a bit like Stephen King when he was younger. The antique shop is much nicer than it was in 2016 though, but it still has license plates above the counter. It also has posters for King of the Zombies and Attack of the Giant Leeches, with a ladder matching the theme of nuclear radiation. Rose will reportedly play a major role in the show as well, and will connect with the kids we see later on who are spying on the dig site. There's also Chubby Checkers as well, which is a name I've always loved. We mentioned last week how Native Americans sealed Pennywise away, and Mike explained in Chapter 2 that they used the ritual of Chud to do this. He even stole the vessel, which is funny here as his grandparents met one of the tribe in the past. I wonder if we'll in fact see that vessel at some point, but unfortunately I couldn't see it in the store. If Leroy wanted something cool for his kid though, he should have checked out our merch store right below the video. There we have a range of Welcome to Derry inspired shirts, including our Pennywise double-sided one and our brand new balloon design. We also have ones from lots of your favourite franchises and films, and you can get ones for Alien, Predator, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, lots of different movies. Even got kid sizes as well. So yeah, perfect for Will, mate, and I just thought I'd let you know that, Leroy. Either way, we see how Will's very smart, and that he also doesn't want to spy on the neighbours. The wallpaper in his room also features cowboys, but I do wonder if they'll change this to spacemen to fit the era. Also wonder if Leroy learning the truth about the base will make him try and keep the kid away from being fascinated with space, due to the dark things that could exist out there in the darkness. Ooh. The couple then finally get some time together in bed as Leroy looks through the crime scene photos of the attack. This basically backs up his confirmation that it was a Russian model gun, and it's something that he uses later on in the episode. This entire thing is something he's hiding from his wife though, like his Instagram searches, and we later learn that she might be the reason they had to move. Cutting to school, we hear Why Do Fools Fall in Love by Frankie Lemon and the Teenagers. This is a song that featured in George Lucas's American Graffiti, which is set in the same year as the show. We then see Lilly's mate Marge, and she's again obsessed with her self-image. I do get the feeling that this is kind of this show's Bob from Stranger Things. Kind of a nerdy girl trying to fit in who ultimately ends up a victim. She has a blue butterfly in her hair as well, with them typically representing transformation. She wants to be part of the mean girls and will do anything to fit in. She's ignored though, and clearly not naturally part of the clique, and we see one of the girls is also reading Tiger Beat, the classic teen girl magazine. Now actually, the magazine didn't start until 1965, so this releasing in 1962 is a terrible production error, and I hope somebody got fired for that blunder. The girls are trying to convince one of them to share who their crush is though, and the 1960s Regina George is gaslighting her to reveal who she fancies. And when she does it, they all make fun of her. You know, this is something I'm sure lots of people did in school, and they all think Scotty Mills is the absolute ick. But yeah, to be fair, I think he's I like his Radio 2 show. That's one for my UK heads. Sorry, you will not get that joke if you're in America. And it's not even a good joke if you're from England. The poor lad has a very stuffy nose though, and from what, judging by Marge's impression, he's a bit of a loser. Makes the girls laugh, and she seems to be fitting in, but the leader of the group rules with an iron fist, and she ends up basically shutting her down. It's something that also happens later on when she makes fun of her best friend. The girls think her impression's hilarious, but the queen bee gets annoyed. She looks at her mates laughing and brings her down a peg by asking if she wore that same sweater the day before. Like that Simpsons episode where Marge has to keep cutting the dress up, and mate, I know that feeling. I wore the same suit for 2 James Bond videos and I was getting comments about it. It's like, come on mate, it's an expensive suit, I'm gonna wear it more than once. But yeah, that's why I started the merch store below the video, where you can get an abundance of t-shirt designs that people definitely will want to see you wearing more than once. Lilly was right not to trust her though, and it's a conflict that I think is only going to get worse. And she's not as bad as Henry Bowers, you know, she's not cutting her name into Kid's stomach with a knife and killing her dad, but I do think she's kind of the bully that might push people towards Pennywise. We then see Ronnie return to school as everyone stares at her. Lilly's clearly distressed, but her mate can only watch on as she's desperate to join the Derry Plastics. There's of course also a racial element to this as well, and Ronnie is seen as the other. Cutting to inside the school, a kid gets hit with a classic kick me sign, and inside the class there's a nuclear sign on the right. The threat of the atomic apocalypse is ever present, and you can almost taste the fear in the air. The dead kids from last week are referenced as well, and we learn there was a candlelight vigil. However, the principal switches to the day's lunch menu immediately following this, showing that life always goes on. However, it also highlights how people aren't really processing the trauma, which is a theme that runs through the book. In our breakdown of the miniseries, we talked about how it represents childhood trauma and how you can successfully repress it for years and years. Eventually though, when you're an adult, it will pop back up and you'll have to deal with it. And it often isn't at a convenient time. I've always felt that Pennywise represents that, and basically you have to come together, go into the past and deal with the trauma head on as much as possible. Marge then tries to talk to Lilly, but they have a really strained relationship. They almost have a friendship away from the popular girls, but later Lily's made fun of by her friend to fit in. Marge is only interested in popularity, and it's just a superficial thing that ultimately won't make her happy. It's the kind of thing that would make her a prime victim of Pennywise, whereas the Losers Club share an actual valuable friendship, and thus when they work together, they're able to defeat it. She warns her to stay away from Ronnie so Patty and the crew won't make fun of her. Lilly has much bigger problems in trying to fit in with the patty cakes though. The group name also works twofold, as the leader's called Patty and they also play patty cakes at the table. Will then shows up late and is berated by the teachers before being embarrassed by one of the kids. In the end though, this leads to him starting up a friendship with a kid who's impressed by his choice of pencil. In general though, I like that we're seeing more of the school politics. The two movies and the novel as well, they started off in the school but mainly took place during the summer holidays. So we didn't really get much of the school and how the kids were basically bullied by not only the students but also the teachers. These tensions with Will at school are also shared by his father, and we learn that Masters was apparently the one who attacked him, which was something we theorized. However, Leroy doesn't believe this story. He recognized the gun as a Makarov PM, which I'm sure you'll recognize as being a standard Soviet issue. And yeah, let's be honest, we all know that from playing Call of Duty. Unless you actually know guns, but I'm British, mate, yeah, let me off. Later we see Leroy going to Masters, discussing the attack, and he needs to see firsthand if the guy can use the gun. Masters can't load it, and Makarovs were apparently notoriously hard to use. Not for me though, I just pressed square and it reloaded automatically. However, this shows he wasn't one of the attackers, and it all speaks to a bigger conspiracy on the base. We also learn that Leroy got this gun after being a POW. The Korean prisoner camp is how he got those scars, and they were notoriously torturous. The facilities were even described as being barely more than animal pens. African American POWs were targeted specifically for anti-American propaganda, and this is something that's happened throughout numerous wars. In World War I and II, Germany dropped flyers asking why they fought for a country that didn't treat them as equals. It's something that the Viet Cong also tried with the black GIs. As mentioned earlier, both wars were similar-ish in that a country was split in half by communist rule. Funnily enough, the B-52 was also used heavily in Vietnam during Operation Arclight. But that's enough history for now. Can you tell I've been watching a lot of Armchair Historian recently? Anyway, after confronting General Shaw, we learned it was all a test. It was all just a test, mate, and you bloody passed it. Yeah, they beat the crap out of him, put a gun in his face, and it was all just to see if he could live up to the task they have, and he passed. Congratulations! Now why this is done is because it turns out that Leroy has a brain injury that's supposedly impossible to recover from. Shaw recruited some men who pretended to be spies, and they tried to get information on the new B-52. We noticed last week they had American accents, and it was a bit of a giveaway. Leroy, of course, didn't give over any information, and thus in the end, they can trust him with the secrets. We learn that Hanlon has a damaged amygdala, but somehow managed to continue flying in the war. Now, the amygdala is part of the brain that controls emotional responses. A damaged amygdala could lead to reduced fear responses, and this explains just why Leroy's being recruited. As Pennywise affects people through fear, it preys on your worst nightmare, and the more can make you afraid, the more power it has. As such, Leroy will be integral to what General Shaw's trying to do, as it won't have power over him, which Shaw reveals later. Now, I did kind of go back and forth on this reveal, as I've always been attached to the idea that no one really knew about the creature. Pennywise, of course, mainly goes after kids, and yeah, even when you're older, like we've seen the Losers Club, they forget pretty much most of their childhood, which is part of something that Pennywise can do psychically. This probably also means that the army's been aware of him since about the Second World War, which is likely when the next season will take place. The production team have done lots of interviews on the show and have said that each season will take place during a different cycle further back in time. So yeah, the next one's going to be like 27 years before this one. I'm guessing that season will explore the army discovering Pennywise and then putting plans in place to build up this base. But knowing that, and knowing that he's probably going to cause the Cuban Missile Crisis, does this mean that Pennywise made Hitler? I don't know, mate, but the way the show's going, it could be a possibility. It'd be like the end of that Kingsman movie. I do feel like the season will end with the entire base being massacred though, but I'm not sure how it was all kept secret from the rest of the government, who probably would have had to pay for the project. And yeah, obviously we know they don't ever bring it up again in the 80s or during the 2016, 2017 when Chapter 2 takes place. But yeah, let me know, but I'm just someone who's always preferred the idea that Pennywise was a creature living in the town who popped up, attacked, and then bailed before people cottoned on. And the crimes always got basically laid on some poor schmuck who just happened to be there. But yeah, long story short, in the end, Leroy's taken to the secret hangar, and as we predicted last week, they're trying to dig up Pennywise. Shaw wants to use it as a weapon to fight back at the Russians, which, yeah, sounds like a bold plan, Cotton. We see scientists logging artifacts such as baseball shirts, and this might be the Derry baseball team that we see in 2016 during a Chapter 2. There's also what looks like an iron smelting machine, which could be part of the Kitchener Ironworks. Shaw mentions that Cuba and Russia are getting too close and that they need to do something drastic. They're planning to put nukes on Cuban land, which, as we know, was the precursor to the Cuban Missile Crisis. But yeah, as much as I'm unsure on how it's going to go, at the moment we are 2 for 2 on predictions. Let's fucking go! Inside the command center, we can also see maps of Cuba which show how far the nukes can hit. Shaw wants to win the Cold War before it gets to that point by unleashing the interdimensional glamour that feeds on fear. It's very X-Files-y and reminded me of the Dead Zone, but still it's a wild departure from the source material, where we kind of only really see things from the Losers Club point of view. But yeah, it's something that I think if they don't handle it perfectly, then it might cause some controversy, but I'll stop harping on about it. Anyway, we see Leroy's wife walking around town, and it's the theme from A Summer's Place. It's the, you know the one. Upon getting our establishing shot, we can also see a Welcome to Derry sign, as well as one for Bangor Chew. Bangor is what King based the city on, which is why it gets a nod here. We also have a tasty Coca-Cola advert, which is one of them drinks that kind of feels like a symbol of America. It's the idealistic American town, and it reminded me of the scene in Back to the Future where Marty McFly first went back in time. The first person we see is also a younger Mr. Keene. We saw him during It Chapter 1, and he's who Bev said looked like Clark Kent. He then creepily said that she looked like Lois Lane when she tried on his glasses.
I'm getting the word nonce.
We also saw him, albeit a bit older, in It Chapter 2 when Eddie returned to the pharmacy. She then passes the cinema, which is closed, and we see a man delivering sliced pickles from the factory Lily's dad worked at. And it kind of foreshadows the big scare at the end of the episode. We then cut to the Falcon Tavern, and this is the place we see later that leads to the formation of the Blackspot. Now it is in Derry 15 years earlier than where it is in the book, but we'll discuss that later. There are some teenagers also standing outside smoking, dressed like James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause. They stare as she walks past, and we get a shot which you may recognise. This is the alleyway where Ben was patched up after Henry sliced him. In Chapter 1, we get a similar shot looking out into the street, and I thought this was a nice little touch. She then buys some flowers and walks past the Paul Bunyan statue site. The public despises it, and we see a dude eggs the sign. We see the top half being put in place with people protesting it. The statue's a place that people absolutely hate, and like every time it's brought up in the book, it's someone's talking about it with some real venom in their voice. Bunyan's a folklore character in American and Canadian history, and he's usually accompanied by a blue ox. After seeing the furious protesters by the statue, Miss Hanlon then heads into the butcher's. There's a woman who says that the grand dames of Derry won't stand for that statue. They're a group that had a badge on the Derry welcome sign last week, and as far as I'm aware, they aren't in the book, but let me know if we missed it, because it's a fucking massive book. Mrs. Hanlon, though, she's just there to get meat for a roast, and Stan Kersh, he isn't going to discriminate, which does surprise her. Kersh is also an interesting name, as that was the name of the woman that Bev met when she returned home. She was actually one of Pennywise's forms who told Bev how her father came to Derry and joined the circus. In the book, he took the name Robert Gray and was Pennywise the dancing clown. So I wonder if this is actually Pennywise in disguise once more. Guy's just working 9 to 5 as a butcher because there's not much else to do. Nah, but I think this is a real guy, and Pennywise posed as that woman and then basically touched upon the Bob Gray past to kind of touch upon what Pennywise did in the town. But yeah, there is that other read there as well, and Pennywise does appear human-like at points, which we see in the supermarket later. He also appeared as a creepy librarian in the first film, and I feel like the Kersh family are probably one of his victims that he then appears as. Sort of like the family in the car last week. However, he is very unsettling, and even jokes that the kids call him Stanley the Cleaver. The meat she buys is also presented in a red piece of paper with some string, which, again, could be a nod to the balloons that Pennywise is known for, but it might be a reach. In the end, whether he's Pennywise or not, he does turn a blind eye to the bullies beating up a kid on the street. This is something that adults did in the book, and at one point Henry assaulted Bev and one of her neighbours just simply looked away. Pennywise has a lot of the adults in town under a constant state of apathy, and this is so they don't care too much about the missing kids. She hasn't been here long enough for that to be susceptible though, and the attack not only scares her, but also the fact that everyone's ignoring it. It speaks to corruption, fear, and the hate that the adults have for the children. It's also pretty similar to the miniseries where Mike was attacked on the street and only one adult stopped it from happening, which is a cool Easter egg as Mike is her grandson. The poor kid's then brutalized and a man just lets the kids pass and everyone stares at her. Mrs. Hanlon isn't going to take it though, as she thinks boys should be kind and nice instead of the bullies that we've seen. Boys will be boys is what Kersh excuses it as though, and it is a phrase that's been used throughout history to excuse bad behaviour. Mrs. Hanlon's confused as to why they weren't in school, and Will's also worried that she'll embarrass him if she tries to track down their mothers. He doesn't tell her about the bullies, and it's just like how Leroy didn't mention anything about the attack on the barracks. Probably for the fear that she would take matters into her own hands. This is something that's alluded to when Leroy brings up Shreveport, which might be a place she quote-unquote caused trouble in. They also say they're not fighting, they're talking, and that this is how they talk. It's clearly rehearsed and something they've said before to try and shield Will. But ultimately, it's just the characters hiding things from each other and not really communicating.
Okay, you want to talk about it?
And thus, knowing there's not going to really be any talking, Will goes upstairs. He mentions that they had a brick thrown through their car window, and she was sitting in places Leroy says she wasn't supposed to. Also feel like Shreveport may refer to a place in Louisiana, which is a southern state that had Jim Crow laws at the time that segregated black and white citizens. Seemingly, she tried to break these rules, which led to them having to leave their home and arrive here in Derry. Although she says it's due to Leroy's job. Either way, I do feel it's similar to how Rosa Parks became famous for refusing to move to the back of the bus. Parks was arrested for this, which it's mental. You could get arrested for not moving to the back of the bus, but it sparked off a massive boycott of the city's public transport. It became a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement, and though it happened in 1955, which is 7 years before this, we know that racism, didn't disappear overnight. She then tries to get Leroy to open up, but he hides behind the legal secrecy he has due to his job. Cutting to Ronnie, we can hear her father and grandmother arguing, and whereas Leroy's family argued by not opening up due to his job, this is the complete opposite. In her room, we also have a poster for A Raisin in the Sun and Teenagers from Outer Space. This shows how obsessed she is with movie, as they're both quite niche films. A Raisin in the Sun is about a black family living in an apartment in Chicago who have to deal with the death of their father figure, potentially mirroring the missing mother figure here who we see a picture of next, which all kind of subtly foreshadows what's about to happen. She hears a heartbeat as the bed consumes her, and eventually this turns into the inside of her mother's womb. It's very much like Nightmare on Elm Street, or a bit more niche, The Conjuring 3 with the waterbed. The effects here are great though, and they do so much with so little. Just seeing it transform is terrifying, and it's an incredible moment in the episode. The red lighting also reflects the red lighting motif that they used at the cinema last week. She then exits her mother in a birth scene that feels very similar to the woman in the car last week. She comes out all bloody, and it's not too dissimilar to what Bev looked like after the bathroom blood scene in chapter 1. It seems to imply that her mother died in childbirth, and Ronnie has severe guilt over this. It's horrific as the mother becomes the bed itself, and she says how Ronnie will kill her father as well. She's also still connected by the umbilical cord, which feels like a physical representation of how she's connected to guilt and fear. The stomach then turns into the teeth that we've seen Pennywise have in chapter 1 and 2, and I felt like it was a lot like the defibrillator scene in The Thing, which again is another classic moment in horror. We then see his trademark yellow eyes, and it feels like the slow burn leading to the Pennywise reveal, like he's slowly waking up, ready for this cycle. Ronnie has to bite her way free, and the mother stands up and rushes towards her, just like how Mrs. Kersh ran towards Bev. Her dad busts in, it's all okay, but yeah, very, very horrifying moment. We then cut back to the Falcon Tavern, and as we mentioned last week, the black soldiers from the Derry base were eventually not allowed to drink in the town, which could build out from this moment. The guys here are discussing the attack on Leroy, and only Dick Halloran wasn't questioned. This, I suspect, was because he's actually doing secret stuff for the General, so there was no need to keep up appearances. Last week we discussed how Dick Halloran of course also comes from The Shining and is a massive part of King's interconnected universe. He's of course a psychic and will likely be needed in the fight against Pennywise. Now the Falcon is actually a bar that according to the book opened in 1973, but yet in the show it's operating in the 60s, but we do know that down the line it becomes a gay bar. This is somewhere where Adrian Mellon ended up going a lot, and he was killed at the beginning of It Chapter 2, so it does have a long connection to the story. Like Leroy, Dick's also sworn to secrecy and can't open up. We then see Chief Bowers harassed by the Derry councilmen who want him to pin the murders on Mr. Grogan. He seems to have a bit more decency than his descendants, as he is of course Henry Bowers' grandfather. Butch Bowers was a policeman in Muschietti's adaptations, but in the book he was a dirt poor farmer that was basically a massive racist. He ended up having a feud with the Hanlons and then burned down their chicken coop in a racist attack. The authorities in Derry then sided with Hanlon, made him pay money to him, and because of this, Butch Bowers held a constant grudge against the family, which he passed on to Henry. Now in the book, the councilman actually pressured Major Fuller, which led to Fuller offering a place on the base for the men to go and drink at. They then created the Blackspot, which was a hangout for them to all basically have a sanctuary away from racists. However, this was also burned down, and it sort of repeated the chicken coop attack. Here, they threaten Bowers' job, which is why he pressures Lilly later on, and also asks the barman to eject them. Okay, so maybe he wasn't a decent guy after all, but at least he believes in police procedure, I guess? Though it's pretty obvious what's about to happen with the bomb, and I also like that Halloran is the one to call it straight away. And yeah, it's just a nice touch since he's a psychic. They then head off to get some moonshine, and this bit really made me laugh. The young airman says he can handle it, and then we of course cut to him absolutely wasted. They then head back to the base, and the air police grills the lads until they reveal that Dick has special privileges. He's afforded these because he's so integral to finding Pennywise, and this is because he's got the shine. He's got the shine in. King's books, of course, usually focus on some form of a psychic ability, and some believe that all of his main characters all have the shine. I'm hoping that we may even get a True Knot reference, as I'd love to see more of them. And yeah, they are roaming around at this point. I love the transition here though as we go to the pavement of the Barrens, and they used similar effects to this in the opening of chapter 2. Here we see as the military looks for items that will lead them to it, and the soldiers have now turned into archaeologists, which gave me some major Indiana Jones vibes. The local Native American tribe are also spying on them as well, and I presume that this is the ones that banished it in the past using the ritual of Chud. Mike ended up meeting with them where they explained their past and passed on the ritual. They will probably end up butting heads with the army, who are of course wanting to dig up the space creature and cause loads of shit. Rose is also part of that tribe, and we're finally getting more of this story that was basically created for the movies. There they learn that the ritual of Chud was Himalayan text, and I do feel it'll get brought up and explained in more detail in the series. At the moment though, Dick is hung over as hell, and it turns out that they haven't found anything in 4 months. Alcohol actually dulls one's ability to shine, which is why both Jack and Danny Torrance ended up becoming alcoholics. The ghost just got too much, and this was a way they could basically shut out the voices. Now, as Dick has special abilities, he's been tasked with finding objects that will hopefully lead them to it itself. It's reminiscent of things like MK Ultra or the paranormal exploration of the 60s. It's very X-Files, Stranger Things, and kind of reminds me of one of my favourite games, which is Control. In that game, some objects become altered items or objects of power when paranormal energy comes close to them. It seems that each object involved in the major delusions controlled by Pennywise has some sort of psychic energy to it, so Dick can ultimately find them. The objects are things that were laced throughout the book interludes, and at the end, the military digs up an old style car. There's Tommy guns and money stuffed in a dead body, and yeah, this is obviously the Bradley gang that we mentioned in the intro. So moving forward, Dick may locate objects connected to previous Derry massacres, and thus the intro kind of hints what's going to be coming down the line. I feel like, and obviously having reread the interludes, that these might include the story of the settlers going missing, which was actually kind of similar to Roanoke, Claude Hero's weapons from killing a lot of poker players, and something to do with the Kitchener Ironworks. Maybe an Easter egg, maybe I'll point out the Easter eggs in a video. Right now though, the biggest mystery for me is how the US military knows about Pennywise, or why it has so much power. Hopefully that gets explained soon, because yeah, it's a little bit out there. Now while Dick's out at the dig site, poor old Lilly has to sit alone as her friends with the popular girls. Ignoring her advice, Lilly talks to Ronnie and they call her dad Hatchet Hank. Ronnie says that she's had her own interaction with the being, which is very similar to the Losers Club, who all saw their own unique nightmares. Lilly is the only one who can help Ronnie's dad though, and she doesn't want to tell the police what really happened at the cinema. She said that Hank wasn't there and she doesn't know what happened, which Ronnie points out sounds like she's scared to tell the truth. I really love the scene though, as Patty Cake bangs away in the background and the quick cuts and edits just ramp up the tension. Ronnie's outburst doesn't help her get status in school either, and she's then given attention, which is where she meets Will. The kid from earlier is also eating his lunch in the hall and appears to be a member of the school marching band. Also, nice attention to detail in that the clock says it's nearly midday. Not a big detail, but I like that it's lunchtime and they have the clock set at the right time. He also has pictures of baseball players, which I think might be Minnie Minoso, but come on, I'm British, I'm not that versed in this history, mate. There's also a still of Steve Reeves as Hercules in the 1958 movie. He's got a massive crush on Marge as well, and he sees her walking in slow motion to You'll Never Walk Alone, which is sung by Mario Lanza, which absolutely killed me. A bit of British trivia, yeah, in the UK, it's a very iconic song, with Jerry and the Pacemakers version being used as Liverpool FC's anthem. The calm is ruined by someone dropping a stink bomb though, which causes Will to knock over his teacher from earlier, and he's then put in detention. Now in that detention, we can see a chalkboard. It reads Mike Loves Christine, with the latter being the name of a King book. There's also an F. Betty speech bubble, which might be a reference to Betty Ripson, who's a kid who went missing in the book. I couldn't find much on Susan and Burr, but the former's a character in Salem's Lot, and Bert's in Children of the Corn. Not to mention a crude drawing of the principal who's sodomizing the turtle. The turtle is of course a nod to Maturin, who's an opposite to Pennywise, and basically a giant galaxy-sized turtle that's the good force in the universe. It's fucking weird, but he was doing a lot of coke at the time. Not me though, I just drink Coca-Cola, the symbol of America. Either way though, getting sodomized shows Pennywise is winning here. At the moment, poor old Will stinks, but the pair get to know each other. Will asks if she was wrongfully accused, which ties into the theme of the episode and mirrors what happens to her father. I love how our new Losers Club is slowly forming though, with Will, Ronnie, and the friend he made earlier. And Lilly. Or maybe not, we'll see how the lobotomy goes. She's surprised that he's actually reading textbooks for fun, and yeah, as we mentioned, he's very, very smart. He talks about space and being covered in stardust, and it did make me wonder if, like Mike in the books, he'll help research Pennywise. She calls him weird, but they kind of both are. The Losers Club, as you can guess, are a bunch of losers, and they're drawn together by fate in order to defeat Pennywise. The only way to defeat it is to work together and stay together. The kids who are taken, or the ones who see visions, it's like Matty or when they go off on their own, but when working together and being close, they kind of use their united fight against fear to push back the beast. However, as I've said though, we do know some of the fates of these characters, and yeah, I'm saving that for the spoiler section. Looking out the window, Ronnie sees his Lily's taken by the police, showing that they're cracking down on the case. We then see the missing person signs at the police station. We have lots of different names, and as always, they're people who worked on the series. The first of these is Daniel Van Helding, who is a set designer. There's also Colin Woods, who is the supervising art director. Woods even has a clown toy, which foreshadows the clown himself turning up, and I did wonder if this was a real childhood photo. Next we see Lilly being interviewed by Clint Bowers. After the councilman put pressure on him, he's desperate to close the case and pin the kid's murder on Hank Grogan. We see her picking nervously at the orange soda label, which is the same drink that Teddy gave her before they went to investigate the voices. He unfairly points out she has a reputation of being crazy, and if there's no witnesses, she will be blamed for what happened. Bowers has booked her in for an evaluation, and she's petrified about returning to Juniper Hill. The book painted the asylum in a very poor light, with the orderlies using rolls of quarters to beat inmates. The intro, of course, showed a lobotomy, and, that was common practice at mental health institutions, and yeah, it's been made famous by stuff like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So instead of being back there, she wrongfully accuses Hank. It leads Ronnie to be furious, and she confronts Lilly at her home. The pair will not be friends anytime soon, and I don't know if she's going to get to make it up to her, as despite betraying Ronnie, she still ends up taking back to Juniper Hill at the end of the episode. This is all because of a meltdown that she has at the supermarket where she thinks everyone's staring at her. And to be fair, she's right. As her mother's working, she's forced to do the shopping, and being isolated like this is the perfect grounds for Pennywise to strike. The fishmonger also looks similar to the actor Carsten Norgard, but I couldn't find any info on whether he was in the show. Just in general, we do these episodes like about 5 days before the show's released to the public. We get them sent early. But they never put the cast lists out there. They never fucking put it out, so we're guessing all the time who these characters are. During this, we then get a quick cut of a can with a Native American figure on it. I believe this is another nod to The Shining, as these appeared behind Dick Halloran in the kitchen and basically sparked the whole theory that the film was a metaphor for the Native American genocide. Lilly walks around, purposely avoiding the pickle aisle, and there's all sorts of period-appropriate items on sale. The Tannoy voice then starts to repeat, and the aisles close in on her and turn into a repeating maze. She's called crazy, and a woman gives her a creepy look. Again, this isn't too different to the librarian in It Chapter 1 who was weirdly staring at Ben. This is then mirrored in the man who appears around the aisle and is very fucking creepy. He does the same lean into frame that Mrs. Kersh did in the background, and then pops it behind her head, and normally I don't get affected by jump scares because I'm so desensitized to stuff, but the way he's following behind her with his head, it got me a bit. It's such an effective scare in general for the audience, and I think it's probably the creepiest thing Muschietti's done so far. The Tannoy also talks about how she's lost her marbles, and basically people keep staring at her. This plays on what she thinks people think of her, and to be fair, a lot of them do. And while she doesn't care about the patty cakes necessarily, she does care if people think she's crazy. There's also a pregnant woman and her son, which fits the themes of pregnancy that we've seen so far, and a man and woman with a mop. The couple reminds me of the painting American Gothic, and I feel like that's an intentional nod of how the classic American image is now rejecting her. While she tries to escape the people, she also sees the kids who died last week on the cereal boxes. This leads her to run right into the pickle aisle. She's in a bit of a pickle. Her worst nightmare comes true, and then she gets a vision of her dad sliced up, and yeah, he was of course killed in the factory. The kids last week said there was a rumour that her dad's body parts ended up in different jars, which is something that's clearly been playing on her mind. Poor Lilly just can't catch a break, and it's a very similar effect to the skin lamp, with her face being cut up and displayed like this. A dad appearing like this is also similar to how Ben saw his father at the Barrens. As we mentioned earlier, the visions the kids see are all based around their worst fears, and he turns into an octopus tentacle monster, which again is what it was described as in the book. She then makes a big scene in the supermarket, and again, this leads to her mother sending her back to Juniper Hill. Which great parenting there! At this point, we can also see it's raining in Derry, which is synonymous with the evil clown. It's what happened on the day of Georgie's attack, and there was a massive flood when Pennywise was killed. We also focus on the drain outside Juniper, which hammers at home. Pennywise, of course, lives in the sewers, and again, this runs under all the streets and houses. So the creature has access to everything. It indicates that evil is present, and this is shown further by the creepily smiling orderlies. I wonder if it's raining as well, because one of the artifacts is being dug up, and thus the evil is closer to being discovered. We then end with hush, 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 here comes the boogeyman, and that is the end of the episode. I'm going to go into my thoughts first, and then I'll do the spoiler section, so if you don't want to know, you've got enough time to check out. Overall, though, this was a really solid entry, but I am a bit worried that they're a bit out there with the Pennywise search. I think it's a big swing they could absolutely mess up, and yeah, the whole man without fear thing, I'm kind of unsure about the moment. Especially because we've met Leroy down the line, and you think he'd want to get the hell away from the town. And yeah, it does kind of feel like a bit fan fiction-y to me, and the kind of thing you dream up when you need to add more lore in, but in doing so, you kind of overcomplicate the story. Like, I'm sure you've probably read a Star Wars expanded novel or something where they add loads of shit in, and it's like, you're just making shit up just to justify its existence. But yeah, they're at least linking it in quite well, as It Chapter 2 saw the Losers Club search for totems to burn as part of the ritual of Chud, which will show Pennywise's true form. So I wonder if the Native American tribe will try and intercept these dig sites and perform the ritual again. As Mike revealed, the original ritual killed those who tried it, as they didn't believe it. So this show might be showcasing that whole thing. I did feel that Chapter 2 felt far too long with the artifact hunt though, and I've always sort of felt like one long season of TV, which is kind of what we're doing here, so we'll see how that plays out. All that said though, I think the kid's story, as always in like every iteration and adaptation, is the story's strong point. Whether it's the miniseries or the movies, that's always where the story strives. And it's even why Stranger Things basically ripped the whole thing off. So yeah, kids stuff great, adult stuff, I'm enjoying it, but I'm also a bit worried, like, what the hell are they doing? I don't know if Pennywise should be behind the Cuban Missile Crisis. But yeah, we will see. Now, going into the spoiler section, it's not a massive one this May, but still worth warning you about. If you don't want to know, yeah, basically piss off, yeah, because I am going to spoil it. And I hate when people in the comments say, you fucking spoiled it. It's like, the show is called fucking Heavy Spoilers, and I'm giving you a spoiler warning. So yeah, just do one, basically. But yeah, we have talked about the movie reveal with Will, who was burned up in a fire, which heavily stuck with Mike. So yeah, Will make it out of this, but he's still got a very tragic fate ahead of him. I did even wonder if this would retroactively be Pennywise attacking Leroy for standing up to him, and maybe we'll see why it is that they burned. Because they didn't burn in the book, that was all new for the movie, but adding in the Leroy story, maybe Pennywise is going to hold a grudge or something. As for Veronica Grogan, in the book, she's a very famous Pennywise victim. She was there as one of Bev's best friends, and just before the story started, mysteriously disappeared. Obviously the book, had the Losers Club set in the 50s, with the movies and updating it to the 80s. That was so we could have a more modern setting, and Muschietti is now setting the stuff in the show with the characters that were mentioned in the 50s stuff in the books. That makes sense, right? Maddie Clemens was along with the kids who was killed in the story, so I do think Veronica might suffer the same fate. Or maybe she will time travel or something. But Bev did hear her voice specifically coming from the sewers in the books, and she's one of the names that talk to her in the bathroom. With Pennywise even saying, "It's me, Veronica Grogan, we're down here, we all float." So it's not really looking good for her, especially with her dad going down as well, and her being isolated, other than her grandmother. But I'll be interested to see if they end up sticking with that. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down Welcome to Derry. Episode 3 is now here, and this week gives us a hell of a lot of answers. The entry expands greatly on the lore, and it's filled with more Easter eggs than the kitchen at Ironworks. Oof. It even features a cameo from the director himself, and really gets things going. So yeah, let's get going ourselves and skip over a long intro and just jump into the episode.
Who are you?
Okay, so the entry opens up in 1908. 1908, a very important year in the town, as it's when Bob Gray came with a travelling circus. This was alongside his daughter, who later became Mrs. Kersh. I feel like we see her later on in the episode, but we'll talk about that more in just a bit. During the formation of Derry though, Pennywise took on numerous different guises. The first of these were predators, which we saw in Mike's vision. As soon as people saw them though, they instantly started running, so Pennywise had a lot of difficulty catching them. Thus, it started to take the form of a human. However, this was still monstrous, and in a deleted scene, we were going to see the character's early form. During one of the library scenes in Chapter 1, we were going to get the backstory on the painting we get some focus on. This shows a woman going to a well with her holding a baby in her arms. Now this well is where the house on Nearbolt Street would later be formed at, and she was giving over her kid to the creature. A deleted scene was then going to show Pennywise in the well, looking like a red balloon, mate. So yeah, that's kind of what it was originally. Now it was only upon the arrival of the circus that Pennywise realised something. It could take on the appearance of a clown, and this would make people lower their guard. Pennywise always had difficulty acting human, and eventually the cover would break and the weirder side would come out. Like, he couldn't just stand and have A 45-minute conversation about baseball or something. However, clowns were expected to act strange and funny, and thus this was the perfect guise. So it's very important here. 1908 was also the year of the Kitchener Ironworks, which saw an explosion that killed 88 children, and it featured in the intro as well. There you can also spot Pennywise's car, so I think it's all tying back to this. Now in the background we hear a Shine On Harvest Moon plays. A harvest moon actually appears red, which fits in with Pennywise's style in the franchise, and is possibly a nod to red balloons. Either way, 1908 is a year that in its cycle is taking place, and as we're later told, 1935 was the most recent cycle. The show's creators have stated that each season will be the previous cycle, so season 2 will be 1935 and season 3 will likely be this one. However, that's all hinging on whether they get more entries. But yeah, judging by how popular the show's been, I think we'll likely get them. We then cut to clowns being knocked down, which is of course a big theme in the show. This is similar to the opening of it chapter 2 where we saw clowns being used. There Adrian filled up a red balloon with a water pistol and that happened before being attacked by a reincarnated Betty Ripson. Look, it's a big thing. If you want to learn more about the reincarnation stuff, check out our video about every hidden Pennywise throughout It Chapter 1 and 2. But yeah, the Canal Days Festival was something that Pennywise appeared at. There's also a lot of focus on slingshots, and a child's toy turned weapon was a major part in how the kids defeated Pennywise the first time in the book. While it was a part of the 1990s miniseries, the movie opted to make it Mike's bolt gun instead. In the book, in the original television adaptation though, Bev was the best shot and she fired a big blast at the clown. Sort of like how they get knocked down in this opening. Now It Chapter 1 of course didn't feature that, and instead it had her kidnapped by Pennywise. So it does feel like Machete's making up for not using it in the movies by making it a major part of this episode. Rose basically takes on the proto-Bev role, and she's the one who smacks the creature like the like button. Looking at the banners, we can also see the Skeleton Man, which foreshadows it's scaring a young Shaw. Other attractions are being advertised as well, which fits in with the freak show type of circus that was popular in the early 20th century. These shows were made popular by the legendary P.T. Barnum, and you could say it was the greatest show. Now, there are also twins, which did make me think of the twins from The Shining. In the movie, the Grady twins are seen holding hands, and considering the Halloran connection, it might not be that much of a reach. I'll let myself off there. Now it's here that we meet the young General Shaw, who's making his way to the circus. I was wondering how the army were aware of the creature, but seeing this, yeah, just filled in all the blanks. We learned throughout the episode that he had a friendship with Rose, and I'm guessing that these characters might return if we get to season 3. As Shaw turns up, there's a buggy behind him, which might be the one that we see later with Dick. We then see the ball toss again, which features a Native American, a clown, and a turtle. The native is of course foreshadowing the tribe's appearance in the episode, the clown is very obvious, and the turtle is of course a nod to Maturin. In case you don't know, Maturin's basically a space turtle who's the natural rival of it, and it helped to guide Bill and the Losers Club on how to defeat Pennywise in the book. Yep, it sounds mental, and to be fair, it is mental. But yeah, the series is laced with turtles, and we've seen them referenced in the show in both Bert and the Crackerjack Prize. And I feel like we're gonna get a hidden turtle every entry. Someone then hits the clown with a ball, which again is how it was defeated in both the book and movies. Why I'm bringing this up though is because it gets hit twice in a row, and it has to be beaten twice by the Losers Club in order to vanquish it, which I did feel this was thematically showing. Shaw then sees what appears to be a Pennywise character holding red balloons. They're sitting on the steps of their caravan, which looks like the ones we saw in Chapter 2 when Bev met Mrs. Kersh. This was down in the sewers as well, and it's where Pennywise bust out those dance moves at, which of course also later appears when Dick meets the clown. The human Pennywise was also seen putting on their makeup during Bev's time with Mrs. Kersh. Now I actually believe that this person in the full getup is Kersh herself, and we might get to meet her more in the season. Now, you might also notice they have bells in their hair, which is such a cool detail. This is because these bells could be heard when Pennywise says their name to Georgie in Chapter 1.
Well, I'm Pennywise the Dancing Clown.
There's also someone selling candy floss, which is something Pennywise said was at the circus when talking to Georgie. And yeah, he basically used everything we see here to try lure the character into the drain. Which, yeah, is it a good idea going into the drain, Georgie? Is it a good idea? No, and you deserve to die, and I'm glad you're dead. We also see a man selling balloons, which I feel are deliberately not red, to show that Pennywise hasn't infected the circus yet. Shaw's then invited to the freak show tent by the creepy ringmaster, and the wind blows his head over his face, which did remind me of the slideshow scene in Chapter 1. We saw Pennywise appear on screen with her hair blowing during that, and this ringmaster may even be one of its forms. It's leading people into a house of fear, which we know the cosmic entity feeds on. Later on, when Shaw rushes out the funhouse, we see him look up and stare at him intently. Probably not due to the rules of the forest, but yeah, just difficult to not suspect every adult of being it. The hat is also reminiscent of Rose the Hat from Dr. Sleep, which is another of King's works. These parasitic vampires were a lot like Pennywise, and they also said that kids taste better scared. I think the True Knot would be a great addition to the show, as they've been around for a long time. As the seasons go further back in time, you could also do something where you see them de-aging, which would be so cool, and yeah, I think they'd fit right in with this show. I mean, even the Skeleton Man reminded me a lot of Grandpa Flick from that story. The Freak House main attraction is also similar to the Funhouse from It Chapter 2. There's a wall of mirrors, just like the one that Bill went through when trying to save the kid. Here though, they're all distorted, and it nicely adds the idea that they're entering an altered reality. We then hear a man playing piano, which is none other than Andy Muschietti himself. There's also a werewolf boy, we all remember looking up them on the internet, mate, and what appears to be a giant in a cage. It's all very kind of Nightmare Alley-ish, which they've actually just released the director's cut on that, which I've been watching, which is why it's there, but it just reminded me of that, and it's out. I'm not getting paid to say this. Do I have to say it's a sponsored ad? It's not! What the tent's filled with though is adults viewing the exhibits, and we even catch a glimpse of a skull illuminated by lantern light, which I thought was very reminiscent of Pennywise's trademark glowing eyes. The coin-joined twins are dancing, and Shaw then goes into the back and meets the Skeleton Man. If he looks familiar, then this is the guy who plays the man in yellow in From. The lad seems absolutely petrified, which I can totally understand, and he then quickly dashes out. However, I don't think that this is actually Pennywise. Instead, I think it's like how Pennywise creates visions of things you're scared of. For example, in the book, Richie was frightened of werewolves after seeing a movie about werewolves. Pennywise then appeared like that when he next encountered him. Also, again, the rules of the forest, he can't leave the forest, so I think this is just a normal guy. Now, the way he appears in the dark and also asks him to come closer, I do feel like that's playing off the clown in the sewers thing. It is sort of a motif throughout the series, but yeah, they're just playing into that to make something very creepy. Shaw then runs out into his father, who looks like he's walked straight out of Red Dead Redemption. He then says,
"Don't be a damn sissy, Francis."
Which shows he's a harsh man, and might be the reason that Shaw's inspired to fight fear with his project in 1962. Shaw has mentioned how his dad fought in every war from the Indian ones to the Philippines, so he might also not be too happy with his son playing with Native Americans. However, this does also explain why Shaw's not a racist, and when he sees people being racist, he's like, fuck off. Now, from what we can gather, he was only proud of his son when he signed up to fight in World War I. America's entry into that conflict is only 9 years away when this scene takes place, but it is interesting that even with all that, this is the thing that Shaw wants to destroy when it comes to fear. He is kind of even fighting things on different fronts. For example, he's using the army to fight against people, but also using the army to fight against it. Now we learn his dad's currently being kept behind the desk at the Derry base, which is why they live there and also have to move later in the episode. Now it turns out that his dad won him a slingshot, which shows just how much he wants his son to be like him. Just like how Leroy wants Will to be like him as well. The young Pennywise looking character then watches Shaw as he leaves, and again, I do think this is the daughter from the picture. Now on the drive, the car overheats, and this leads to a chance meeting between Shaw and Rose. He doesn't have enough change, so he then trades a slingshot for the water instead. The car also looks like it's a Ford Model T, but that didn't come out until October 1908. So I hope someone got fired for that blunder. His friendship with Rose blossoms over the summer though, much like how the Losers Club made their mates. However, he accidentally runs into Pennywise's domain. This is part of the Barrens, and it looks like where the Losers Club built their clubhouse at in 1989.
It was already dug out from something.
When the movie came out, I was wondering how they had time to build this, because we spent the summer with them, and then in the next movie they're like, oh yeah, we also have a scene where we built the clubhouse. And it did seem like a bit of a retcon to add more scenes with the kids in. However, Don Amadino on Twitter, he messaged me the other day and pointed out this may have in fact been done by the airbase, which I think works really nicely in hindsight. Now this is also likely to where it crashed long ago, and they say it doesn't leave the woods, so you get the impression that the tribe may have placed a spell on the area. However, I do wonder how Pennywise was able to leave, as the creature clearly gets out. This might be something we explore in the next cycle, and there could be a number of different reasons. The town may expand into this area and cut down the woods, and thus the houses that the victims live in could be over where the forest was. I think what's more likely though is that the tribe gets beaten by the creature, and thus they're no longer able to contain it. Because yeah, come 1935, you He's doing matrix dives out of windows and shooting gang members. Shaw's spooked by the skeleton man though, who peeps out from behind a tree. It's just like how Pennywise did the same thing in the human form when scaring Lilly last week, and this is a manifestation of Shaw's greatest fear. However, the creature can't really hold it together long, failing to catch him and clearly being frustrated, and then turns into a beast that crawls on all fours. It's pretty elongated and looks very similar to Mrs. Kersh in It Chapter 2. We then see the mouth turn into Pennywise's creepy sharp teeth, which we saw in chapters 1 and 2, and in the mother's belly last week. I do wonder if it was going to try and get the kid in its deadlights, and this would have happened had Rose not arrived. Luckily, she's a master shot with the slingshot, and we get a scene that calls back to both the miniseries and book. The miniseries saw Bev hit a similar shot on Pennywise, but the blood floating up is like what we saw in the movies. Bill shot Pennywise with the unloaded bolt gun, and then the blood floated up outside its head, going against gravity, which you can see happening here as well. We then catch up with poor old Lilly at Juniper Hill. The outside of the building looks vastly different in Chapter 2 when we see the hospital in 2017, I want to say. So maybe they had to move due to the controversy of giving kids lobotomies.
But if she has another episode, we may want to discuss a more restrictive treatment plan.
The doctor mentions how he's upped her dosage of chlorpromazine, which is a tranquilizer. Sounds like she'll have some harsh treatments if she has another episode, and Pennywise knows what she fears the most, so yeah, it's only a matter of time before he makes her go crazy in public again. That was $1 worth of pickles, you scumbag. Off to get your lobotomy. Looks like a horrible place for anyone to be at though, let alone a young girl. We hear screaming and see a man crying on his bed, but there is a lady in the TV room watching what appears to be a Looney Tunes cartoon. It's got Foghorn Leghorn in it. So hey, maybe not that bad after all. Looney Tunes is of course a Warner Brothers property though, with that studio being the one behind this franchise. This is also similar to how the inmates were watching Tom and Jerry when Pennywise came back to Henry in 2016. Yes, we got it. Lily's mother's here to pick her up after her pickle-fueled nightmare last week, and we catch up with her and see she's forged a bond with the head of housekeeping. She's played by Madeline Stowe, and actually seems like the only nice adult in town. There's a cross above her bed, which implies that faith plays a big part in the asylum, and religion was also much more prevalent in everyday society in this era of history. We even see a cross later in the prison cell. Now, even though Lily's real mother's not that sensitive, luckily she has a figure here who is quite nice to her. As we mentioned lots of times in our breakdowns, an adult in Derry is very rarely nice. The Derry curse makes them blind to the horrors the children are seeing, and if something bad happens, they often look the other way. Stowe's character, though, validates Lily's visions, and I do wonder if she's some sort of manifestation of maturing, especially as she hands Lily the charm bracelet that had the turtle that Maddie gave her. Considering she's actually nice to Lily and believes her story as well, then I don't think that we've seen the last of this character. It's also possible that this is a secret character who we touched on before and who we know comes back down the line. Well, in some form anyway. If we're right about the clown at the start being Mrs. Kersh, then this could be her all grown up. We'll then potentially see what happens to her in the series for her to then become one of Pennywise's guises. And I'm not a rapper. If the creature killed her dad and took his form, then it makes sense she'd be more accepting to what Lily's seeing. But yeah, that's just a big theory time for the moment. I don't really do the theory time jingle that much anymore. Should I bring it back? F in the chat if you think so. Now we then cut to Hank, who's in jail after the kids' murders were pinned on him. Chief Bowers goes to see him and offers a Pall Mall cigarette, which is the same brand that Bev smokes in the book. It's also the brand that King used to really enjoy, which he did mention in the introduction to the Dark Tower series. However, Hank prefers Embassy Golds. This is a British brand that ain't too popular in America, and it is one you may recognise if you grew up watching snooker and darts. Bowers mentions he saw Hank as a Pall Mall man and a regular James Coburn. However, while the actor was in Japanese tobacco adverts, he wasn't the Pall Mall man. Lee Marvin was the man in those commercials, which Hank ends up mentioning, showing off his knowledge of Hollywood. Because yeah, he works at the cinema and runs a second-rate YouTube channel like me, probably. Bowers is still trying to pin the murders on him though. There's a fake witness and a pack of Embassy Gold was found near the theatre. Bowers says he doesn't believe the alibi that he was in bed, and in episode 2, Hank's mother did say that he was there watching the Andy Griffith show. But yeah, it doesn't matter, he doesn't believe him and he's pretty screwed. However kids, having just done a big breakdown on the Zodiac movie, which will be coming to the channel soon, this is what's known as circumstantial evidence, and not really anything that will say whether or not he definitely killed those kids. Because yeah, I'm a hotshot lawyer and I'll say, look, he smokes cigarettes, he works at the cinema, that box was found outside, he probably just left it there, and who's to say when it was left there? So yeah, I don't know if Bowers has him as banged to rights as he says he does, which is probably why he's trying to force a confession. It's also rich of Bowers to say that he tries to expose liars when he's pinning the murders on an innocent man. As he says though, child killers have a target on their backs at Shawshank, which is a great little Easter egg. The prison, of course, featured in the story Rita Hayworth in The Shawshank Redemption, which was written by Stephen King. This, of course, then got made into a movie, which is one of the greatest films of all time, and we may do a breakdown on it one day. Shawshank, though, has been featured or mentioned in multiple Stephen King works, and was actually mentioned a few times in It. This was mainly in the opening with the murder of Adrian, and basically we did learn that those who attacked him ended up getting sent there. But yeah, I did wonder if we'll see Hank get sent to Shawshank, and we may even watch him bump into Red and Andy from the story. Because in 1962, they were still at the prison, so I'm praying for that Easter egg. Like Hank, Andy was also wrongfully convicted, so it fits in with the story here, and I think would just be a really nice little addition. Back at the school, poor Ronnie's then stared at as she walks down the corridor, much like Lilly was in episode 1. Both scenes are remarkably similar, and they both end with the girls having their lockers defaced. The news of her father's arrest has made it around Derry, and Ronnie's locker has graffiti saying, "Hatchet Hank's gonna fry." Now actually, Maine doesn't have the death penalty, so he won't fry. However, I do wonder if they're going to bring in the Cold Mountain Penitentiary, which was in King's work The Green Mile. The text is also written in red, which reminds me a lot of the infamous red rum writing from The Shining. Not to mention that Dick Halloran is also in the show. It's also another brutal nickname as kids called Stan Kersh Stanley the Cleaver. Ronnie then looks around and sees the Patty Cakes girls smiling, which insinuates that they were the ones who did this. And they did the pickles with Lilly. She then tries to remove the paint, only to end up with red on her hands. It's of course a very on-the-nose visual allegory that implies she has blood on her hands. Ronnie has survivor's guilt over what happened and may feel responsible for the kids' deaths. Will's mate then says that this is America, you can't just throw people in jail for nothing. Now this is quite an important line, and it's the same thing that Bowers said when the town council were pressuring him to pin the deaths on Hank. So I do wonder if it's even something Pennywise has hypnotized the town into thinking, so they don't question it when people go to jail. After all, Pennywise has operated so long because the murders often get pinned on others. Henry Bowers will of course take the fall one day, and people won't question this further. Will though is new to the town, and like his mother, he's not under the spell yet. He even asks if he's talking about the same country, as he comes from Shreveport down south, where he's no doubt seen lots of wild injustices every day. And also I said Shreveport on the last video, people are like, you've pronounced it wrong. Comment below how I should pronounce it. Make sure you write it, boost engagement, hit the thumbs up. Ronnie then attempts to wash the makeup off as it looks like blood in the sink, calling back to the blood in the sink that Bev saw in chapter 1. Lilly then comes in trying to make right, and she brings with her some rubbing alcohol. The Juniper Hill staff member said she'll have to find a way to make amends, and this is the start of her rebuilding her relationship with her. Lilly says how she'll tell the police what she really saw, and tells her that she had another vision after their argument. The adults in police though won't really believe them, and thus they need to get photographic evidence, which very simple, mate, just take a photo of Pennywise. As they say though, if they take it to Keen's to get developed, they won't get it back. Luckily, Ronnie knows Will can develop some photos for them. That gives them the scene at the end, which is right out of Stranger Things, and I will talk about my theories on where I think it's going to go, but yeah, I don't think it'll be as easy as they think. Speaking of photos, we then join Shaw looking at a picture of the Bradley gang's car. They found nothing, but it was giving off psychic energy. There's also a photo that shows the aftermath of the shootout, which was mentioned in the book. Mike wanted to put these up in display in the Derry Library, only for it to then be vetoed by the Derry's Lady Society, who we might have seen at the Butcher's last week. You can see the building on the left though, and this appears to be the same one from the intro, where Pennywise was jumping out Matrix diving from. There's also a face on the ale sign, which does kind of resemble clown paint. Either way, this confirms that the car was indeed part of the Bradley Gang massacre that we talked about last week. Now this all comes from the book, and in one of the interludes, Mike interviews Mr. Keen and learns that the town executed the wanted fugitives in an almighty shootout. It was a moment of madness for the town, and the car had enough psychic energy for Dick to be able to find it. Fuller then mentions how the entity was spotted at the massacre, which is just like the book. There he said it was in farmer overalls and may have come from the circus out of town. We even saw the early Pennywise inspiration at the start of the episode, so I do wonder if we may get to see the massacre at some point as well. Again, season 2 will be the previous cycle, so we'll probably get the events of the 30s and learn more about this. Now Shaw wants to get Halloran flying over the nexus of its activities, which will be the woods, neighborhoods that he experienced as a kid. I'm guessing that this is where Pennywise's asteroid crashed at that we saw during Mike's vision. The general then pulls out a cigar box, which we later learn contains a slingshot he had as a kid. It's imbued with Pennywise's energy as Rose used it to damage it in the forest. Don't know why they had to dig the car up first, but using this, Halloran will be able to track the clown's location as it has more energy than the car. And yeah, you could have saved a lot of time getting this out early. We then cut to the main man himself as he's hanging out with his mates, and he's very adamant that he hooked up with Aretha Franklin. This is a deep cut though, as she was actually mentioned in The Shining. In that book, as he was driving back to the Overlook, a music came on, which he was very happy with. Which a bloody bet he was! But yeah, very, very deep cut. He even says how she wrote a song about him, and his mate says,
"Yeah. Won't be long."
The water then crashes through the roof of the tent, and the hangout's clearly not fit for purpose. Storms actually precede the coming of Pennywise, which is why it was chucking it down before Georgie got attacked. Looks like that weather's also happening here, and it's raining so bad that it's coming through the roof. But yeah, in the age of segregation, the white people weren't too bothered about housing the black GIs. They're drinking Coke, which also shows they can't really drink on the base. We also had this shot of the city which had a Coca-Cola advert there, so they're probably sponsoring the show or something, and yeah, it's also a little Easter egg from the books. This is because the black soldiers weren't allowed to drink in the NCO club, and Mike's dad mentioned how they'd serve soft drinks on the weekend, which is what we see here. The guys actually weren't allowed to drink in town at all, and this was due to the racist town council. We saw that last week when Chief Bowers asked the barkeep to kick out Dick and his mates. His friend then asks him to get them an upgrade using his special privileges, which is something he also mentioned last week. Dick does end up getting them that though, as Shaw owes him a favour after his flight over Pennywise's lair. So yeah, this is setting the groundwork for the Blackspot, and in the end, the lads are given an old shed. Now as for the Blackspot, we have mentioned this a lot in our breakdowns, and in the book, Fuller was the one who set them up with it. It became a major night spot in Derry, which led to the Legion of White Decency burning it down. I do think we'll see that happen in the series, and that we'll build towards that, and that'll be one of the final episodes. 60 people died in the fire, and in the book, Will, who was the guy at the army base, not his dad Leroy, he told Mike that he went to school with some of the kids whose dads wore hoods that night. When Mike asks him why they did it, he just solemnly replied by saying, "It's just Derry." He then talked about how bad things tend to do well in the soil of the town, and Pennywise of course has an influence over everything. So I do kind of feel like we will see that scene with it being burnt down, and then probably have that conversation with Leroy and his son. Anyway, Dick's then sent out on his mission, with Paulie and Leroy being assigned as his pilots. Masters has been sent away, and Leroy's keeping Russo in the dark about the whole secret mission. He is of course Cuban, and after this, he might finally fill him in on what's really going on. But I do wonder if it is going to cause issues, because yeah, he is Cuban and they're fighting against Cuban people. They then ask what's in the box, but are told they wouldn't understand. Touching the slingshot, he becomes a compass for the Chinook and guides them to where the energy is strongest at. We then see Shaw and Rose in the aftermath of the Pennywise attack in 1908. The entity can't leave the woods, but again, something has clearly happened since then, as Pennywise was definitely inside Derry come 1935. I do wonder if they'd built a sewer system by this point, and this allowed it to move through the tunnels under the town. We then watch her transition to older Rose, which is such a cool effect. They actually did something in It Chapter 2 very, very similar when they had old Eddie change back to the young one. Although there it was done with fade-ins, which is also an effect that they do with Rose later on. Either way, Rose is told by Taniel that the army have dug up the Bradley gang's car. She says how he and his friends aren't supposed to get involved as he's needed. Now I believe this is implying that Taniel's been trained to conduct the ritual of Chud should Pennywise escape. The book tells us this was actually a Himalayan ritual in which you'd go against a glamour, which is the species that it is. You then lock tongues and tell it a joke, and if they laughed, they'd be banished for 100 years. The movies changed this up, so it was a lot less, let's say, King on Coca-Cola, but I still think he's gonna remain behind. We do know from Mike's vision that the natives failed to do the ritual last time, and we could possibly see this failure happening in the series, as they aren't there for the 80s at all. I did even wonder if Taniel might be who Mike talked to during It Chapter 2. The natives are understandably concerned about the military's expansion into the local area though, and Rose and co have no idea what the dig sites are for. So they're very worried they'll stumble across the evil in the forest. Although, yeah, some have clearly been kept in the dark about it because they're asking how much money they would get for the land. But I'm sure they'd all agree to it if they knew that Shaw wanted to use the entity as a weapon against communism. Which is still a big swing, in my opinion. It's still a big swing. Rose then decides that they should send a cease and desist letter opting for the legal route, which is something that the rest of the meeting disagrees with. This cease and desist letter, though, is what brings Shaw to her store, and when he visits her, we learn it's been 50 years since they last saw each other. This store, of course, returns in it chapter 2, and we see it still carries her name. Now, upon seeing her, Shaw says he didn't remember Derry or even her at all. She responds, though, by saying Derry does that to people. This is something that we saw in It Chapter 2, where the Losers Club didn't remember their childhood. It wasn't until Mike called them that everything came flooding back. It's an allegory for childhood trauma, as adults sometimes repress things that happened to them as kids. Each one of the losers had a terrible childhood they were trying to forget, and that was even without the killer clown being involved in it. But yeah, the whole thing is just a metaphor for like pressing down trauma, and then when you're older, it normally comes bubbling out and you have to deal with it. The book is also shown from the perspective of them as adults returning to the town and then flooded with memories from when they were younger. Pennywise made them forget in the hopes they wouldn't come back and defeat it, which might be something that's also repeated in Shaw. And yeah, if we get season 3, I'm guessing we'll see this time period and see how they beat the creature. If he did indeed beat it, because you know he said he was moving town. But there was still one night to take it down once and for all. Now, Shaw says the cease and desist letter is what brought his memory back, and Rose says she doesn't want the unmarked burial grounds to be disturbed. Shaw responds, though, saying how they're trying to see where they can lay water pipes to the base. He mentions the pipes will come from the Kendusky, which is a stream mentioned in the book. It provides water for Derry and fills the sewers, aka Pennywise's hiding place. The Kendusky is actually a real-life stream that apparently runs past King's home of Maine. I think the worry is, though, that if it left the forest through the sewers, then this will allow it to travel even further. As mentioned, she also talks about it being ancient burial grounds, and mate, you'll know if you've ever read a Stephen King book, he fucking loves ancient burial grounds. This, The Shining, I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery. All that, mate, that's all got all those ancient burial grounds in. Now, Shaw offers to work together and asks Rose to guide them as to not disturb the tribe's sacred areas. Part of me, though, doesn't believe him, as he does clearly know all about it. He's even remembered Pennywise enough to have the military trying to find traces of him. I feel like Shaw maybe wants to both trick Rose into helping him and also throw her off the scent of what the soldiers are actually doing. Obviously, you know, he's kept the slingshot and it is clear that he knows what's going on. We then cut to the pair running around and having fun in the past. They go swimming just like the Losers Club in Chapter 1 and hang out near the river, which is kind of like the creek. The young Shaw then says how his dad's being shipped out to another base. He asks her to never forget about him, but again, repeating the future, she says that he won't remember her after leaving. It's very reminiscent of Bill and Bev right at the end of Chapter 1, where the pair talk about her going to Portland. Rose then gives him back the slingshot, which again might have been how he actually remembered everything. If the energy was strong enough for Dick to find him, then part of the entity's energy could stop him from forgetting. Either way, we then see his Dick's in a trance as the helicopter flies over the Barrens. This is him shining, and it's similar to the trances Danny had when having visions in the film. Paulie then mentions that a friend of his at Fort Bragg told him about the experiments that were being done on goats at that base. And this is probably referencing the real effort by the US Army to create psychic soldiers. I'm not lying. They were tasked with trying to stop the heart of a goat through using their minds. It was the subject of the book The Men Who Stare at Goats, which was then adapted into a movie of the very same name.
I'd heard that the US government was training psychic soldiers, and that Lynn Cassidy was the best of the best.
The show clearly takes inspiration from that, though, and the real-life 1960 experiments like MK Ultra, which were happening around the time. Dick then starts to zone out and walks to the end of the helicopter. It creates a corridor effect, which again feels like what they did at the Overlook. Water then begins to appear, and it looks like the void from Stranger Things. There's a buggy, toy, and a bowling pin just floating in the cistern. They're all items that the missing kids had on them when they were taken, as we see more of them fall from the sky later. This is its lair, and it's the same place the Losers Club faced Pennywise in 1989. The being's cot also there in the same place it was in Chapter 1 when the club saved Bev. We see it open, which is exactly what happened to her, and there she was trapped by its deadlights, which sent you insane when you stared at them. We do get a kind of touch of that insanity as Dick gets further visions upon making eye contact. We see what appears to be what looks like a masquerade party with a jester and clown imagery, possibly linking to Pennywise. What I think it is, though, is that this is actually the masquerade ball that's mentioned in The Shining. That was part of one of the scariest times in the house, and it's what the bear ghost was at. We then see flashes of World War II or maybe even the Korean War. It's a really intriguing moment because not only does it hint at his past, but it could also hint at his future. And yeah, if this party is happening at the Overlook, it is hinting towards where he's eventually going to end up at. Toys then keep falling, and Dick sees the missing kids floating just like we saw in chapter 1. Now, I do wonder if Matty and Richie are there as well. I saw a great theory that said, and I'm sorry, I did try and find the comment on the person who pointed it out. I think I replied to you last week, but I couldn't find your comment, unfortunately. But they said that as their faces weren't messed up on the cereal boxes, they could have been just taken like Bev. I did check to see if I could see them in the sky, but couldn't make them out. However, Maddie was just taken in the car, and we didn't actually see him get killed, so it might be a possibility. Dick then sees his grandmother, who we actually mention in The Shining. She's the person who taught him how to use his powers, and he did say they'd have psychic chats for hours. And I'm not a rapper. He also mentioned her in Dr. Sleep, as she was the one who taught him to put dangerous visions inside a box. It's something he also taught Danny to do, and it was so cool seeing all this amount of attention to detail that they're putting into Dick's character. I also wonder if Dick's granddad's gonna appear at some point as well. Dr. Sleep explains that he used to abuse him, and he was feared by everyone in the family. Even him sitting down at dinner would scare people into not talking. Eventually he died though, and everyone felt relieved, and Dick thought that was it. However, he then started to see visions of his ghost, and he'd appear in the night sitting at the bottom of his bed. And unfortunately, he was even more wicked in the afterlife. However, this is where Dick developed how to put people in boxes, and yeah, he shut them away and finally had his life. So yeah, I do wonder if they'll touch upon their character, but the granny is also pretty terrifying as well. What it does is shake him to his core, and you can tell he knows they shouldn't be messing with this kind of thing. Of course though, Shaw will no doubt carry on, despite the warning, because he wants to stamp out communism. Now, Dick describes Pennywise as being cold, and in the book the kids talk about how there's a constant smell of dampness around the clown, like rotten leaves. This is the smell of the sewers, which ends up infesting their lungs. I feel like Pennywise has imprinted itself on Dick in some way, and just like how the Overlook tries to claim Danny to boost its own powers, it could possibly be doing the same with him, which then might let it escape the forest. Dick could possibly also work out where it's based due to what he saw in the sky. In the book though, people went missing in all the tunnels like all the time, so pulling that off might be a bit tricky. Basically, what I'm saying is Pennywise is everywhere, and that includes our merch store below. There we have not only our Derry shirts, but we've also got our Pennywise one as well. We've also just launched this, mate, hot off the press. Just launched this Predator Badlands one as well, which is inspired by the brand new movie. I'm going to tell you as well, mate, tell you a little secret, yeah? The more shirts you buy, the more of a discount you get. So the more you buy, the more you save. No, but huge thank you if you picked one of those up. Makes a massive difference to the channel, let me tell you. And it all goes towards helping videos like this get made, so thank you. Anyway, back with Will and his mate, they're having burgers and milkshakes, the true American dream. We then see Lily's mum working at the diner, and this is a bit of a deep cut, I think. In the book, a kid calls Bev's mum a whore, and she screams out, "She's not a whore, she's a waitress." Everyone kind of pauses for a second, and then the Losers Club all burst out laughing, and she's like, I don't even know why I said that. It's good she's a waitress. But yeah, I did wonder if they were referencing that. I might have read the book way too much recently, but yeah, just something that popped into my mind when I was watching this scene. They then discuss Alan Shepard, aka the first American in space. After this, the conversation swiftly moves onto who has the best tatas in class. Richie says Dolores has the best, but Marge has the best face, so who do you go for? All the while, though, you have You'll Never Walk Alone playing, which is the same song we heard when he saw her last week. He even sees her in slow motion and shit, like the fucking lady in red bit from Dodgeball. This moment is ruined though, as Lily and Ronnie asks Will if he can develop film for them. He doesn't think Ronnie's dad's a killer, and Rich says that Will has a crush on Ronnie. He plays coy and denies it, though they did have a connection last week in detention. I do even wonder if the pair will end up together, and then they'll be Mike's parents. That does kind of go against the book though, and if you saw our spoiler section last week, then you'll know how things go. But yeah, it does clearly get into his head as he panics when he accidentally touches Ronnie's hand later in the episode. They then all meet at the Derry Standpipe, which is the place where Teddy and Richie had their clubhouse. Makes sense for this to be a sanctuary as well, as it towers up in the air and it juxtaposes the sewers down below. Rich then says it's an Arika after the kid lists the ways Pennywise attacked them. He mentions that a Santeria priest taught them about Arikas, who were deities of the Yoruba people. Did I butcher that? Let me know below. They range from primordial beings that existed before humans, ancestors who are deified or other natural phenomena. They act as something between humans and gods, and he says they can summon one so the kids can then photograph it. While Will is out doing that, we then see Dick arrive for dinner at the Hanlons. As Leroy closes the door, people give him dirty looks, and it really drives home they're not welcome in the suburbs. Dick then says he can taste the Spanish saffron in the food, and there's not much Cajun food in Derry. This moment actually foreshadows his role as a cook later in The Shining, and just seeing him pick out the flavours I thought was a really nice touch. However, in the source material for it, he was actually a cook at the base, as opposed to being like a psychic soldier. Dick then says how she clearly doesn't like it here. She was a teacher at a black school, but here the only jobs available were clerical work, which she feels overqualified for. Now, she was involved in the civil rights movement, but Leroy worried it might hurt his chance of moving up in the Air Force. So there's clearly some resentment there, which I do suspect Pennywise may exploit down the line. Dick then asks where his son is, which seems to take Leroy back. Later on, we learn Leroy never told him about his son. As we know though, Dick can read minds, and right now, he's seeing you hit the subscribe. On the porch, they do share a Budweiser though, as Dick compliments his wife's cooking. Leroy finally asks about what happened in the chopper, and though Dick can't tell him, he says his grandmother said it's like seeing things without seeing things, which is sort of similar to the speech he gives Danny about what The Shining is. Leroy explains that he's heard of it, but has never actually seen it for himself, which I did find really interesting. He's not happy though that Dick went into his brain, and he matches the feeling up with the attackers. In a big twist, it turns out that Dick was actually one of the attackers who formed part of Shaw's test. He says that he saw Leroy was just analysing the situation and wasn't scared at all, while other men would be. Still though, he watched him get beaten and attacked, and was even complicit in it, which I do think will cause some shaky grounds beneath them. However, it does also explain why, when they met in episode 1, he was driving him about the base, he kept looking, almost as if he was trying to get into his mind. What Shaw was doing during this was testing the effects of the amygdala damage, and he asked Dick to see if he was really incapable of feeling fear. Meanwhile, the kids are preparing their ritual to summon the entity, but Rich seems apprehensive about performing it. Probably because it's all secondhand knowledge and he isn't 100% despite seeming confident to the kids. It's kind of like an Ouija board scene in movies, and it's sort of like inviting the creatures in.
It's all bullshit!
Rich repeats the prayer and then agrees they should face out from each other, with him clearly just winging the whole thing. He then gets caught in his lie as he mentions his cousin said you can leave the circle and come back as long as you do it quickly.
Bullshit.
It's what's known as a Cuban Santeria ritual, and with the Cuban Missile Crisis looming, I also wonder if his heritage will become a big thing as well. Will then offends Ronnie as he doesn't believe in the supernatural. He's a man of signs, while she's more a person of faith, mainly because she's experienced it. Now to me, this is their ritual of Chud, as they should be in a circle all working together, but they end up arguing. As we mentioned, the original natives attempted to perform the ritual but failed, and this is something that Mike kept from the Losers Club, which then caused a big argument. It also reminds me of the argument that the Losers Club had after they ran out of the house on Nearbolt Street in Chapter 1. In the end though, they all need to be on the same page to defeat Pennywise, as the losers defeated it by sticking together. And yeah, we know it doesn't get banished, so good luck guys, I think you're pretty screwed. As of now though, the ritual does seemingly work as the Jesus statue turns. And yeah, I don't know why, but this made me burst out laughing. If you found it, just the expression on it mate, but if you found it scary, let me know, but I just thought it was hilarious. What I did like though is how the gate gets further and further away, showing the kids that they're about to face their fears. We then see a headstone for Theodore Burgess, and though I couldn't find any major significance of this name, I do think that it might belong to Teddy. Teddy, short for Theodore, and we do see the spirit of Teddy chasing Lilly later on. The ground then starts collapsing, and this also happened in the book. There, the sewers collapsed after Pennywise was defeated, which leveled most of Derry. Rich then sees Dale, who might be his cousin that he mentioned earlier, and Lilly tries to photograph the horrors. In the book, Bill was constantly chased by the creature on his bike, with that having the nickname of Silver, as in, hi-yo, Silver. So yeah, a little reference to the bike chase here, I feel. It's a proper Scooby-Doo-esque scene though, as Susie chases Will and Teddy provides an almighty jump scare. And now I know I'm sound like I'm slagging it off mate, but I love the mad chase to get to the camera. This ends up with Will making his way back to the crypt, which was a good moment, and I will forgive the proper Ghostbusters Afterlife type shit, mate. I did like as he bent down to pick it up, and we could see it walk through the archway behind him. We then finally see the Pennywise we know, or at least its hand as it puts it on the wall. Luckily, Will gets a photo of the horrific cosmic entity, even if we don't really get to see it. But I did wonder if the camera almost acted like a shield. In the book, it went to attack Stan, and then he held out his bird book and shouted out some bird names.
I'm not going to make any tit jokes.
This was an act of defiance against it, and it stopped the creature in its tracks, which clearly happened here as well. They then hug just like the kids did after defeating Pennywise the first time, and it's much like the Losers Club pact. The kids then manage to break into the school, and the sign states that there's also a curfew in effect. This was put in place during the book after a couple of kids went missing, and clearly the police are now having to do the same thing. They then set up the dark room, and again, this scene is just like the one in Stranger Things. It also makes the room red, which kind of riffs off the cinema scene in episode 1 and then the bed scene in episode 2. Even the light bulb going red kinda looks like a balloon. Slowly they then get to the photos of Susie and then the one in the crypt. Shocked, they manage to see a clown, and it reminds me of the book where the photo album came to life, which was also featured in the miniseries. For chapter 1, that was updated to the slide projector, and I half expected Pennywise to jump out the photograph, just like what he does in the movie and book. Closing out the episode, we then hear The Devil Caught Me Napping by Andrea and Irvin Litke. But yeah, the kids have proof now, however, I actually don't think the adults will be able to see it. Similar to how they couldn't see the Blood and Bill's photo album, or yeah, as mentioned, the blood in the bathroom. I think this is just going to show something innocuous. But yeah, whether or not that happens, we will discuss it next week. But as for this one, I really enjoyed it, and so far we're 3 for 3. I do think it does get a bit goofy at times, and that's kind of the case with the movies as well, I feel. But yeah, overall, it's a great recreation of the tone in the books, and actually a really nice expansion of a cycle. You know, we haven't really had this 50s stuff in Machete's world, and I feel like they're doing a good job with it. Welcome to Derry and the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down episode 4. We are back with an episode that answers a lot of questions, and it has a lot of Easter eggs, hidden details, and nods to the book. It also features a scene that made me feel a bit sick. I know, you know what I'm talking about, and I think every kid had that fear where they'd get their tie pulled into the lathe during woodwork. So lots of happy flashbacks to that. The new entry has a lot going on with it, and where we pick up in the aftermath of last week. There we ended with the kids managing to snap a picture of Pennywise. In a scene that's very reminiscent of the Losers Club riding through the town in chapter 1 and 2, they rush through the centre of Derry to head to Chief Bowers. As they turn the corner, we can see Nan's luncheonette, which also featured in Stephen King's Needful Things, which rhymes.
But I'm not a rapper.
Across the street we have Palmer's, which may be a nod to Chase Palmer, who wrote the original screenplay for it. Next to it we have the Jade Orient, which is the Chinese that later appeared in chapter 2, albeit somewhere different. We also have the Quality Meats and the Arrowhead Hotel. This might be a nod to the mist, as the military project there is called Project Arrowhead. As we reverse the shot, we get a better look at the other signs and can see McMurdy Studios. James McMurdy was a character in Under the Dome, which is something King also penned. We also have wood repairs, but I couldn't really relate that to anything beyond it being very generic, but let me know below if there's an Easter egg that springs to mind. As they pass over the bridge, we also see the river running underneath it. This of course links to the sewers, and it's something that later appears when Will goes fishing. Many people have drowned in this river in Derry, or that's at least what the story was. But yeah, a lot of them were grabbed by Pennywise and their bodies then floated down the river. Arriving at the chief's, surprise, surprise, he doesn't bloody believe it.
I don't believe it!
He even plays a prank by pretending to see something before turning the photo around. This is something that we actually theorized last week, but to be honest, it was pretty obvious he wasn't going to stop the clown, because yeah, we've all seen chapter 1. There's also the fact that Lily's been in a mental asylum several times, and yeah, you can see why you just brush it to the side. It also goes beyond just simply being a photo, and the adults can't actually see anything. There's nothing there, and despite Pennywise being in the last one, the adults just see a statue. In the book, Bill has a photo album in Georgie's room that he sees blood coming out of, and his parents can't see it at all. It's also similar to how Alvin Marsh can't see the blood in the bathroom. The adults are often blind to whatever Pennywise is doing, which further isolates the kids and makes them seem crazy, or like they're just wasting time or just making shit up. Lily's then threatened with Juniper Hill Asylum once again, and they're told to stay out of police business. I do wonder if they might find more help at the army base, and in this episode Leroy sees firsthand what's going on with Will. It's a far cry from what usually happens, as the parents are normally deaf to their kids' pleas. However, this kind of throws a curveball and makes it seem like they might actually have some adults on their side for once. And from here we cut to the school gym and Ronnie compares it to Dracula. She says you couldn't see the vampire's reflection in the movie, which might be the 1931 Universal Classic or the 1958 Hammer horror version. It's of course also basically her grabbing references from the thing that she loves, which is of course the cinema. Dracula and vampires also get a nod in the book as Pennywise appears resembling Kurt Barlow from Salem's Lot, aka Dracula. In the vision, it has a mouth filled with razor blades that cut open its gums every time it speaks. It also appeared as some of the classic monsters of old in the book, and this included a werewolf and also the creature from the Blue Lagoon. Will then says that he wants to find out if there was a history of something like this happening in Derry before. In case you don't know, in the book, Mike was actually the amateur historian, not Ben. He was the one fascinated with the town, and it was kind of a shame Mike got brushed to the side for the movie version. With that in mind though, this might be the show's way of trying to fix the change made in the movie, especially as Mike is Will's grandson. We've watched as they're doing something similar with Rose, and in the movie, Beverly got captured by Pennywise, whereas in the book she was slingshotting the twat with loads of different rocks and stuff. Or I think it was melted down silver, it was a silver bullet or something. Either way, Ronnie mentions that Lilly could ask her mother if she's heard of any weird things that have happened in the past. Rich rightly says there was nothing that would get the adults to believe them, but luckily, Lilly has a mate who does. She catches up with a head of housekeeping from Juniper Hill who remembers that some kids went missing in the 30s. This was something that coincided with the Great Depression, which was one of the lowest points in America. Actually, just watch John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, might be doing a breakdown soon, and there they mention that there were bodies piled high in the streets. Gone were the roaring 20s, and on October 24th, 1929, aka Black Thursday, the stock market crashed. I'll save you the economics and history lesson, but essentially people became dirt poor overnight. But yeah, it was basically about borrowing money to buy stocks on the margin and lending it to people who had no capital, but thankfully that'll never happen again.
Hey, there's a bubble.
But yeah, during the 30s, kids went missing overnight and people assumed they'd left the town to live a better life. So this is why it wasn't a huge mystery like 1962 and 1989. She says though that with good friends anything is possible, which is something her father told her. Now if you watched our breakdown last week, you may recall that we think she's Mrs. Kersh. So that means her father was Pennywise the dancing clown. This is someone that it became, and using this persona it then lured kids in. This ended up becoming its favourite form, and we have met Stanley Kersh in the show during episode 2. But I did theorise at the time it might have been Pennywise. Look, I know I say every adult is Pennywise, but I think that was Pennywise. Especially because of the red paper and string meat packets that resembled the balloon. I'm not crazy, you hear? I do wonder if she is revealed to be Mrs. Kersh, then if that means that is indeed its form rather than her father. Or brother. I don't know mate, age is kind of everywhere on it. And yeah, it just kind of speaks to the economy we live in when even a glamour from the Macroverse has got to get a job to survive this economy. Now, we can also see she's wearing red, and the circles on her blouse could be little balloons. That might be reaching, I'll be honest, but it could explain why she can remember the previous cycles and believes Lilly while others don't. As we've been mentioning in a lot of our breakdowns, they have basically said that Season 2 is going to be set in the 30s, Season 3 is going to be 1908, and if she's the kid who was at the circus, then we could see her, young Rose, young Shaw just messing around as kids. Now, if we go back to that, I do think that she probably saw the creature masquerading as her dad and realised there was something wrong with the town. She does deny though seeing anything like Lilly, but we also know Pennywise can make you forget. Even Bill in the book says he barely remembered what happened to Georgie, and it was only after Mike's call that he recalled he was murdered. Before that, he just vaguely remembered he had a brother, and then all of a sudden he didn't. And that was the end of it. He didn't really know why he didn't have a brother all of a sudden. So I do wonder if Kersh's memories might come back and we could see more of the things from 1908. Because yeah, I think that little girl was indeed her. Now, as you know, Pennywise also takes her form down the line, and this series could be showing how that happens. The Derry curse is real though, and while Leroy and Charlotte believe Will, they are new to the area, so they may not have been fully put under the Derry spell. Either way, we then go to Charlotte looking at the newspaper. The paper leads with Hank being arrested and blamed for the cinema massacre. They also use a racial word to describe him, rather than just saying like, local man arrested. This kind of shows how they're weaponizing racism at the time to play on people's prejudice and make them assume he's guilty. Like, you wouldn't see the headlines say local white man, so it just kind of furthers the divide. What this does though is get Charlotte thinking. As we see, she later helps Hank with his due process. Right at this moment, Rose shows up with the furniture she bought. Mrs. Hanlon asks her about her family, and Rose explains that her ancestors are from the area but roamed all the way to Nova Scotia. However, manifest destiny ruined all of that. It's a phrase that was first written by John L. O'Sullivan in 1845 that expressed a desire to spread westward and colonize every part of North America. It is something we later see, and again, it's another part of Derry's history from the book. Now, though she's doing some great deliveries, Rose is actually here to probe into what the military's really doing. Shaw lied last week and said they were doing oil surveys, but she clearly knows
that was a fucking lie.
As we find out later, she's actually sent him to a bunch of spots where there's zero connection to Pennywise. And I love the duplicity with the character. She's kind of being friendly to everyone, but trying to keep the secrets of the city safe while stopping them from discovering the truth. Mrs. Hanlon says how Leroy keeps lots of secrets, and there's clearly something more to Shaw's plans than what he told Rose. She then hints that something bad's going on in Derry and tells Charlotte to keep the people that she loves close. I suspect that the kids may speak to her in a future episode, and she may even die in the series. I do still believe that Taniel's the Native American guy that we see in It Chapter 2, where Mike basically goes to learn the ritual of Chud. So if that is true, he at least lives long enough for that. With Rose though, all bets are off the table. And she then gives Charlotte her phone number and says to call if she sees anything spooky. No doubt she will be straight on the phone to her, considering Will has 2 Pennywise encounters this episode. We then cut to Dick and his friends who are on their way to check out their new hangout. After his encounter with Pennywise last week, Shaw granted him any favour he wanted. This is something Halloran instantly took him up upon after his tent had a major leak and his friends wanted him to use his special privileges. A storm always precedes the coming of Pennywise, and this was an omen that he was indeed in the town. But yeah, it's kind of pushed them to this place where they're clearly going to make the Blackspot, and Pennywise coming down and causing the leak, pushing them here. It's going to make some sense later on in the series, I think. But yeah, a bit stupid asking for this, mate. You could have had this.
2 chicks at the same time, man.
But now they've been given an old requisition shed, which is just like the books. They can't drink in town as Chief Bowers has pressed the barkeep to kick them out, so now they're going to make the best joint in Derry. It is a little bit different from the book, as Mike's dad Will was one of the soldiers who helped found the Blackspot. This was due to the town council pressuring Major Fuller to stop the black guys from drinking in town. However, due to them changing lots of things with the timeline, such as, Mike being a kid whose dad died in the fire, Will not being a soldier, and Leroy being his grandfather who looks after him, they've changed lots of things about. And yeah, Leroy isn't involved in the setup of the Blackspot like how Will was in the book. Now, as they're driving to the building, we can hear What I'd Say by Ray Charles. This song is foreshadowing this place will soon become the best nightclub in town. It all kind of ties back to episode 1 when Leroy and Paulie stepped off the plane and were saying there were no good Chinese restaurants and no good clubs or bars or something. But yeah, in the book we learn that people from the town turn up, and eventually this drew the ire of the Legion of White Decency. As they enter, we also see the fence sign state, "Danger, keep out," and as we can see, this is a wooded area. As we later learn, the West Wood is where it is contained. So I do wonder if this building is part of that area, and ultimately why things don't go according to plan. We will once more have a spoiler section at the end of the video where we discuss this more in detail, but yeah, I'm sure if you go, it's difficult to avoid it at this point. Like, the book's like, I don't know how many years old, and we keep talking about it every week, but it's very important. But yeah, this being in Pennywise's territory, I feel it's very ominous, and as we see, Dick starts to get visions. Anyway, the soldiers show up at this old rundown building packed with stuff that even the military doesn't want, which kind of shows what they also think about their black soldiers. However, they're miles away from the base, so they can pretty much do whatever they want, and they think no one's gonna bother them. Maybe a mess, but they can make it into what they want, and one of them mentions putting a grill or hot plate so they can make their own food. What they're planning is pretty much similar to what we get in the books, as there they had a grill and deep fryer as well as a bar. Dick actually cooked at this, and it sort of laid the groundwork for him becoming the cook at the Overlook.
Hey, Halloran, maybe you could get like a grill or a hot plate or something. We could turn this into a kitchen. Throw a little chow down for the fellas.
It also reminds me a lot of Sinners, where Smoke and Stack set up their own joint. Right now, there's a hell of a lot of work to do, but Dick starts to feel something that could be foreshadowing seeing his grandma in a vision later on. Or it may be foreshadowing the greater story with the black spot from the books, which we will talk about in our spoiler section. We then go to the school and see the kids watching an atomic explosion PSA. This of course plays off the opening credits where we have the teacher playing something similar. The hand holding this machine is also Pennywise, and it plays in the atomic scare at the time. Now, this film is titled Duck and Cover, and it was a real movie released during 1952. Contains Bert the Turtle, who was seen in episode 1 as some poor kid had to dress up as the character. Though it's a real film, this is referencing Maturin the Turtle, who is the rival and opposite to Pennywise. They existed together within the Macroverse, and the turtle then vomited up our universe, which is now where it sails through this space. Yeah, was a lot of coke being done at the time of writing this novel. But yeah, that's where all of King's books take place, and I know we've mentioned it a lot of times in our breakdowns, but just in case you haven't seen them, that's the short version of it. Anyway, it, or the Deadlights as it's known, came to this world and then caused havoc. The turtle ended up guiding Bill and basically psychically told him that it was scared of him. So Bill was advised to battle it with Maturin's mental fortitude and faith. The movies never included this, strangely enough, and instead they opted to basically do the ritual of Chud, but a less complicated version. For the films, it was also changed to a Native American ritual, whereas in the book, it was performed by the Himalayans. However, this is why they keep showing us turtles throughout the show, and it's usually in little things like the stuff on Lilly's bracelet. This was also picked by Maddie, and I did wonder last week if this may have protected him due to the fan theory that he was still alive. Speaking of Deadlights, we've also just launched our new Deadlights t-shirt based on the original poster of The Thing. It's one of my favourite designs that we've ever done, and it's also accompanied by this brand new Losers Club one as well. We also have our Dancing Clown one and the Derry Balloon one as well. The more you buy, the more of a discount you get, and huge thank you to everyone who's picked one up. Lilly then spots her mate looking at her and smiling, which seems like the friends may rekindle their friendship, yay! However, it's all just a trick by Patty to basically bully her, and it leads to a horrendous scene. Rushing home, Will's mum's found the photos that he and his friends took. Luckily though, he didn't have a copy of Razzle hidden away in his sock drawer like your boy here. He ends up telling her the truth though, and how he's trying to help clear Ronnie's dad of the charges. The truth about the graveyard ghost spills out, and this only spurs her on to help Hank even more. The truth is kept from his dad though, as he still thinks he was around at a friend's house. Instead, Charlotte mentions how he fancies a girl to reduce the tensions in the room. He just wants to get away from dinner right away, and I loved how Leroy fishes to see what the girl's like. We've seen how the pair have somewhat of a strained relationship, as Leroy just wants him to like baseball and heavy spoilers and stuff, but Will wants to read science books like an idiot. He seems apprehensive, but the guys end up going fly fishing. This appears to be on the Kenduskeag, which is mentioned several times in the book. It's a hunting ground of Pennywise, and a lot of the kids that were killed were found floating face down in it. Hence the phrase, they all float. I also wonder if they're in the Western Wood where it resides. The area is similar to where Dick's new hangout's located, and we don't know exactly how far the territory stretches. Leroy teases him about Ronnie, and they almost catch a fish together. However, Will is left alone, which is when Pennywise loves to strike. A koi fish comes floating in, which Will is of course mesmerised by at first. Koi fish were first introduced into America about 100 years ago, but even now, they're still seen as pretty exotic, mainly due to them being reserved to koi ponds and koi farms. So Will seeing this immediately catches his eye, kinda like the balloons that Pennywise uses to distract its prey. And yeah, if you go back to It Chapter 2, the baseball scene, there's a little firefly that leads the girl into its jaws. So maybe it's good Will doesn't like baseball. The waters then bubble, and Will is grabbed by a vision of his father who's burnt up with white eyes. It's a nightmare he had back when his father was fighting in the Korean War, and it's pretty similar to what we saw in the miniseries. There Ben saw a vision of his dad who had died during that conflict. He appeared over the waters of the Barrens, and then as a skeleton tried to pull him beneath it. In the book, when Mike's an adult, he also thinks about all the forms that it could take. In his mind, the scariest thing it could do is appear with his father's face. So this is kind of Muschetti's version of that. The vision then says, this obviously plays off You'll Float too, but it's been personalised for Will. It's a clever line, as we know that in the future, Will die in a fire. Leroy then rushes to save his son, and he does start to believe him as he can see the blood in his arms. There's also the mysterious red balloon that's floating at the river. In another nod to Ben, seeing his father, the book said he noticed a balloon floating against the wind. This freaked him out because it was moving unnaturally and started coming directly towards him. In terms of the movies, it plays off the one which appeared to Ben during Chapter 1 in the library. It's both a calling card and fits with the floating message that Pennywise is known for. I think the fact that Leroy can see it might also be because the Hanlons have just moved to Derry and haven't become indifferent and blind like the rest of the adults in town. As we know, when Leroy's much older and he's looking after Mike, he doesn't seem like the friendly, cheery guy that he is throughout here. But yeah, that's likely because his son died, but I do also wonder if it's because Pennywise finally got to him mentally. Leroy might also be able to see the balloon, as he of course knows the military's looking for the entity and saw all sorts of weird artifacts in the special hangar. So he'll naturally believe Will, and it's why later on he goes to confront people at the base. Anyway, we then cut to the police station, where the radio is talking about shipments to Cuba. The Cuban Missile Crisis is slowly brewing in the background, and this is why Shaw wants to control it. The only way to defeat communism is a billion-year-old cosmic space light from another dimension. Bowers is listening intently and clearly shares the fear that a lot of people have about the atomic apocalypse. Charlotte's here though to report what happened in the graveyard, but she uses it as a pretense to discuss Hank's case. He says how this isn't the South and they're treating him by the book. As we learn though, Charlotte finds a loophole in his case. She then makes her way to a phone booth and we see a sign for the Derry Press. The papers from this have appeared throughout the franchise, and the sign's just a nice bit of world building that I appreciate. Across the street we also have the Capitol Cinema, which has closed on the signage. Not really an Easter egg, but just a nice bit of set dressing that keeps up with the story. Charlotte then looks in the phone book, and I checked each of these names to see if there was a hidden Easter egg or a character from another thing, but I couldn't spot any. I spent ages just getting return results. Rick Grimes from Walking Dead. It's not him. He's not connected to Stephen King. But yeah, if you know below, more than happy to read your comments. She then attempts to pry some information out of Leroy's mother. She helped other wrongfully accused men as part of the civil rights movement. Now I thought that the witness was either fake or Lilly said she saw him, so she wasn't sent back to Juniper Hill. However, even Hank's mother thinks that he wasn't in his room that fateful night. It turns out though that he's not talking about where he was for a very good reason, which we'll discuss in just a bit. After this conversation though, Charlotte heads back to the police station and is then spotted by Paulie. It sounded like the family had a lot of trouble in Shreveport, and Leroy no doubt doesn't want her getting involved with any movement up here. Keep saying Shreveport as well. I keep getting flamed in the comments. Write it below how you pronounce it, please. I'll try and get it right next week. We're going to keep trying. No, but this is all a learning experience and I'm just learning and trying to grow. On the wall we have lots of missing posters and all their names are people that worked on the show. In the top left is Peter Bodell, who works in the art department, and this is alongside Daniel Van Helding. We also have trainee assistant art director Joey Bielich, and yeah, nice little Easter eggs there guys, well done putting yourselves in. Charlotte then heads in with permission from Hank's mother to go and visit him, and she goes off and threatens Bauer's deputy with the wrath of the civil rights movement. She brings up Martin Luther King, JFK and RFK and says they'll all come and make it so she can see Hank. The Freedom Riders are also mentioned as well. They were a mixed race group who would ride into state buses to protest segregation. Having little stomach for the media circus that would ensue, the officer then lets her go see Hank. The prisoner hasn't even had a bail hearing yet, which is totally illegal, so because of that he can skip bail and end up on house arrest instead. But she needs to investigate what he was actually doing on the street at the time. He never did anything to the kids, which we do know, but he wasn't in his room. As it turns out though, Hank was doing it with a married woman. Just to make matters worse though, she's a married white woman, and in 1950s Maine, it's one of the worst things he could have done. If the truth comes out, as he mentions, he'd probably get killed for it, and Emmett Till was murdered just 7 years prior, and it was, massively in the public conscious at the time. And kind of again, playing into the fears of racism that Pennywise is kind of weaponizing. Now, just as we mentioned last week, he's been wrongfully accused just like Andy Dufresne. That character was sent to Shawshank around this time after he was framed for killing his wife. He found her with another man and was thought to have killed them both. However, in reality, the murderer was a common burglar and poor old Andy was simply just sent down for it. So it's kind of playing upon that, but doing it with the racial commentary attached. Now, if he does get sent to Shawshank, he might even see Red and Andy from that story as well, as the timelines match up. Meanwhile, the lads are cleaning up the future Blackspot, while you can't judge a book by its cover by Bo Diddley's playing. It works here as the guys thought the place looked rubbish and thus they judged it before seeing its full potential. Dick was the one who saw that though. Due to his ability to look into the future, I do also wonder if he has vision like that to help him see potential. You know, like he's got visions of the future, but he might also have vision of how good it's going to be. Now the title, You Can't Judge a Book by Its Cover, could also refer to race, as bigotry and stereotypes are sadly applied to these men, which is why they have to drink out in the woods. However, they are making the most of it and they've got a piano set up, and in the book they had a little band going with a few of the soldiers. Beyond that, they've got the ability to have booze, which makes it slightly different to the novel. This is because there it happened during the early 1930s, which was the Prohibition era. That basically stopped everyone from drinking though, well legally, and as we know, that was eventually overturned. Dick then has another vision of his grandmother, and a plug hole flashes in his mind, which kind of foreshadows the bathroom we see later on. This is also where Lilly and Bev had an encounter with Pennywise, and the plugs of course lead down into the sewers, which is where the creature lives at. The bathroom door then shuts, and between the flashes, the lights then resemble the deadlights. His grandmother then warns him to stay safe and keep that lid on tight. This is referring to the box we mentioned last week, and she taught him to trap the scary undead in one, which he then taught to Danny and Doc to sleep. In the book, we learn Dick's grandfather abused him, and even after he died, he'd still continue to haunt him. So, I think this might be him either remembering his grandfather abusing him, or seeing him after he died. Or possibly it's a link to Dick seeing Leopold Street later on, like a sort of clue. It's his worst fear though, and the deadlights might end up opening his box and unleashing his grandfather's spirit. Now at the moment, this is merely a warning from beyond the grave, similar to how Dick's ghost helped Danny in the movie version. The flashes then end as Leroy comes to ask Dick about what the heckins is going on. He tells Leroy not to dig too much into what's happening, but Leroy grabs him to try and get the truth. The screen then blurs and Dick has a look of horror on his face. Despite Leroy asking him to stay out of his head last week, Halloran has accidentally peered into his mind. However, I do wonder if this was him seeing Leroy's future. In the book, Dick guides Will out of something major, which we'll talk about in that spoiler section. Most likely though, Dick saw what happened at the river and is playing coy about the whole koi fish thing. Hey. Oh, thank you, I'm the best, I'm the greatest. But yeah, Dick knows that it is targeting children, and it's kind of in his nature to protect kids from these evils. Hence the entire story of The Shining. Halloran has never seen anything like this though, and cracks when Leroy keeps pressing him. He excuses himself and says he's just following orders and doesn't know what he saw, but will eventually find out. Cutting to Will and the others at the standpipe, he then tells the kids about what he witnessed. The kids then share their stories about how they've seen the creature as well, and it's a scene that's also playing off the one in the book and pretty much all the adaptations. Now he correctly theorizes that it wants to scare them first. The adrenaline and cortisol will flood the body, and Will mentions how predators like the taste of it in prey. Something that was also mentioned in the book, and Pennywise liked to induce fear so that the chemicals would quote-unquote salt the meat, which is literally what the text says. Luckily though, it's the 60s and Valium is everywhere, yeah! Lilly steals her mother's mummy's little helper and she hands them out to her mates. These were largely targeted at housewives because, you know, the sexism of the time. But yeah, this was so they could continue keeping the house together and not think bad thoughts. For God's sakes, woman, you're being hysterical. Considering her husband's dead though, and Lilly keeps being sent to the asylum, I cannot blame her for taking them. It was so common at the time now that the Rolling Stones even had a song called Mother's Little Helper. Meth was also marketed as a weight loss drug that helped with depression, and yeah, at the time they were just giving all these drugs out to everyone.
Whenever she's really nervous about stuff, like bills.
Bills being a fear of adults is actually also mentioned in the book, and there it said this is one of the main reasons that Pennywise targets kids. It's just easier to manifest as a scary monster than like showing up as a mortgage payment or like bill collectors at your door, that sort of thing. The kids then decide that when it comes for them, they'll take one and it'll be all gravy. By doing this, they'll stay calm and won't be affected by fear, and it's sort of the same thing that Leroy's been afflicted with. And that takes us to theory time, motherfucking theory time. Yeah, so as we know, Lilly is constantly given threat of Juniper Hill. As we see in the opening credits, this is where they perform lobotomies on kids. So I do wonder if Pennywise will just end up haunting her constantly and she'll smash more stuff than the like button. Her mother may finally push her to get a lobotomy and this will leave her in a constant state of sedation. It's something that the doctor first brought up when we visited her at the hospital, and the fact they said that line then, being like, this is what could happen, and then we're in a TV show where there's episodes, I do feel like she's probably going to get a lobotomy. However, there will be some benefits to this, and Pennywise won't really be able to attack her. She'll just be in that constant state of like zoned out, and thus the clown will have nothing it can use to harm her. So yeah, that's kind of what I think's going to happen with the character, and it's a fantastic way to show the positive sides of lobotomies. Yay! Anyway, that's into theory time. Theory time. Yes, that's into theory time right there. Cutting to the classroom, we see the seeds of Marge's crash out are laid here and learn about worms that burrow in snails' eyes. This is great! They then flourish and look like flashing antennas, which then cause birds to swoop down and eat them. Fantastic! More stuff I want to know about. Patty then pushes Marge to reconnect with Lilly, but it's only so they can prank her later on. I saw a lot of people thinking Marge would end up corrupted like Henry Bowers, but this episode shows she's really just there to make Lilly look crazy. Shaw then gets desperate as they're no closer to finding the crash site. He plans to trap the kids who keep spying on them though, which catches Taniel out later. He suggests opening the gate so that they're tempted to come in and get a better look at what's going on. We know that Taniel was eager to do more, but Rose said he was needed and she couldn't risk losing him. But like most young dudes, he just can't help himself. Meanwhile, Marge and Lilly have lunch together, and things have changed between them since she got back from the asylum. Seems genuine, but it's all a plot to pretend the jock Tim Flanagan is into her. And Flanagan might be a nod to Mike Flanagan, who often works with Stephen King. He's of course going to ridicule her in front of everyone, and you can see it's weighing heavily on Marge. Now I know you could have the read, she's a piece of shit, absolute piece of shit, and she deserves to die, mate, but I think the fact the clown attacks shows how vulnerable that she is. Pennywise tends to strike when you're mentally at your lowest or you're alone. She's in the bathroom with Lilly, but it still makes a move. I think this is because, yeah, no one gives a shit about Lily's opinion anyway because she seems crazy, and Marge is clearly mentally torn up about the whole thing.
I can't believe Tim likes me.
Which is kind of devastating. She wants to fit in with the patty cakes though, but the price is the humiliation of her childhood friend. It's the typical high school story as well, as Patty's the cheerleader who bullies the weirdo. Marge is then pushed to go into the toilet and make sure that Lilly comes out humiliated. She really wants to tell the truth though, and almost does before her eyes turn into cones filled with worms. Possibly as a way to also make Lilly stop from learning the truth, because she's going to think that guy still fancies her, and when she's at the asylum she'll be like, he still loves me, and then when she comes out, she'll be even more crushed. So yeah, Pennywise is kind of killing two birds with one stone here. It's very reminiscent of King's other absolute classic, Carrie, and there are girls bullied by the in crowd and then humiliated in front of the whole school at prom. This causes her to unleash her psychic powers, but here, the clown's the one who's doing it. Marge then attempts to tell Lilly what's really going on as her eye starts to fill with blood and worms. I don't know what it is about eyes, mate, but ever since I saw the robot transformation in Superman 3, I've hated stuff involving them. She also drops her glasses and we see as one lens smashes while the other one drops out. It's just the one lens that comes out and it foreshadows her losing just the one eye, with this even being the eye that she ends up damaging. Lilly thinks that it's time to pop the pillow, but she ends up dropping it down the toilet, which is ironic considering that Pennywise resides down in the sewers. Marge then runs into the woodwork class and jams a file into her eye before rushing to the jigsaw, which is a great plan. And yeah, hearing it whizzing on and seeing her feet slipping on the pipe, nightmare fuel. The kids then rush in and catch Lilly holding the file, and Marge's eyes have gone back to normal, albeit one's been stabbed by the looks of it. But it's kind of like finding the killer holding the knife. Once again, she's looked at like she's crazy and will probably be kept in the asylum for longer, as it appears like she's hurt someone. Yay for lobotomies! Further plays into the plan to isolate the group though and push them all further and further away. The nurse saying they were stronger together is kind of playing into this, and it's also something the officer said to the kids in the book. There it's because he thought there was a killer about and that staying together would stop them being easy targets. But obviously we know the killer clown likes to isolate them and that's why it pushes them to be divided. We then cut to Charlotte chopping tomatoes, which is an absolutely diabolical edit. Leroy then confronts her over helping out Hank. He doesn't want her stirring the pot, which is something she agrees to. Well, to his face at least. The curse seems to be taking him as he wants to turn a blind eye to what's going on in Derry for his own selfish gain. Or it may just be his fears in general due to them having to move. Leroy doesn't want more trouble to be caused by his wife that will draw attention to the family. However, Charlotte says there's always going to be trouble no matter what. Now, I said fear with Leroy, but with him having his condition, I do wonder how that extends. Obviously, you know, Leroy doesn't feel fear as we know it, but this may be in a sort of fight or flight way. I'm guessing that he still gets worried because, yeah, he obviously flags stuff with the creatures up to shore. Will then has a nightmarish vision about his dad after staring at the solar system model hanging from the ceiling. I like how the entity came crashing down from space, and then Will has a nightmare caused by looking at a model of it. This theme's then reinforced when he looks through his telescope and gazes at the night sky. Will then moves the telescope down and looks around the streets. This is something his dad wanted to do, but Will said they shouldn't. So he saw Pennywise while doing something that was considered as being wrong. Pennywise looks just like they did in the photo last week, and it's different to chapter 1 and 2. Maybe the clown is currently gaining power, which is why it hasn't spoken to the kids yet. We also see the silver eyes, which were brought up in the book. There they were said to be like silver dollars and are what Georgie witnessed down in the basement. When Dick saw the cistern, only a few kids were floating as well, but in chapter 1, there were lots and lots and lots. So Pennywise might need to feast a lot more before they're the happy, jovial clown from the movies. It also has white hair with bells on it that we saw the kid have in 1908. It's a second scare for Will, and he tells his dad about what happened. Leroy doesn't believe it's a supernatural being though, and just thinks it's someone watching the house. Which, to be fair, as we've seen, the neighbours are constantly looking at him, and Pennywise is likely weaponizing this racial fear. Now, initially, he thinks it's because of what Charlotte's been doing with Hank, and the stalking and harassment are starting again. Which, again, could be showing that the curse might be getting to him. He then goes out with a fire iron, makes a noise in the street, and I did wonder if this was going to cause issues next week. So yeah, he might be seen as crazy, but it's after he sees the balloon that he decides to confront Shaw to find out just exactly what it is they're chasing. Leroy's then taken to see Daniel, who's about to be interrogated by Dick. The lad spits on Halloran, which means the information is going to be extracted the hard way. Dick holds his hands to his head, and this reminded me a lot of Professor X. The fingers held up to his forehead also look like he's trying to activate his third eye. Initially, he starts with 3 digits on it until he eventually slips down to the 1. This is him trying to hold it together, but slowly the control slips away and he's sticking it like that. Now, this finger is thought to represent power, which might be why he does it. In Hinduism, Shiva also referred to the third eye as being the third-eyed lord. Apparently, it represents knowledge and the detection of evil, which Dick is doing here. It also appeared a fair bit in Doctor Strange, so yeah, that's where I know it from, mate. It does seem to be quite taxing on Halloran though, as he goes deep into Daniel's mind. I even wondered if Daniel had training to try and resist psychic attacks like this or from it. The ritual of Chud also involves entering the minds of others, and thus it might be something he's adept at. Now, why I thought of this was because Daniel seems to resist with quite a lot of force. Both of them end up gripping the table, and it's reminiscent of the moment where Marge gripped the workbench, then cut off her eyes. Yay! Dick then enters his mind, and it again looks like the Void from Stranger Things.
Right guys, it's a bit of an insert here, yeah? Last week on the video I was getting loads of comments going, you said the boy from Stranger Things, and then showed a picture of 11. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? I don't remember saying that. And I literally spent all week looking through the video, finding where it was. And then watching back this edit, I realised it was the Void from Stranger Things. I didn't say the boy, I said the Void. The Void, that's what I said.
Each memory is represented by a door, and doors like this are something they've had throughout the franchise. In Newbold Street during Chapter 1, we had a sort of multiple choice thing with lots of doors like this. In Chapter 2, when the Losers Club were fighting Pennywise, they also went hurtling through other doors. Dick then enters one and sees Daniel playing with soldiers and a big bear, which is clearly the favourite toy. Obviously, the colonial forces overthrew his people, so you can see why he'd be playing as the bear beating them. Bears in the spirit of the bears, heavily steeped in Native American culture, and they also represent strength and courage. Now, this is the moment that Daniel was told the significance of the tribe and the Western Wood Monster. He's told that the story is actually real and not just a story to make sure kids don't play in the woods. As he tells it, we can also see it crash land. It's just like what Mike saw when the tribe showed him the origin in Chapter 2. Again, telling you that old guy who told him that is Daniel grown up. In the Inside the Episode video on YouTube, Kimberly Norris Guerrero, who plays Rose, she did mention how the tribe is called the Children of Maturin. I fully expect we might actually finally see Maturin when the tribe learns about the ritual of Chud. But yeah, that's a theory, and it then crashed and left parts of the casing material on the ground. This is where the losers fought Pennywise at the end of Chapter 2, and it then escaped the crash site and flew around the woods. with the deadlights going into the sky just like how they did in Chapter 2. Now the first people then arrived in the area and used parts of what carried it to make a weapon. Considering that it was encased in this rock-like material that scares and traps it, the encasing itself might have been a prison. It's by far the most we've ever learned about the creature, and we see its many forms, including that of the beast that it's encountered on the planet. We see how it can take the form of a moose, and there's a moose loose about this hoose. In the book, Mike's dad also saw it appear as a giant bird after the fire at the Blackspot. It also appeared as wolves and spiders, and animals that people found frightening. Now the tribe initially lived in peace as they never went near the western woods. Life was chill, and then the fucking settlers came to the area, and despite being warned, they decided to go and do it anyway. But yeah, they were killed and then used to feed it, which made it more and more powerful. We can also see that a priest was killed, which becomes a very important vision later on. Missionaries attempted to convert the indigenous populations to Christianity, and yet not even the cross protects them from the deadlights. Due to the settlers feeding it, the being was then able to hunt outside of where it landed. I feel like this might be a reference to an event from the book that took place in 1741. The original settlers of Derry actually went missing, which King basically based off the Roanoke colony disappearance. In the book, a total of 340 people disappeared, and it was one of the main mysteries of Maine. The tribe then came up with the idea to leave, however a girl decided to try and get more stones to make daggers. However, they were followed by her mother and a war party that ended up being wiped out by it. The natives were of course also scared by the settlers, which is why it appeared as zombified colonizers. It then turned into the priest and made itself huge, which we have seen in characters like the Mrs. Kersh form and also the Skeleton Man. We then see the deadlights and a tiny Jesus baby comes out of the chest of the priest, like a chest burster from Alien. Now it does stand to reason that if a religious group came and killed your people and tried to take your land, you'd be scared of their god. The baby pops out and then stabs her with a spear, and this might be a nod to the Spear of Destiny. This is the lance that pierced Jesus Christ on the side of the cross, and we also see the teeth about to strike before her daughter chases the beast away. Using the dagger, she then went back and made shards to bury around the woods, and this would basically conceal the creature. They also bury the shards in a turtle shell, which again ties back to maturing. Now, since then, the tribe has guarded where the shards are buried, and basically kept the area safe and make sure it never escapes. I do wonder though how it's still able to leave, as clearly it's been just roaming about the town the whole time. Like the whole cinema massacre, yeah, and the stuff at the high school, it's clearly these stones ain't working, mate. Not like this stone I've got that keeps tigers away, mate. That always works for me. I do wonder if Pennywise is doing this through the sewers though, and going under the daggers that way. We then see the heroes enter the cave to it, and later on this connects to the sewers in Chapter 2. Either way, they want to cage it instead of killing it, and it's possible we saw them bringing together these totems in Chapter 2 when we see the ritual being explained by Mike. I love how the memory then starts to break though, as Dick interrupts the story and asks where the pillars are. He's just like the settlers who ignored the danger and just did what they wanted. And it's reasons like this why Daniel ended up spitting at him. This is shown expertly though, as we see him creepily smile, and he's far from the force of good that helped Danny Torrance. I did wonder what was going on here as well, as it seems so out of character from the way he's been portrayed in like everything ever. Even the way the eye dropped and he then appeared, I did think, is that Pennywise? I'm telling you, mate, every adult in the show's Pennywise. If it is the creature playing him though, then this could be it finding out where the shards are and then removing them that way. It has used people in the past as puppets, just like Henry Bowers, and potentially it could be getting others to do its bidding. Now we learn that the pillars can be found via the well under 29 near Bolt Street. In the Weeks Ahead trailer, we see the soldiers going into the sewers, so no doubt that's where we're heading next. The sewers themselves are extensive, and according to King, the public works actually lost track of where they were built. As such, many workers and people became lost over the years. They were built after catastrophic floods, which ended up being an underground road network for Pennywise to feast with absolute ease. I think it's going to be a big plot point for episode 5, and likely ramp up to us getting our first look at Skarsgård in the role. Please, it's been 4 weeks now. I really enjoyed the episode again though, and I think the series has done such a great job of fleshing things out. Even just learning about the backstory of the creature and how the tribes fought it, it was an amazing little segue. And yeah, overall, really enjoyed it. Another solid entry, and that takes us to the spoiler section. Yeah, spoilers and shit we call it. Now, as for what's going on with the Blackspot, well, eventually they do set up a bar, but the Legion of White Decency descend on it and start a fire that burns the whole thing down. Kills over 66 people, and in the book, Dick guides Will out of the fire, which I'm guessing is going to be Leroy in the show. But yeah, he does this using his psychic abilities, so Leroy showing up burned to Will might be foreshadowing that fire. But obviously, we know Leroy survives, so might not. He's going to get out of it. Have faith. Pennywise is seen at the scene of the black fire, though, and the Weeks Ahead trailer had a massive fire at it. So I do think this will probably happen, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. And don't cut your eyes out if you want to see it. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host, Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down Welcome to Derry. Episode 5 is now here, and it's packed with Easter eggs, big reveals, and lots of nods to the book. We watch as our characters descend below Derry, and it unearths something more than just Pennywise. As they say, pride always comes before a fall. There's some big lordums here that explain the past massacres, and also twist upon twist upon twist upon twist, so let's stop messing around and just dive into the episode.
Duck and cover, kiddos.
Okay, so we pick up right where last week's episode ended. Dick had entered Daniel's mind and found out a lot of truth around Derry. This included what the creature was, along with the 13 MacGuffins on how to contain it. As we've seen though, it can go beyond these barriers, which we'll talk about more in a bit because I have a bit of a theory on it. Dick is where we last left him though, with his index finger placed firmly on his third eye.
Matron.
This is a finger that's supposed to denote power and fortitude, and being pressed against the area of the mind is thought to play into one's sixth sense and make use you have psychic powers, you subscribe. Now across the table we see Daniels having a very bad time and foaming from the mouth. This echoes a moment from the Shining movie and is such a good callback. That happened when Jack Torrance entered room 237 and Danny went into a seizure while his dad hooked up with the sexy bath ghost lady. This was so strong Dick picked it up as well and then went into a trance himself. This is what made him travel to the Overlook, and it's nice having the mission that he had there sort of tying into how he has a mission here. Great Easter eggs all around. Here we have Dick now knowing where the totems are though, and this sets up things for the rest of the episode. In going down in the sewers, he gets a vision of his grandpa who threatens to open up his spiritual box. This is something Dick also told Danny about in Dr. Sleep, and it was a way to trap evil spirits. However, in bringing it across to here as well, it sets up a very interesting parallel. That spirit wants to use the ghosts in his box as they're so powerful, and this is something Shaw's also trying to do with Pennywise. We don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but we do know that the army doesn't get the creature. Spoiler alert there. Whether that's down to them failing or Shaw having a change of heart and actually listening to Rose, we don't know yet. But yeah, there is a possibility that he leaves it where it is. But we will break down that scene when we get to it. Cutting to Marge, we then see the aftermath of her vision last week. Her vision, eh? No pun intended there. Lily's come to see her while her parents are out of the room and she's getting seen to by the nurse. At this point, everyone thinks she did the massacre and also attacked Marge in the class. But Marge has covered for her, and we learn that she told people Lily was trying to help when her glasses broke. Should have gone to Specsavers, love. Throughout the episode though, she basically goes back to her old friend.
You won't be alone.
It only took a cosmic horror vision to reunite the two friends, yay! At the standpipe, we also get another reunion as well, well, sort of. Yes, Matty has seemingly returned, but as we learn, it was all a trick by Pennywise. However, they do a great bit of writing to make you think it's really him. The losers coming together to defeat the creature is a motif we expect, so by having him appear at the standpipe, it's such a clever way to play on our expectations.
Help me.
Now, in our first clue that something is off, we see his tense portrayed at a Dutch angle, which is typically shorthand for something being wrong. As we zoom in, there's also a little bit of wind there. It's similar to how Pennywise often reveals itself to people, and it's what happened when Henry received the knife in chapter 1. He also says how Pennywise sleeps during the day, which does feel very fairy tale-esque. However, if you've paid attention to any of Pennywise's attacks, mate, then you'll know that isn't the case. Georgie, who's like, that has to be up there as being like one of the most famous deaths in horror. He was, of course, grabbed during daytime. We also had stuff like the Paul Bunyan statue attack on Richie, it going for Stan as the painting lady, so on and so forth. Attacking Ben at the library. All things that happen in the day, the list goes on. Even Marge had her attack last week during the school day, so something about this story isn't checking out, mate.
Bullshit.
However, I liked how the creative team figured out what people would theorize about and then decided to lean into that and then put another twist on top of it. There has been a theory since episode 2 that Phil and Maddie are still alive, which we did see back in episode 2. As many of you pointed out, when Lilly saw the cereal boxes, Teddy and Susie's faces were decomposing. However, Phil and Maddie's faces were normal. So many people thought, including me, that those two actors were still alive. However, as we see, they're very much dead. You got me, you son of a bitch, Muschietti, you bloody got me.
I will remember you.
I also appreciate that the tent was yellow, much like the pacifier he sucked in episode 1. But it didn't suck it in this one, mate, because it's bloody Pennywise. Matty then tells a tale of how he was down there and kinda got stuck in the monster's lair. He says he made a break and escaped the labyrinth, and it reminds me of the Bogeyman, which is a folklore tale that varies from country to country. Stephen King even wrote a short story that had the Bogeyman as the villain, which was titled The Bogeyman. The novel also features a small fairy tale door which leads directly to the creature's lair. Along with that, King was also inspired by the folktale Three Billy Goats Grew Up when coming up with it. The story involves a troll living under a bridge, and King took this and changed it to a creature that lived in the sewers. In hindsight, when you're rewatching this scene, you'll notice Matty saying stuff like, I dragged Teddy down there and I held Susie as she bled to death. And yeah, knowing that it's the creature talking, it plays into what Matty says completely differently. As Matty tells the tale, we can also hear Susie's cries over the top, and he says that Phil is still alive. Matty also says no cops, like some gangster, and he says he'd rather go back to the sewers than back to his horrible, horrible home life. Which yeah, when I was hearing that, I was like, would you though, mate? Like, would you? I mean, I don't know how bad it was. It must have been bad because he ran away, but I don't know if your home life would have been worse than an interdimensional clown that terrifies you until you taste good enough for it to eat, and psychically enters your mind and plagues you with lots of visions, probably including your dad, which it tortures you with. Probably that as well. But yeah, I remember I had to watch Screen Crush once, and I'd rather live in the sewers with Pennywise than go back to that, mate. In hindsight, though, this is Pennywise. I love Ryan and Colton, really. I'm just every weekend like, what's your beef with Screen Crush? I'm good friends with them. I was texting them before. Texting them saying you were a fucking dickhead, but I was texting them still. We're in contact, we're friends.
Shut the f*** up, Ryan Airy.
In hindsight, though, this is Pennywise trying to make sure they don't go to the adults or have someone outside the group come face to face with Maddie. If they took Maddie to the police station, then Pennywise might have to reveal itself or keep up with the act. Instead, its plans to take them to the sewers. Once again, it fits in with the themes of abuse and childhood trauma that litter the book. The clown also spies on its prey before making its move, and it uses one's worst fear to terrorize its victims. Thus, it saw inside Maddie's head and came up with a story so it could make it believable, especially as it's a known fact that, yeah, his home life's terrible again. Like, even Hank was mentioning that in episode 1, so yeah, it was clearly known about the town. Ronnie then wants what she thinks is Maddie to show the police that he's alive, as it will exonerate her dad. I feel that Hank is integral to the Blackspot fire though, so this is also why Maddie says no to going to the police. We will talk about that more in the spoiler section at the end, in case you've been avoiding the trailers, but we also have a breakdown of the mid-season trailer going over some of the teasers that go beyond this entry, and clearly spoil what's going to happen. But more on that in just a bit. What do you mean the channel's called Heavy Spoilers? I hope you weren't expecting spoilers, mate. In the meantime, we then journey to the base and see Shaw explaining the pillars. He talks about how what Pennywise fell to Earth in has now been shattered into 13 totems. We did wonder if Pennywise was actually in prison in this case, and then it crashed to Earth by accident, kinda like the opening of The Thing. I feel like Shaw's trying to rationalize his plan, but Leroy is rightly pissed off he's been brought into this. Shaw then talks about the tribe, whose name I can't pronounce.
But the Scottawamscott tribe.
Cheers, mate, which translates to Tribe of Maturin. King's creation Maturin was actually based off Native American myths, and some believed that the world was actually on the back of a giant turtle. They theorized a grey flood would come and wipe things out, and this was greatly tied to the notion of destruction. Every Pennywise cycle also brings with it a great flood. The storm comes down and opens up the sewers, which is when the creature awakens. Maturin was the opposite to Pennywise, and the tribe have dedicated their lives to keeping it locked up. But now the monster must be freed and weaponized to fight communism. We must destroy the commies, damn it. And yeah, all this shit, and Leroy's just wanted a quiet place to come and live, away from all the noise. It's bitterly ironic though that the most evil town in the USA is where he's moved to have a normal life. The safest place for them at the moment though is on the base, but considering the Blackspot's a major event in the cycle, don't think it's going to be that good for them. The children of Maturin mention that every cycle ends in a massacre, with this one being the fire at the Blackspot. The previous one was the Bradley Gang massacre, and the one before that was of course the Kitchener Ironworks, which we do know are going to be the plots of season 2 and 3 respectively. Shaw's plan is to get the totems though, round them up and reduce the size of the cage, which will help contain the creature. And it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Not a great plan.
They then look at a map of the city, and there's some really interesting places on this. Firstly, in the top left, we have a triangle which says Old Derry Airfield. I believe that this is where the airbase is, and it's outlined in a triangle. Below that we have Juniper Hill, and then to the right of that we have 217, which might be a nod to Room 217, which was the Overlook's heart in the book, whereas in the movie it's 237. Along from that's a War Memorial Park, and then right at the bottom we can see the Derry High School. To the right hand side we also have train tracks which border along the Kitchener Ironworks, which has been circled. Helpful that. This massacre of course happened in 1908, and we do know that Major Shaw was there during that time. Now we have seen a similar thing to this map before. During the slide scene in It Chapter 1, Bill brought this up. It's through this that he realised all the major disappearances and events were connected by the sewer system which runs under the town. This came together at 29 Nearbolt Street, with that being the middle of everything, the epicenter. It also showed that the safe part of town was on the right hand side, which is where I'd live. Anyway, through that we can also see the Ironworks is right near where Georgie was grabbed, and that Shaw's also looking at it upside down as opposed to how Bill had it. But it kind of gives you a lay of the land. Bill also pointed out the well house, which is what Shaw says here too. Now he wants the guys to go in, contain the creature, and then says if you had it in a cage you could drop it on the enemies to save lives. Not a great fucking plan, mate. How are you going to get it back? Now, one thing I've forgotten to mention this season is just how much General Shaw reminds me of Twin Peaks, in that there's General Briggs, played by absolute legend Don S. Davis. He's running a US Air Force base that's actively hunting for paranormal activity, including the mysterious White Lodge. So he's similar to Shaw, but also Leroy, mainly due to Briggs also having troubles connecting to his son. Anyway, cutting to the children of Maturin, we learn the cycle of 62 has been milder than 35 and 08. However, there's still been losses. There's 25 disappearances and 7 confirmed deaths, with the victims ranging between 5 and 16. It's similar to Mike in Chapter 2, keeping an eye on the town and knowing the disappearances, which makes him realise it's come back. There's also a huge lore dump that explains how it can infect the town despite being trapped in the area of the Western Wood. We hear how it sheds, which has affected Derry's groundwater since the town was founded. This is why the citizens turn a blind eye to what it's doing and why the adults are so aggressive and horrible. This is something in the book that's known as the Derry Curse, and it caused the adults to become completely apathetic and angry. I did always kind of wonder, why it took such a while to work on people, and newcomers could arrive and be fine for years. However, this clears it all up. Mixed with the water, it must take a while to build up, and its effects don't happen right away. It also explains why a lot of its attacks happen near the sewers and connected to water, beyond being connected to the sewers in general. But stuff like Georgie getting grabbed at the drain, Will's attack while fishing, Marge in the school bathroom, Lily's bathroom at home, and Bev's bathroom, they're all connected by water. Even stuff like Georgie appearing to Bill in Bill's basement, that was when the basement was flooded. The Barrens is all of course tied to water as well, and it was a great way to add more lore to the creature. Now, the scouts have noticed that the residents of Derry have been a lot more aggressive than usual. We see this later with Hank's attempted assassination, and it supposedly means the cycle's going to end. For now. As mentioned, each cycle has a big bloody event which then ends that passage. After this, everyone gets to live in peace and they get quiet for 27 years. 100 if they manage to carry out the ritual of Chud. Now, beyond the 1935 Bradley Gang massacre and the 1908 Ironworks, I believe the town disappearance, which was compared to Roanoke, that was the event that happened before those two. However, the timeline might be off on that. 1989, of course, never had a big one, as the kids sent Pennywise to sleep before it could put an exclamation mark on that cycle. Then, when they were adults, they also stopped it as well, so those two cycles didn't have a massacre. Now, as we learn, the natives call the event
the augury.
Exactly.
This was an ancient practice of observing birds in Roman times. People would work out what their patterns could mean for future events, and it can also mean an omen or a prophecy. Pennywise also appeared as birds when it first came to Earth, so it makes sense that they'd give that name to it. Native Americans believed in stuff like thunderbirds and lots of different events like this, which often signaled what was going to come. So I do appreciate that Muschietti tied it in with that. Again though, they're completely off with it being a mild time, and that future event is, definitely going to be the Blackspot. Now this is sort of kind of a spoiler. The channel is called Heavy Spoilers, mate, what you expect. But yeah, this was shown 4 weeks ago, and we have seen an image of Pennywise in the Weeks Ahead trailer that shows him at a fire with a massive cleaver. The last person we saw with a cleaver was Mr. Kersh, and as we know, his wife's giving Hank the wank. So I do wonder if Hank will end up hiding at the Blackspot and Mr. Kersh will come and burn it down. He will then be revealed to be Pennywise and will have taken over Mr. and Mrs. Kersh in the process. We do know that Mrs. Kersh is a Pennywise form down the line, and if our theories about her being the young clown at the fair are correct, then it has taken on a form of her father, and also potentially her husband. Again, we will discuss this more in our spoiler section, as the mid-season trailer reveals quite a lot at what's going to come. What do you think this is? Heavy spoilers? Either way, Rose has informed that Daniel's been taken, as no one could stop him from heading to the dig site. I mention it every week, but just in case you missed it, I do think that Daniel is the elderly Native American character who teaches Mike the ritual of Chud in Chapter 2. He's kind of taking on the role the elders have here and passing it on to a group that can then go and stop Pennywise. We also know from Chapter 2 that the last ones who tried it ended up failing, so that tribe was destroyed because of it. So we could see these characters attempt the ritual should things get worse and ultimately fail to pull it off. We then see poor Hank be taken to Shawshank. But I'm not a rapper. There's a horde of protesters who are out for blood as he's being put into the bus to the infamous prison. This is led by Chief Bowers, which is kind of a twist on the book. In that, Bowers burned down the Hanlon farm chicken coop and was then fined because of it. He refused to pay, so was then threatened with Shawshank, so it's kind of an opposite here. Bowers is sending an innocent black man to jail, rather than Bowers being a white man who's guilty who's being threatened with going there. Does that make sense? As he goes out, you can also spot the father in the back who's mean mugging Hank. He's wearing a red shirt, and this is of course a colour of Pennywise. In our Chapter 1 breakdown, we talked about how this showed when Pennywise had fully infected someone. For example, when Henry turned bad, he wore red. He then went to his red mailbox, which had a red balloon on it, and then found a red box inside of it. He then took the knife and went and killed his father, and it's sort of like how the guy here is trying to kill Hank. Alvin Marsh also rocks a red undershirt during his attack on Bev, and he was also seen sitting in a red chair. So yeah, this is tying into what the girl said, and he's now under the villain's spell and adding to the violence. Sadly though, the bus isn't the same one that we see in the Shawshank movie. However, as we noted last week, Hank having an affair with a married woman is like a reverse of Annie Dufresne. The father then rushes them, and this seems to be Phil and Susie's dad.
You're a fry for what you did to my kids!
Now, this might be a reach, but it did remind me of Lee Harvey Oswald's assassination. He killed JFK just the year after this show takes place, and was then shot by Jack Ruby while in police custody. Did he kill JFK? Comment below, let me know. I assumed too much there. Or am I being a crazy conspiracy theory? Comment below, let me know. Make the comments, boost engagement, hit the thumbs up, subscribe. Now Fry is also the same thing that was written on Ronnie's locker, which is something that kept reminding me of the Green Mile, which is another King story. I like how Charlotte's also wearing yellow here, and yellow sits near the top of the colour wheel, and if you follow it clockwise, it then shifts into red. So she's basically sitting on the complete opposite side of being affected by the groundwater. And I did wonder if they did the same thing with the tent Maddie was in to kind of misdirect the audience. We then see the creepy police officer who's heavily sweating, and he has that creepy smile. We've seen this before in the supermarket where that man was following Lilly around. There was also the librarian like this in Chapter 1, and it's a sign Pennywise is close. Now I do hope they explain the plot hole that Pennywise can attack people in the town despite being in a prison. But yeah, it's possibly because of the groundwater, or maybe he's just moving under the barrens because of the sewer system. And yeah, I'm hoping there's a big twist where it's revealed the stones don't actually do anything, they do nothing. And instead, it's simply been tricking the tribe into thinking that they have control, when really it's been going under the sewers and getting about the town that way, completely undetected. Either way, I do feel like the boundary will be broken by the army in the series, and then Pennywise will be able to move about freely in the 80s, which was one of the worst periods in the entire run. Next we see Charlotte on the phone, and she ends the call as Leroy arrives. I'm not exactly sure who she's talking to, but she does mention getting the papers for Leroy's defense. I do wonder if it's someone in the movement though that she mentioned last week, as we do hear about the race protests on TV in the very next scene. And it doesn't really sound like anyone we've heard about before. Leroy also has to come clean and tell Charlotte what's going on, and it is kind of funny as all three members of the family have now encountered Pennywise. So A, I don't know if it was all Leroy's fault, love. Sounds like you were seeing it as well. You can't blame good old Leroy. However, if they move to the base, then poor old Will won't be able to see his friends anymore, which...
What? What'd I miss?
Oh, never mind then. Rose then visits Shaw and we learn just how he remembered everything. Last week we could see he was clearly lying as he had kept the slingshot. Now, he does say that he was given a drug during a medical, which led to him remembering everything. I think the guy must have been like Agent K in Men in Black 2. Just all came flooding back and absolute nightmare fuel. I do wonder if that drug was part of MK Ultra though, as that infamous experiment was going on in 1957. There was also the army trying to train psychic soldiers, which was documented in The Men Who Stare at Goats. This clearly also influenced the betrayal of Dick, and they're bringing in lots of these real world events. He then went on to use that memory to attempt to use the evil in the woods to keep America safe again. It's something he's been thinking about his whole life and might be something that was inspired by his father, who was also a soldier. Sadly, we learn that Shaw broke his promise and see a flashback to when they were young. Shaw asks what was in the woods and Rose says, "Can you keep a secret?" But yeah, I think when you've got the army involved, mate, you clearly broke your promise. Rose is horrified though and says it can't be controlled. She says if he remembered everything, he would run and not try and use it to defeat the Russians. Because yeah,
not a great plan.
However, they know everything due to breaking into Daniel's mind. Rose knows they need all the help they can get though and decides to aid them in taking down the creature. Interestingly, it also appears that Dick didn't get all the info out of Daniel's head. He says, now Rose says, I know, before Fuller demands they speak in English. Now, I did wonder what this was about, which takes us to third time.
We brought it back, motherfucker, third time. Shit, you ain't shit. Motherfucker ain't got theories like this.
So personally, I think they haven't learned about the ritual of Chud, which is what the Native Americans might secretly try and do. This would not only stop its reign for 100 years, but it would also mean that the army can't use it. This ritual is highly dangerous though, which is why they don't often attempt it. Again, as we know, it does fail for the tribe, but they might succeed at something else. In the book, the Losers Club discover there's eggs in Pennywise's lair, and it turns out that it is pregnant. They end up destroying these, and thus no offspring can be born. This could be the group's true plan. Rose then hands over the dagger. The fact it's a dagger as well could also mean that she wants him to go down and basically stab and kill it. All the army thinks about is how they can be used as a cage, but that cage can also be used as a weapon. And potentially, down the line, Daniel will try and kill it. He faces a much tougher task than his ancestors though, as he has to interact with Pennywise while also be taken there by hostile soldiers. So it's very challenging, but the army don't know everything. Now when she went into the safe, I was kind of hoping we'd see the ritual of Chud vessel that was shown in the movies, especially as Mike's story of how he got it was quite funny. The ritual hasn't been mentioned yet though, but this might be something that's attempted towards the end of the season. I do kind of feel like most of the characters are going to die in the ritual, and the whole season does kind of feel like it's going to end on a bum note. Rose also mentions how the military has inspected the dagger, and Fuller takes it until the next morning. I just find it funny though that Rose trusts them so much that she assumes they'll hand it back the very next day.
Now give it back. Give what back?
Personally, I don't doubt that they'll also try and make a weapon out of it. However, by the end of the episode, Lilly has it, but they must have scanned it or something. I don't know, I'm kind of going off track, so we're going to end theory time there. Let's end the theory time.
Dumb motherfucker, the theory time brings all the girls for theory time. Shake your titties down to the floor.
Now, that is the perfect time to mention our merch store below the video. Step right up, step right up. We've got this Deadlights Pennywise shirt based off the poster for The Thing. We've got this Derry balloon one for all your troubles. Oh boy, we got this Pennywise one as well. I tell you what, you're such a great guy. I love you, I love you. I'll throw in this shirt as well. This Vecna one from Stranger Things is going to be all the rage. Got a crazy deal. You buy more, you get more of a discount. I said you buy more, you get more of a discount. The more shirts you buy, the more of a discount you get. Video's completely gone off track, but then we see his Will's taken to the base. There's a grimly ironic sign that says, peace is our profession, and it doesn't really feel that much more safe. Especially as this is where the experiments are going to happen, and it'll be ground zero if they manage to capture the creature. Lilly then arrives at her friend's house, and we get another theory confirmed, motherfucker. She is in fact Mrs. Kersh. Sorry Stanley, but someone else is tenderizing your wife's meat. I love how this further connects Bev and Lilly though, as both of them were girls who spoke to kids via a plug hole and also visited Mrs. Kersh's home. Both girls also only had one parent and serious daddy issues. They were also somewhat outcasts at school that were bullied by the other girls and went to the cubicle in order to get sanctuary. That last one might be a bit of a reach, but they have both been in toilet cubicles. They do go to the toilet, I can confirm that. Now, the last 3 months, mate, I've basically had the audiobook on repeat whenever I go for a walk or anything. And I still haven't finished it because the book's fucking massive, mate. But I've been through it already, and on my second go, I hit a section I'd totally forgot about. There are actually some other clues that this is Mrs. Kersh due to what it says in the novel. There it's revealed Mrs. Kersh worked at the hospital and she was even the head housekeeper, making that another hint if you have time to go through the entire book for one episode. Mr. Kersh then arrives and it seems like he's a complete 180 to how he was in The Butchers. Gone is a smiling, friendly Stan the Cleaver, and instead we have a guy drinking, demanding that his steak be cooked right. I do suppose, though, that we did see how he was willing to let a kid get the crap kicked out of him, and they just simply said, boys will be boys. So he's clearly not adverse to violence. He looks ominous, though, much like how Pennywise whenever he appears as humans. Other than Matty, obviously. Now, when we broke down that episode, we did comment how he might be the clown, and this was due to the red meat packets that he served things up in. Instead, though, seeing how he acts here, and not to excuse people for being dickheads, but I think he's a clear victim of the town who's been turned this way because of Pennywise infecting the groundwater. Clearly, though, it's affected his personality, and this has made Mrs. Kersh run to Hank, who we learn she's having an affair with. She's also wearing red on her apron, and she wore the same colour last week. As we mentioned, it's a colour of the clown, and humans corrupted by it often wear red. So potentially, this might even be a form of Pennywise that's here to destroy Lilly, much like the reveal with Maddie. However, the fact she doesn't want Lilly to go down into the sewers likely means that that's not the case. If it is Pennywise, though, this might be a master plan. If that's the case, I think Mrs. Kersh's real endgame is to make sure the fire at the Blackspot actually goes ahead. I feel like she'll usher Hank towards it, Stan and his goons may arrive, try and burn the place down, and yeah, we'll talk about it more during the spoiler section. But yeah, it's a way they could take the series, and with twist upon twist in this episode, it's in the realm of possibility. Now back with Will, we see he's eager to ditch the barracks and meet back up with his friends. Charlotte lets him go for a walk, but he sneaks out, and I was like, what? The security at this base must be this guy. Charlotte is instantly distracted by the news, though, that reports on Hank's accidental escape. The bus has crashed, and it's only going to make things worse for him. I did wonder if this was some intervention by Maturin or even Pennywise to further play into the plan to rile the town up. I did even think we might see the god from before was the one who was driving it, but unfortunately that doesn't get confirmed. Either way, the news also reports that there's a gas leak on Nearbolt and Redder. This is a cover for the mission into 29 Nearbolt Street, which is where we go to next. It sits atop Pennywise's lair and was a major location in the book. The text actually says if any house in Derry is haunted, then that's what it is, and it looks exactly the same as how we saw it in chapter 1 and 2. Now, a detail I love is how this house has stayed exactly the same throughout the decades, and it almost appears as immortal as Pennywise, kind of hinting to how it's undisturbed, and even though they should rip it down, everyone's unable to. I feel like anyone who gets close or tries to do that will be attacked by the clown, and thus it's remained in place just like this, completely dilapidated for decades and decades. Outside we also have an old-timely car from the 20s, which was also there in chapter 1 and 2. You think someone would have moved it in like the 100 years that it's been there, but the fact it's still there highlights how this home has stayed the same forever. In the book, Richie and Eddie sneak into it after Eddie was offered a blowjob by a leper. I'm not joking. Bill basically figured he could go and get his father's gun, and they could rock up to the house and shoot the creature in the head. That was the first plan they come up with.
Not a great plan.
Upon arriving, they noticed glass was all about the garden, and this showed that something had broken out instead of into it. Upon getting into the basement, they then saw a werewolf and immediately shit their pants and left. This was then adapted into the movie where the Losers Club faced their first loss. And it doesn't really go well for the army here either. Leroy and Dick are being sent into the house and Fuller briefs the teams. It's called Operation Nearbolt, and you can see a lot of names on the board. I googled all these names, couldn't find any except one who for Unit 4, Craven. That might be a reference to Joel Craven, who was the first assistant art director on the show. Fuller also mentions how the house was built atop an old well that dates back to colonial days. This of course matches up with the story about Pennywise's origin last week. As we know, the natives lived in an uneasy peace with Pennywise as it was trapped inside a prison. Then the settlers came, wandered into the woods, and ended up feeding the evil being. This was also played up more in a deleted scene in chapter 1, When Ben's at the library, he looks up at a picture and we can see a woman holding her baby over the well. Oh, she's great mother there. Well, she's not, mate, and I'll tell you why. Pennywise actually said if she handed over this kid that it would then spare the village and leave them alone and go live happy lives. It then ate the child, but this scene was deemed too graphic to show in the film. But yeah, history's repeating itself. The descendants of those natives have warned the military not to go in, and despite that, they're still going in. The troops also wear red lights on their uniforms, and they of course look like Pennywise's balloons. So really nice bit of costume design there. As they go in, they come across that well from the painting, which has the entire house built over it. This is what Pennywise first descended down into after the initial confrontation at Earbold Street, and it's what the Losers Club later went into. This scene is sort of repeated here as we have the army descending using ropes just like the kids in chapter 1. It's also where they pushed Henry Bowers down into, and later he washed out just like how Dick does. The sewer system's also something that King based on the real life sewer project in Bangor, Maine. We can also see that Pennywise isn't there yet as the dagger isn't glowing. And it kind of works like Sting from Lord of the Rings. Dick's grandmother then calls him, and she kind of sounds like what your grandmother calls out for in the night.
Dick.
Now, I don't think this is a Pennywise trick, but actually her trying to save her grandson. Dick helped Danny from beyond the grave in Dr. Sleep, and she may be doing a similar thing. Now, the group end up going a different way to the Losers Club and drop down into some waist-high water. This was too high for the kids to pass through, so they ended up going into the sewers another way. There's a big drop, and the sewers this time have much more water than we saw in chapter 1. However, in chapter 2, they did go a different way, which had deeper water and led them to its true lair, which was behind that fairy tale door. Whereas the soldiers dropped down normally, Dick decides to plunge into it. We then see him submerged into a great body of water, and I think this represents his mind and his memories. He swims towards a hole glowing with a bright light, and it turns out to be a plug hole in the bathtub. Plug holes have played a major part in the franchise, and it's where the dead spirits often cry out from. If this bathroom looks familiar, it's also what Dick saw in his mind when witnessing his grandmother last week. It's also another Dr. Sleep reference, as Danny was afraid of the bath lady in room 217 or 237 in the movie. Now in Dr. Sleep, Dick taught Danny how to lock these spirits away in his mind through a box, and this is pretty much what Danny spent the first part of Dr. Sleep doing. Dick's worst fears then shown in the scene as we meet his grandfather. Absolutely love this. You know, if you've been keeping up with our breakdowns, I've kind of talked about his grandfather being a big part of Dick's past, but I never thought they'd bring him to the show. But yeah, it was a big omission from Dr. Sleep that when you read the book, you're like, oh, this would be so cool to see. And having it brought to life in screen, albeit in Welcome to Derry, was a great way to take his character and quite an interesting aspect of him that often gets overlooked. Now in Dr. Sleep, basically Dick's entire backstory is laid out in a couple of chapters. There we learn he was born in New Hampshire during 1918, and living with his parents, he'd often get visited by his grandparents. They were referred to as white grandma and black grandpa, and not because of their skin colour, you fucking racist. This was because of the colour of their souls, with his grandfather Andy being a wicked man. He would sexually abuse Dick and mentally torture the family. There's a great scene that describes dinner with the family where he basically comes in, sits down, and everyone is just so afraid no one will speak up. He mentally tortures them, but they're just paralysed by fear that he might lash out and hurt one of them. It also talks about the gun he proudly has popping out of his waist, which is something we see here as well. And yeah, Muschietti bringing this across was just amazing attention to detail. Now when Andy died, Dick thought he'd get some reprieve, but he ended up appearing in his room in the night as a ghost. This showed the torment might end up being eternal, and thus his grandmother showed him how to lock spirits away in a mental box, which Andy walks into the room carrying. It's pretty similar in design to how I imagined it in the book, where it describes it as being padlocked with a chain and a key around Dick's neck that can open it. This actually feels like it might be a reference to Bev, who also had a key around her neck during chapter 1. This was brought up in the book, and they discussed how it was due to her parents often being at work. She needed a key to get in and out the house, and used it to get the boys in to clean up the blood in the bathroom. Bev and Matty were also abused by their dads, and this key was used to show they were neglectful and that their parents were not really around. I do feel like the fact that both parents were abusive is something that ties them together, and they've purposely brought across this key to kind of show the similarities between the characters. Now Andy says that power like this is meant to be used.
Power like this is meant to be used.
This is just like what Dick's trying to do by helping Shaw capture it. This moment feels like a real fork in the road for Halloran because he's been using his powers in a way that, though not exactly evil, is definitely misguided. Power is something that Ben also couldn't get out of his head after they thought they defeated Pennywise at Nearbolt Street. It's a great section where he talks about what power is, and basically power can be used for great things, but it can also be used to inflict fear. So I think this might be a real turning point for Dick, in which we see him turn his power towards helping others like Danny. And yeah, there's a big group of vulnerable kids wandering around right now who could use some help from an adult, so yes, this could be a turning point. But yeah, doing that as opposed to like following orders for the army to inflict pain on people like Taniel, who again was just trying to do the right thing. We also see as his grandmother warns him throughout the scene via her mind that it's all just a trick, which his grandfather's annoyed about.
Talking to each other with your minds, keeping secrets from me.
In The Shining, Dick of course says,
"My grandmother and I could hold conversations entirely without ever opening our mouths,"
which is a really great callback. Now, I don't think his grandmother's Pennywise, however, I think it's clear that his grandfather's the clown. And he then shoots his grandmother on the leg, and he does that smile and even drools, the exact same as Pennywise. One of the eyes is also looking at the wall, just like the evil clown tends to do. The lock then goes off, and everything's unleashed, which is when Dick tries to cover his ears. Dick is in far over his head here, and all of the spirits are now breaking free. Now, I did have some theories about what exactly this is, and that does kind of contradict the books, but yeah, here's what it is. Let's get into it. Okay, so at the end, Dick climbs out the sewers and then spots Paulie. So it did make me wonder if this entire experience is what unlocked his ability to see the dead. Though that stuff with his grandfather's ghost was in Doctor's sleep, they may be changing the canon and saying before this point he couldn't see ghosts, and him appearing as a ghost never happened. As of yet though, he hasn't seen ghosts in the show, and Welcome to Derry may expand upon the box's mythology. With that in mind as well, in a place as deadly as Derry, Dick might see the Bradley Gang massacre and the Kitchener Ironworks. Now I had thought it's a bit weird that they're doing season 1 in the 60s and then going back to the 30s and 1908 for season 2 and 3. Because yeah, you're kind of starting at the season 3 story and then working backwards. I'm not sure how much more we can even learn from Shaw's past and the 30s, because it's like, there is enough information there for you to kind of fill in the blanks. And also, like, this feels like we're building towards stopping Pennywise, so going backwards and talking about how they didn't stop him, it's a bit weird. And yeah, even beyond that, I think it's a shame that we'll say bye to characters like Dick and Lilly and basically start season 2 with a whole new group. So what I'm hoping is that Dick unlocks this new ability, and we keep the same characters for season 2 and 3, and then, through using his mind, getting flashbacks, seeing ghosts and stuff, this is where we learn about the 30s and 1908. And yeah, having each season focus on a certain event while keeping these characters, having them see the past through psychic abilities, personally I think that's the best way to tell the story. Meanwhile at the standpipe, Lilly and Marge then arrive and the ex-Patty Cake wants to join the gang. You've signed up at a really great time, love, as Lilly wants them to go down into the sewers and save her friends. She also says they can't go back to the police.
And we can't make Maddie go to the police. What?
I love the little smirk by Pennywise there, and it's clearly playing into the creature's hand. He then says he won't go though, which is another great misdirect. Also, I might be reaching, so we'll stretch a bit, but the cloud over Lily's shoulder, it looked like a face to me. As we've discussed in numerous Pennywise videos, he often appears watching the characters, but yeah, it's just something that stuck out to me. We also see as Lily's managed to swipe more pills from her mum.
You wanna get high?
They pop lots of them before going to the sewers, and yeah,
not a great plan.
I need to stop using that meme, but it's pretty applicable for the whole episode. Now Lilly wins her friends over by asking if they're an anchor or a lifeboat. One pulls you down while the other keeps you afloat. It fits the water themes of the franchise, especially the floating pod, and even It Chapter 1 of course starts off with building a boat. Ronnie, Lilly and Rich then say they're lifeboats, but you might notice that Maddie never replies, which is another clue that he's indeed the clown itself. Will then arrives panting and out of breath, having clearly just run from the base. Now while Halloran's currently in his worst nightmare, the airmen with him are attacked by it. I love the shape of the tunnel it comes out of, and this in itself appears like a balloon. Firstly we see a long bony hand, which you think is the clown's. However, it's Uncle Sam, and it says, "I want you," to hit the thumbs up. Now this is of course inspired by the US recruitment poster. This in itself was inspired by the Lord Kitchener poster for World War I. It then attacks and completely wipes out the soldiers, and being lost and scared in the sewers is just a recipe for disaster. In chapter 1, Stanley got split up from his mates and was almost eaten by the painting lady, and Leroy and Paulie then hear it as the rest of the kids make their way to the sewers. If you're a fan of the franchise, then you'll instantly recognise this shot composition, and it's identical to the one they use in chapter 1 and 2. Now in chapter 1, it's shown just after Mike joins the Losers Club, and it signifies the group are finally united together. This happens right after the Rock fight, which is the first time that the group beat Bowers. So they're united as one, and just like the train moving behind them, their different carriages are now joined up and moving together in the same direction. Everyone is a united force now, and though they have differences, they're on the same track, headed to the same destination. Which was always a great touch, and I'm so glad they referenced this shot in the show. Ditching their bikes, they then head to one of the tunnels, which is just like what Bill and his mates did when they were looking for Georgie. However, this appears to be a different entrance, and it seems to be where Dick comes out of at the end. They then drop a mad load of pills while Daniel leads the soldiers through the tunnels. The network is massive, and most of the records were lost. So no one really knows how far they go. The book constantly talks about how many people got lost down there, and eventually people just stopped going to the sewers. Everyone who did disappeared or came out shaken, and thus it kind of became off limits. Plus, you had to go through that rundown house on Nearbolt Street to do it, and yeah, that's why it's in such bad shape in the first place, because no one wants to go there. We then see as Daniel makes a break for it, and Fuller just instantly calls for everyone to shoot. Yeah, mate, kill the one guy who can keep you safe and find it.
Not a great plan.
The dagger then gets dropped in the chaos as the kids descend further into the tunnels. I love how the tunnels all look the same, and this really adds to the tension and claustrophobia. It's here that the kids then realise they took far too many pills and really start to space out. Marge holds Richie's hand, which is the kid's dream, and I cracked up when he had a massive smile and asked what they were doing. No, you'll never walk alone though. Which is a shame, Mushieti, I'm docking your point. Meanwhile, Leroy and Paulie are lost. Paulie's terrified and complaining about the heat, whereas Leroy's pretty chill due to him not feeling fear. Charlotte appears, but Paulie can't see her, which sets up the reveal that it's in fact the real Will later on. As Leroy doesn't feel any fear, he's also beyond calm when shooting his own wife in the head, except for the jump scares at the end. But he clearly is believing he's shooting her, which is why it manages to work. This is something that Bill also does in 1989, even though the bolt gun is said to be empty. But it still works because Bill believes it, just like how Leroy believes it here. The figure also runs at Leroy the same way Pennywise runs in chapter 1 and 2, namely during the Patrick Hockstetter death. In another nod to that character, the kids then reach a dead end just like Patrick. He was chased into the sewers and met a grim fate. Just before being attacked, he also found corpses floating in the water, and they appear just like the reveal here. The Losers Club also discovered them later in the movie, and it nicely played off the scene in that film. And yeah, if you wander into somewhere and there's like loads of dead kids' bodies floating about, probably not a good place to be, mate. Probably in the lion's den right there.
Not a great plan.
It's very disturbing as we see each of the kids and Matty Wise starts to sing. This is the song that was used in the Red Band trailer titled Down with the Clown. No, not related to the Insane Clown Posse tune. Ayo, woo woo! Lastly, the real Matty rises with a key around his neck. It's haunting, and seeing him dead, yeah, just instantly the penny drops and you realise it's Pennywise. The transformation's top notch, and it's the first time seeing Bill Skarsgård properly in the season. Even got little rays of lights behind him, they all glow. The kids then sprint out of there, and Lilly ends up being separated from the others. Just like Stanley in chapter 1. Will screaming and running is just like the vision of Charlotte, and Paulie sacrifices himself to save Leroy's son. It's a shame, as I did like the character, but hey, at least you'll probably get to come back as a ghost. I do wonder if Leroy will be reprimanded because of this though, and we do know that he leaves the army to go and start a farm. In the book, Will was the soldier, and he left it after the fire at the Blackspot. We see Leroy getting interviewed at the end, and I don't know if they're going to believe him because Shaw says he does have some questions. Leroy just says that Paulie got hit and was bleeding, rather than saying it was by his own hand.
I do still have a few questions of my own.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, mate, we know. I've got bloody questions about you, mate. I've got some questions about your plan. Shaw says the natives will answer for what they led them into, but yeah, read the room, mate. Plan ain't gonna fucking work, mate. Don't make me do the not a great plan again, mate. Leroy's son meddling in things he shouldn't have done, though, did sort of lead to Paulie's death, and I do wonder if it's gonna push a further strain on their relationship. In chapter 1, Leroy also told Mike that he could be the one firing the bolt gun or the one on the other side of it. Sort of like what happens between him and Paulie. In staying in Derry, I do wonder if the groundwater might twist how he views this event, as he could see it differently. Lilly then reaches another dead end and is again about to meet the same fate as Patrick. The soundtrack is sublime here though, and Bill Skarsgård truly delivers as Pennywise. And yeah, I know it took 5 weeks to see him, but just to reveal as Matty and then some of these scenes, well worth the wait. He calls her such a good friend and then transforms into her slicer father when he says such a bad daughter. The kid's biggest fears are seeing their parents all twisted and evil, and in the book, Mike visits his dad in hospital when he has cancer. After his death, Mike says the most scary thing that Pennywise could appear as wouldn't be like a giant bird or something, it would be his father's cancer-stricken face coming out towards him. Lilly seeing her dad like this is also one of her worst fears, and it then runs at her again, similar to how it rushed Patrick. Luckily for Lilly, the dagger's by her feet and it then begins to glow. It's the only thing that can stop the clown and will play a big part in the kids' plan moving forward. I'm actually surprised that they're kind of retconning these items into the show, as they don't ever come into play with Mike or the Losers Club. So maybe the army collects them all at the base and then Pennywise appears and destroys them all once and for all. I love the way Pennywise faces here all turned up though, and it's just frozen there not knowing what to do, before it then transforms back. The glyphs on the dagger are also really interesting and clearly show that there's something out there that inscribed them in the first place, and possibly built the prison that Pennywise was in. Cutting to Mrs. Kersh, she then finds her love in her car. She's wearing a red coat, further playing on the colour and indicating she's quote-unquote Pennywise's daughter. You know, obviously her dad was the actual clown there, so it does work pretty well. I also wonder though if this was a nod to Silent Hill, as there's a nurse who wears a similar thing as well. But yeah, maybe it was just the fashion at the time. Hank initially seems like he's threatening her, but as we learn, the pair are in fact lovers. Eventually they drive off, and I did wonder if this was to the Western Woods. Hank then mentions how something attacked the bus, which just seems incredibly suspicious. However, I did wonder if beyond Pennywise, if it could also be the movement that Charlotte has been speaking to. Kersh then heads to Charlotte, as she's the one who's been helping Hank. Dressed up like Velma and looking damn good too, she arrives and the pair then have a little conversation. Luckily, this is a secluded building away from the main base that's being done up that Hank can now hide in, which yeah, does kind of feel like an endgame. Either way, we see how Dick's made it out. He sees Paulie, who's now a spirit, and we can see that his eyes have gone white. This is exactly how the woman in 217 appeared in The Shining, and how the ghosts were described in Dr. Sleep. They were decomposing and generally grim. We then hear Satan Never Sleeps by Timmy Euro. Very on the nose, as Satan here is Pennywise and he's woken up, but it does sleep, so it does sleep from time to time. But moving on. Anyway, this is the spoiler section part of the video, and if you don't want to know anything that's been shown in the trailers, then please turn off now and hit the thumbs up as well, mate. What's wrong with you? It takes just 2 seconds. What's wrong with you? There's something genuinely wrong with you if you watch this much of a video and you don't hit the thumbs up. Yes, I will admit I never hit the thumbs up myself when watching other videos, but I'm special, you see. Rules for me, not for thee. Now, if they do the crazy big twist and make Kersh Pennywise, then it could be part of a game plan to make sure the fire at the Blackspot happens. She's married and having an affair with a black man, and this is something Hank would get lynched for. Sadly, because of the time, even if he gets exonerated for the cinema massacre, he's still gonna get killed because of that. The mid-season trailer shows the Blackspot burning down and men with guns outside of it. The latter is no doubt the Legion of White Decency who burnt it down in the book. We heard at the start of the episode how there's a big bloody massacre which ends each cycle, and this is it. With Charlotte meeting Mrs. Kersh, I think she'll sneak Hank into the Blackspot. Kersh then will reveal it to her husband, and the Legion will come for him. Again, Pennywise appears in the Looks Ahead trailer with a cleaver, and Stan, aka Mr. Kersh's nickname, is of course Stan the Cleaver. In the mid-season trailer, Lily's also looking at pictures of Bob Gray as Pennywise, as well as the ones that we saw in Chapter 2. She's then riding her bike down the street screaming, possibly realising that the only nice adult in Derry is actually an eldritch demon that's thousands of years old. We've all been there, love, you should see my mother-in-law. Ba-bum-cha! There's also a black and white scene in the Looks Ahead trailer that shows what looks like a nurse or a housekeeper. So maybe that is the real Mrs. Kersh, and Pennywise stole her body and then started to appear as her. The trailer also shows us what happens to Dick, and we catch him drinking while holding a gun. Alcohol actually stops Shine users from seeing ghosts, and in Dr. Sleep, Danny turned to the bottle hard. With his box open up, he's going to need a hell of a lot of whiskey, but yeah, I feel like Hank will hide at the Blackspot, and then Pennywise will reveal a location to the town. The gang will then arrive and burn it down with all the patrons and Hank inside. This actually led to the death of 66 people and was the big massacre that ended things and potentially this season as well. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down Welcome to Derry. Episode 6 is now here, and there's lots of massive things that happen in the entry. We get some major reveals about the past and also some very big changes to the book. As always, we'll be going through the Easter eggs, hidden details and things you might have missed. You might have also noticed that I've got a bit of a cold. I'm going to push through it. Bear with me, my voice will sound worse than usual. It will, I promise that, but with that out of the way, thank you for watching. Let's get into Welcome to Derry.
Hello, Mabel.
Now, the episode title was first teased last week on Rotten Tomatoes with the release of the trailer. Announced as In the Name of the Father, we learn a lot about Mrs. Kersh's relationship with the killer clown. Her dad was the original Pennywise, and the clown took his form after the Ironworks explosion. Where we begin is in 1935, which is the cycle of the Bradley Gang massacre. This was a time during the Great Depression, yay, which got blamed on a lot of the kids disappearing. It was the Depression. Most of them probably got tired of eating potato soup or going flat hungry at home and went off riding the rods looking for something better. And ooh, I think I quite like a cold. That sounds sexy. Ooh. Now, this is the segment that Kersh herself alluded to earlier in the season, but as we see, she was well aware of what was going on. Going to Juniper Hill, we see her wake a kid up in the night who we learn has been seeing the clown. Leading her to the basement, she offers her her hand upon hitting the stairwell. In our spoiler section at the end of the video, I will talk about how this plays off a moment in one of the trailers that's going to be coming down the line. But this gesture is very, very important. The scene is also in black and white, which is a great stylistic choice to separate the past from present. It also shows how joyless this asylum is. The 1908 flashback that was all in colour sure had quite a happy childhood, except for getting chased through the woods obviously. This poor girl though is living her worst life in the asylum, and thus her childhood backstory is seen without colour, except for the blood red and orange that's Pennywise's calling card. Travelling into the boiler room, this also felt like a little nod to The Shining, as that was said to be the heart of the hotel, and the scariest place. Pennywise has said he'll meet her, and we see a red balloon then drift to a doorway. The clown then appears, and yeah, nightmare fuel mate. Now from here we cut to black, but I'm going to treat you, we're going to skip ahead and talk about what we learn later here, as it just makes for a more interesting video, innit? But yeah, as Lilly goes into Mrs. Kersh's house, she travels up to the attic, which is where she learns the truth. In terms of it, ascension and descending is actually used thematically throughout a lot of the story. Normally when characters go up high, they tend to be enlightened and have the truth revealed to them. It's when they descend that things tend to go badly. So trips to the sewers, taking kids to the basement of Juniper Hill, that sort of thing doesn't work out well. This was seen throughout the books lots of times, such as Georgie going into the basement before his death and Richie encountering the werewolf when entering the basement on Nearbolt Street. The standpipe, of course, overlooks the city as well, and this has provided the characters with a place of refuge. So it's fitting that Lilly learns of the truth of Kersh in the attic. Attic symbolically often represents someone's mind, and we can see the cracks along the top of the roof indicating the fractures in Kersh's. The room is splayed out with memories, and it's basically an orgy of evidence, to use a term from Minority Report. As Lilly goes up the stairs, we can also hear a record playing. It's just like when Bev met Mrs. Kersh in Chapter 2. We've also seen from the trailers that Juniper Hill doctors play records to try and calm the patients before doing something horrible. So it works here really well. Now, while last week's scene mirrored Bev going into the house and sitting down together, this is a big reveal when Mrs. Kersh gets up to go and get cookies. Approaching the table, we also see a teacup and saucer. This is actually a carryover from It Chapter 2, as it's the same cup that Mrs. Kersh, or rather Pennywise, drank out of there. And yet, judging by how it takes her form as well, I don't think the whole plan to see her dad again is gonna go too well, mate. What do we say at the channel?
Not a great plan.
Looking over photos from 59 and 60, we see happier times for the Kershes. Again, this is just like Bev, who looked at photos in Chapter 2 and discovered who her father really was. In the book, they say father because they're from Maine. I got my father. As she looks through the photos, you can also see the musical instruments that young Periwinkle was holding in Episode 3. One of the photos also shows Mrs. Kersh at the Derry Canal Days. This is the same carnival that Bill rushes to in Chapter 2. I also wonder if Pennywise infected Stan's mind, much like we see with Leroy later. They seem like such a happy couple here, but this may have driven a wedge between the pair and caused Kersh to seek comfort in the arms of Hank. But we do have another theory we'll talk about later as well. Kersh has worn red throughout the series though, which was our first clue that she was siding with the clown, including what looked like balloons on her clothing at the diner. Beyond that, Raby's 7765 pointed out that red could also be a scarlet letter, which plays into the ideas of adultery. Now in the book, we see lots of pictures of the pair together. These dates are actually little Easter eggs themselves, as in the miniseries, 59 was when Georgie was killed and 60 was when the rest of the show took place. We then have 1930, which is when the fire at the Blackspot took place at in the book. Finally, we get to 1908 and see a young Periwinkle and her father Bob Gray. Images like this were first shown to us in chapter 2 when Bev looked at Mrs. Kersh's wall. Bev and Lilly have actually had lots of similar experiences, with this one feeling exactly like that scene from the movie. Beyond that, they've had moments hiding in cubicles, hearing voices from drains, and yeah, lots of similarities. Because of this, people have even theorized that Lilly might be Bev's mum in the movie timeline, as we never actually meet her in the films. However, we do know from the books that she is called Elfrida, but yeah, definitely something worth bringing up. Maybe Bev was adopted. I really like how Kersh just effortlessly glides up the stairs, and this symbolizes that something isn't quite right with her. She's not wearing red this time, but she's wearing a couple of shades of blue, which fits in with the periwinkle colours. Periwinkle is a flower, and I do believe we see them outside her house later on, so it's another clue. Either way, Kersh enters and realizes that Lily's seen her father, or well, it, posing as her dad. After comforting her about the trip to the sewers, she then sees a photo of the original Bob Gray. He's wearing a headpiece that has the hair attached, and it makes his head look a lot taller. When it took this form, they had no need for props to look like that, so it's just part of their head. It also explains why Pennywise's head looks so bulbous. Terrified by the picture, Kersh can instantly tell she's seen the clown. Lily then spots the costume about the room, including the wig with the bell. We did see Periwinkle wearing it at the start of episode 3, and if you've watched our video on that, then you'll know we guessed it was a young Kersh. And I'm gonna say it, mate, been saying something's off with her for a while? Theory time confirmed, motherfuckers! She also says,
my father was a carnival performer.
And I love how she says Farah, just like when she meets Bev in the book. It stuck with me that. We will not miss those Easter eggs.
My father joined the circus.
Now, as we learn, the photograph that the kids took in episode 3 was actually her. This is a really good reveal, as it explains how the police were also able to see it. The fact it was caught on camera was a clue that it wasn't the real Pennywise. Kersh actually followed them to the graveyard, and this was who Will got the photo of, which also explains why he didn't get completely torn apart by the creature. Kersh also stood outside Will's looking at him, which is a bit weird, mate. But yeah, I'm guessing that she heard he'd had an attack in the day and was like, I'm gonna hang around the house and hope I see a red balloon or something. Now it's from this point that she kind of touches upon her past and talks about her dad's death.
And he was taken from me.
Which she later describes as being a horrible day. Because of this, I believe it was likely the kitchen or ironworks explosion. Even way back when it was shown to us in the library book in chapter 1, we could see her dad's cot outside of it. This was then brought across to the intro of the show as well. This cot was what Periwinkle also sat in front of during 1908, so it does make sense that this was about the area. So I'm guessing that the real Bob Gray was at the ironworks, and then the explosion happened, which he got caught up in. The ironworks led to the death of 102 people, and we know that 88 were kids. So the other 14 were adults. The math is mathin'.
I felt whole again for the first time since that awful day.
Now in the past, I've always assumed that the cart being there was actually it, and this was kind of its calling card. We do know from the photo at the library that the clown was there, as a blurred version was seen amongst the kids. So I always assumed that was its card making an appearance. However, this leads me to believe it was Gray who was at the event, and then he died in the explosion. It then took the car to the sewers, which is where performed sicker dance moves than me, because I'm sick. I'm not feeling very well. Like the thumbs up, you fucking bitch. Kersh then says the carnival moved on after this, but she remained in the town, likely due to her dad's death and no one taking care of her. This then led to Pennywise being its favourite form. In the book, it describes how children's fears were simple and thus easy to conjure up. So it just would use the clown form as simple bait like we saw with Georgie. Now we see Kersh's early days at Juniper Hill and how she overheard kids talking about the clown. Pennywise was talking to them in the pipes and the kids were just seen as being crazy. Much like Lily. She then took the kid down, which you should probably suspend her medical license, mate. Pennywise then appeared and did his usual acting nice routine, but we do see him drooling during this scene, which is also something that he did to Georgie. In our video on chapter 1, we talked about how this was because of the false teeth they put in that protruded out of Bill's mouth and caused him to drool. However, Muschietti liked the effect so much they decided to keep it in. And yet I feel like Remick in Sinners also drools for that reason as well. Predators often do it before attacking, and it's just a nice little character moment. I love how he has those trademark shiny eyes as well, which is similar to what Georgie thought he saw at the start of chapter 1. The black and white here works really well as well, as the orange eyes and red balloon are the only colour in the scene. Makes the kid's blood at the end even more chilling. He also initially ignores Mrs. Kersh before saying, "You brought a friend," which I'm fucking nailed that impression as well. Kersh calls Pennywise her papa, but when he attacks, they make a run for it. And yeah, leave the kid behind, mate. Sod him. Fuck them kids. Pennywise does that run that we saw before he attacked Patrick Hochstetter and Lilly last week. The scene also reminded me a lot of the funhouse scene in chapter 2, where the kid was stuck behind a mirror while the creature then attacked them. And yet, just like Bill, Kersh is completely helpless here. Pennywise then shifts to the Bob Gray form, which we saw it doing in Kersh's house in chapter 2. He basically pours his heart out and says how he's missed her and how she could hit the thumbs up and make her daddy so proud. But yeah, explaining how if she opens the door, he'll go through it all, exactly what happened. Now this is a wildly different tone from when Bob Gray showed himself to Bev. There he was ridiculing her and saying that she's not changed anything. Now, we don't know exactly what happens from this point, but we do know that after she opens the door, it doesn't end up killing her. Instead, she looks ecstatic and views it as really being her father. This does kind of muddy the waters though, and I know when the trailer dropped for chapter 2, people even thought that the old photo was Pennywise when it was younger. But as we know, it is millions of years old. Now, I believe that Pennywise has basically kept Kersh around because she's someone who can provide it with food. In this story, Pennywise had humans he manipulated as well, and they sort of worked as his agents in the town. Pour example, he freed Henry Bowers from Juniper Hill so he could kill a loser's club before they went into the sewers. In the book, Bev's husband Tom Rogan was also someone who ended up working for the creature, and he kidnapped Bill's wife Audra and brought her to its lair. So keeping her alive here, it does make some sense, and she's sort of the vampire's sidekick who does the dirty work during the day. This is even alluded to when Kersh sees a kid being strapped to a bed and we watch a balloon fly by. This is what Henry witnessed in chapter 2 to signify Pennywise was calling to him. So I do feel like that's happening here as well. I don't feel like Kersh realizes she's being used though, but in the end she's just a poor grieving woman who's desperate to connect with the spirit of her father, even if he's killing kids in front of her. Also, side note, the transition from past to present, Muschietti, I tell you mate, he nails these face lineups every single time. Did it with Rose earlier in the season, and they did it with Eddie in chapter 2. It was fantastic there as well. But yeah, this could also explain why she was drawn to Lilly, and she might just go after kids who've experienced awful deaths like Lily's father. She does promise not to hurt her, but I don't think she appreciates how dangerous the clown is. Both Mrs. Kersh and Lilly are also kindred spirits as well, as it killed both their fathers, which is like a cycle within a cycle. We see this happening a lot in the franchise, where characters fit certain archetypes that continue down the line. For example, Will is kind of like a prototype Mike, we've got a prototype Losers Club, Lily's basically a prototype Veb, and these cycles always continue. Either way, we see further flashes of the clown and can spot a photo of Roosevelt behind Kersh, indicating this is still the 35 cycle. She talks about how a shadow took her father away, which is likely the tribe of Maturin. She says that she has to do what she can to see him again, and that if it sees her as Periwinkle, it'll break him free from the spell. Which is not a great plan. Now, onto the long game plan. So as we know, every cycle ends with a massacre that involves hundreds of deaths. A high body count in the town brings out the clown, and this will allow Kersh to see her father again. If you've been watching our videos, then you'll know we have theorized that Kersh hooking up with Hank is actually part of her endgame. It's possible that she wanted to get him to something like the Blackspot, and then having that go down will be where she sees her father at. It's a theory we've had for a while. We'll not do theory time, but it's basically been why I think she's been hooking up with Hank. She's raising not only racial tensions, but there's also going to be vigilante justice, which I believe is something she believes will bring out the clown.
Come with me tonight. Let me show you.
After all, it was vigilante justice that ended the cycle in 35. The Bradley gang rolled into town on the run from the law, Trying to buy bullets, the store owner recognized them and said they could come to collect the next day. During this, he did much like what we see Bowers doing later. He told the townsfolk, who all armed up, and then let the gang roll into town. They gunned them down in the middle of the street, and this is what Pennywise appeared at. So Kersh, being aware that this can draw the clown out, might be why she basically wants the Blackspot to go down.
Wouldn't you do everything you could to make that happen?
We even see her getting ready in her periwinkle getup at the end of the episode, and that's probably the head out to the event. The messed up thing is that she says to Lilly about how she knows she'd do anything to see her dad again. The thing is though, Lilly has seen her dad, like multiple times. Pennywise appearing as dad has been like part of the MO. Beyond Lilly, he appeared as Leroy to Will, and in the novel and other stuff appeared to Ben as his father on the Barrens. In the book, Mike also constantly sees his father. So yeah, it probably learned how well it worked with Kersh and then decided to do it more. Also liked how as Mrs. Kersh tried to use Lily's dad's death to manipulate her, the young girl grabbed at her bag with a pickle company logo on it, which was what her dad worked at. Kersh then says,
"No one who dies here ever really dies."
Now this is actually a callback to chapter 2, as there Kersh also says,
"No one who dies here ever really dies."
Lilly then slashes her hand and makes a run for it, unlike the poor kids who never escaped in the past. This leaves a red handprint on her back and kind of marks her for death. Who I do think is gonna die though is Mrs. Kersh, and in this series I think we'll see her kill before Pennywise then incorporates her form into its repertoire. Either way, that's the long way around of talking about that scene from the intro, and it's from here that we then cut to the intro. Now, you might notice that every week they do something slightly different. Mark Malink pointed out on our last video how there's a drone that comes towards the end of the song. Like a... For example, here's how it sounds in episode 2 when the title sequence was first played.
Howdy's something beyond compare.
Whereas, here's how this same section sounds now.
Howdy's something beyond compare.
It kind of shows how the evil's ramping up and is infecting this sweet and innocent seeming song. From here we then cut to Will, who's kinda zoned out. Probably still high as a kite, mate. Leroy's blaming Will for Paulie's death, but was it him who did it? I don't know. Leroy is clearly losing it though and slipping under Pennywise's influence. We know that it sheds and infects the groundwater of Derry, so as Leroy's been down in the sewers, he's probably been exposed to concentrated it juice. Especially because it doesn't seem to be affecting Charlotte as she looks at him with a scared expression in the mirror. Leroy talks about how it can't get Will outside of Derry as the base is based outside the limits. Little correction there as well, mate, as I'm not above saying I said something stupid. But yeah, on our last breakdown, I did think that the barrier was around the Forbidden Forest on the outskirts. However, as many of you pointed out, this is the grounds that Derry was built upon, and the barrier itself surrounds the entire town. This has been shown in a map released as part of the promotional material, which shows the location of the pillars. No idea why they had to build it that big, but that's what it is. Seems like it would be better if you just kept it close-knit, but what do I know? No, I will not play Not a Great Plan again. However, I do wonder if the army taking the daggers will adjust the boundaries and mean that it has an even wider hunting ground. Leroy then ends up smacking Will, and I think Will realizes it's infecting his father. This is further enforced by the mirror shot we see next. There Charlotte is framed looking at her husband, and if you've watched our breakdown on Psycho, then you'll know that mirrors are often used as a way to show the uncanny and how something's a darker reflection of what it used to be, which I definitely think this shot signifies. Either way, we're starting to see Leroy move towards the apathetic and negative character we saw in chapter 1. He berated Mike for not using the bolt gun and said how he can either be someone pulling the trigger or someone receiving the bolt. And yeah, he'd clearly been through a lot beyond losing his son. Due to the fact we never heard about Charlotte as well, I'm guessing that she left him. Either way, we cut to Will riding out the base. This is fittingly to Roy Orbison's Running Scared, which yeah mate, you get the song choice there. Just like Maddie, he's running away from trouble. We know Maddie had a very bad home life, which is why he tried to leave Derry. Will's home life is now heading in that direction, and it's likely that all the abusive parents in Derry are made this way by the water. Also love how a plane's flying over him as he exits the base. This symbolises not only freedom, but also his dad's now overbearing nature. Secure base as well at his mate, he's like broken out twice. We then see missing posters throughout the town, including ones for Lynn Jones and also Teddy Uris, who is of course Stan's uncle. I'm wondering why he's missing though, considering the cinema massacre is all getting pinned on Hank. But I digress, and I'm sure someone smarter in the comments will clear that up. Wanted posters for Hank are also being pinned up about town, including one in Stan Kersh's meats. And he's been given the meat to your missus. This is causing the town to be on the lookout though, and we see people walking the streets with guns, including past the library. This kind of shows the contrast in the town and how it's mounting up to a martial law attitude, where basically law and order is out the window and it's about being a vigilante. Again, as mentioned, this is clearly mirroring the previous cycle and people are ready to dish out the violence personally. You might also notice that there's a red truck that drives across the street that has some young guys jumping into the back of it. This builds off an earlier shot in the montage, but I think it has a lot of significance. If you've watched our previous breakdowns, then you'll know this colour red often highlights Pennywise's influence. It was all around Alvin Marsh before he attacked Bev, and when Henry Bowers got his knife back, it was also there as well. Both attacked their family, and Phil's dad was wearing it as well. In episode 1, we also pointed out how it was on the truck that rode past Maddie before the family picked him up. That truck is also what I believe we see here. Now, it may or may not be the same one, but just the fact that the red truck's appearing again feels very fitting. Just a nice visual touch on how the evil is now in the town instead of on the outskirts. We then pan up to the Stars and Stripes, which kinda highlights how this idealistic town that was once the American dream is going down a path that people often criticize America for. But not me, mate. I fucking love America. Woo woo! Anyway, we cut to the standpipe with Lilly and the gang discussing the dagger. She talks about how it glowed and caused the creature to back away. However, we also get lots of focus on the bracelet in the shot. Last week, a lot of people in the comments theorized that it's actually the turtle charm that held back the creature, because Lilly did put her bracelet up over her head. But I just want to say all those people are fucking stupid and they're wrong. Especially Mortargun 1451, who I think pointed it out first. No, we love you, and I did think about it quite a lot. Especially as they gave that charm a lot of focus in episode 1. But yeah, the dagger did glow and the pillars have held back the creature, so I do think that they probably work. Lilly is hesitant to hand it over to Will though, and yeah, you can understand why she now has trouble trusting people. Will points out the hieroglyphs on it and that a lot of ancient civilizations tend to have them. Tribes like the Mumka had their own type of hieroglyphs which look similar to those on the dagger. They reside in Canada and Maine, so the production team may have been inspired by them for the show. Now, from what we know of the creature, it is a glamour. Hailing from the Macroverse, it crash landed on our planet millions of years ago. I even wonder if this might be made out of the same material as the Dark Tower, but that could be a reach. Either way, Lilly suggests going back into the sewers, which yeah, Ronnie isn't too happy about. Things didn't really go that well last time, and we start to see some fractures in the group. It kind of reminds me a lot of the moment after the Losers Club first attempted to go to Nearbolt Street, which also went badly. But yeah, they had a big argument outside and ended up disbanding. Rich does the classic though, don't you see, this is what it wants, which is like a classic line in these sorts of stories. Rich also later tells Marge they're stronger together, and he's basically doing the staple dialogue for these sorts of things. This line actually comes from the book and was used in the miniseries by a policeman who basically went down to the Barrens and seen the Losers Club building a dam. He was trying to warn them that there was a killer out there and that if they kept in groups, they'd be stronger together. Because yeah, it's less likely that a serial killer is going to be able to come in, abduct one of the kids if they're all hanging around together. So that was kind of his advice. Ronnie also calls Lilly crazy, which clearly gets to her, and most of them leave except Marge and Rich. And the pair get a great moment later on. I feel like Lilly may do something stupid though, as we see her grip the dagger after being called crazy. She's kind of like a pariah, and this group is supposed to be her haven. However, they're now calling her what everyone else has been calling her. Who knows, she might even unite with Mrs. Kersh, but I think if she does, she's going to end up dead. Ronnie does get what she wants though, they don't go to the sewers and she gets to see her dad. We then catch up with Dick, who's returning to the requisition shed. Upon entering, he goes looking for the bottle straight away. As we know from Dr. Sleep, drinking helps to dull one's shine. In the book, the Blackspot stuff happened during the Prohibition era, so it was another way to get around the law. But that obviously isn't the case here, even though they're still illegally serving alcohol to kids. Just like Danny, he's turned to the source though, and this is to ignore the horrors of the box now that it's been opened. And Dick is getting plagued with visions. He's seeing water on the floor like he's peed himself, but also like the bathroom scene last week. Also, we have a poster of Sarah Vaughan with an image of her from 1955. She was a prominent jazz singer in the 50s who was likened to Billie Holiday. Cutting to Will and Ronnie, we then see the pair kind of getting close. Now earlier in the season, we did talk about how they might reveal that Ronnie is actually Mike's mother. Pennywise could have got them both in that fire and it would make the story way more personal. In the book, Mike gets more of his story fleshed out, and it's very clear that Pennywise was something that was really personal to him. He went after his dad there, and yeah, clearly here has went after his dad and also his grandfather. However, this would massively change things from the book, in that Ronnie was one of Bev's friends who went missing before the events of the story. Bev heard her calling from the pipes, which is a scene that we get in the first film. And yeah, they specifically say there, I'm Veronica Grogan. So I do feel like Pennywise is going to get her, but yeah, I suppose technically it could still kill her in the fire and then have her appear in the pipes. But it does change things quite a lot, really. It's funny though, as both couples almost kiss in this episode, and it's like a much better than the Losers Club where they all just went after that one girl, which I was in a friend group that only had one girl and we're all fancy there. And your boy Kevin, spoilers, he got rejected, but I'm laughing now, I'm a famous fucking YouTuber, fuck you. Now this moment's interrupted by Charlotte, who embarrasses Will by using his middle name. And we've all been there. You messed up my game, Mum, what you do? I would have had that girl if you hadn't messed up my game. I tell you what won't make you look stupid in front of the girl you like though, mate. Our merch store right below the video. There we have our Deadlight shirt based off the poster for The Thing, along with our 2 new Stranger Things shirts. These are our Vecna ones, which you can see behind me, and also our brand new Hellfire Club one as well. As always, the more you buy, the more of a discount you get, so definitely consider buying more, mate. Buy them for yourself so you look good in front of girls. Anyway, she then takes them to the Blackspot, which is when Ronnie's reunited with her father. Charlotte is also wearing an awesome Velma-looking orange cardigan and scarf, which sits on the colour wheel between red and yellow. It kind of shows how she's doing her own thing and not influenced by Pennywise or the opposite side. Dick is also furious about Hank and he ends up leaving. He's really apathetic and kind of reminds me of Danny at the start of Dr. Sleep. There he was a drunk who was happy looking the other way rather than doing the right thing. This even came to a head when he slept with a woman that he then robbed and saw her kid was reaching for a pile of coke and then just basically fucked off. In the movie, the kid and woman ended up dying, but the book didn't go as dark. However, this was something that haunted the character forever. Eventually, Dick told him he had to do what was right and basically pay the debt he was owed. Dick was someone who could have looked the other way with the Overlook, but he went above and beyond to help out Danny. But Danny kinda had to be shaken out of his apathy, and that's what we see with Dick here. And someone needs to shake that dick, mate. Also love how he correctly guesses that trouble will come with Hank. It's kind of like earlier in the season when he figured out they were going to get chucked out the bar before everyone else. And yeah, it makes sense because he's a psychic. Will also kind of enviously looks on as Ronnie and Hank are ecstatic to be reunited. Leroy is slowly turning into a piece of shit and is basically edging towards how he is in chapter 1. And you can tell they're kind of envious at what they're seeing here. I like how Leroy said that a friend of his reached out to Mrs. Hanlon and Ronnie asks who, and her dad just says it's a long story. He can't even tell the truth, which is probably for the best as Rich is just saying stuff out loud at school. Remember kids, loose lips sink ships. It's here that we then cut at the standpipe and get this shot of the street with Bangor Chew, which if you've missed our other breakdowns, Bangor is where Stephen King is from and what Derry is based on. Rich has come out to fly a plane and Marge is here changing her bandage. He says he can help as he was a Weblo for a few years. It's apparently the final rank of the Club Scouts of America. But in England we don't have none of that yank nonsense, not in the British clubs. And I love Britain, woo woo! Earlier in the season, Rich said Marge had the best face and was thinking of You'll Never Walk Alone and seeing her walk in slow motion. He's clearly head over heels with her and even thinks that Eye Wound is the coolest thing he's ever seen. He accepts her for who she is, and in turn this makes her embrace it as well. And it's these kind of friendships that are going to make them able to stand up against Pennywise. Rich then throws the plane off the deck akin to how he did during episode 3. Rather than hitting the street though, this then goes into the sewers. I feel like this is foreshadowing their eventual journey and how they'll once more leave the standpipe and go back down there. It's very similar to Georgie's boat and it goes right into the drain to never be seen again. This is something that also happened with Maddie's pacifier in episode 1, and again it's sort of like poetry they rhyme. It also fits in with the theme of the Air Force trying to capture Pennywise. You know, he has a plane, Air Forces have planes, we're going down the drain. Does Screen Crush point that out? No. Go fucking watch them if you don't like amazing Easter eggs like that.
Exactly like that. Here, give me that. Hang up.
Cutting to Dick hitting the bottle, we then see as he's sat in the dock. The door opening causes the light to shine on his face, and visually it plays into the notion of Shining. Hey? Nah, but The Shining was a horror that was unlike a lot of other films because of how brightly the movie was lit. Normally in horror movies, you know, most things are set at night, in the darkness, that's when the scary stuff happens, but With The Shining, it was all like in the harsh light of day, and thus hiding in the dark to escape the vision plays nicely off of that. Dick also sees a dead soldier and talks about how he sees dead people. He brings up how his grandma told him about the gift and how to control it. Dick says his grandma's abilities weren't as strong, and in the book, we learn their abilities actually dull the older that they get. This happens across the board with psychics, and it's why the True Knot end up targeting kids, and why Danny was such a prize for the Overlook. So his grandma likely was stronger when she was younger, but she probably locked it away in the box. I do wonder how long it'll be until he sees his grandfather for real though, as we learn in the novels that he used to haunt him as a child. The box idea also comes from Dr. Sleep, and it's what Dick taught Danny to do. He then passed it on to Abra, and it's a way to lock away spirits so you don't end up encountering them. Just like the end of Dr. Sleep though, it's all been opened and thus the spirits can once more come forth. Dick also says something that I think could potentially clear up the ending of The Shining. He discusses how the dead wander back to where they died. Now for decades and decades, there's been lots of interpretations about that final image in The Shining. Shows Jack Torrance at the Independence Day Ball all the way back in 1921. Dr. Sleep then shows Danny meeting his father, who's now replaced Lloyd as the hotel's barman. In the film, Grady tells Jack how he's always been the caretaker, and this created the reincarnation theory. In the film, there's the mention of Delbert Grady, but they also say Charles Grady at one point. Both killed their families in the 20s and 70s respectively, so there was the theory that Jack was the person in between those cycles. If he was reincarnated, then his living soul could also wander back to where he died at the Overlook to continue the cycle. Beyond that, his spirit going back there explains why he was the barman in Dr. Sleep and why so many people who died at the Overlook remain there as ghosts. Jack going back to the hotel as his spirit could also highlight how he was absorbed by the hotel and able to appear in the image at the end. So yeah, just his fleshing out Dick's backstory could explain a lot of unanswered questions. Obviously, Kubrick isn't here to confirm or deny, but I do like the take. Leroy then basically tunes out what Dick's saying and says he has to complete the mission. In the book, Dick was just 19 at the time, and he ended up leaving the army after the fire at the Blackspot, which I do think is what will also happen here. He calls Leroy a bootlicker and basically doesn't want to do any of his orders, even if it could lead to jail time. Leroy is kind of pulling rank though, but I think ultimately this will be what makes Dick step away from the army. Now, despite everyone dying in the sewers, including his best friend, Leroy wants to complete the mission. He started out on the outside, while Dick was the one following orders, doing the dirty work. But after Dick got his box smashed open, he has flipped his views, and no, not like that, you dirty pervert. Leroy now, though, is just like Shaw, and despite people warning him that he's putting people in danger, he wants to finish what he started, at all costs. I do wonder if this is the Derry curse, or if it's to do with his lack of fear. He won't see the risks or dangers, which is why he was such a decorated pilot in the Korean War. However, as he hit Will, I am leaning more towards the Derry curse. Returning home, to top off Leroy's great couple of days, he finds Charlotte's packing. His apologies initially work, but then the guy switches to talking about protecting the country, and it shows where his priorities are. Anyone else would be shipping out straight away, but he's kind of torn between his duties to America and his duties to his family, which will ultimately cost him both. The family will likely leave, and the army will get rid of him as well, especially if they find out what really happened to Paulie. Because yeah, Shaw was asking questions last week. She also says,
"You put us in a cage with a goddamn monster!"
Which is similar to what he said in episode 5.
You knew that Derry was this thing's hunting ground, and you let me move my family here.
But yeah, that kind of shows just how far he's gone. Anyway, Charlotte tells Leroy Hanks at the Blackspot and that she's gonna get him out of town and then move back to Shreveport, which apparently I have been pronouncing right. Cutting to Lilly in the classroom, I love the way this opening shot's framed. It kind of puts us in the desk behind her, eagerly watching, almost as if we're Pennywise. Though it's revealed there's a girl there, I do like how, from this shot, there's no one in the desk behind her. Getting flashes of Pennywise in the sewer before it transformed into her dad, it then appears out of the desk to frighten her. The figure says,
"You'll die if you try."
Which is the same message that Pennywise left for Bill and Blood at Bev's after it kidnapped her in chapter 1. It's also what Pennywise told Beverly from the pipes in the book, really hammering home the connection between Lilly and Bev. She then has a massive freak out in class, and everyone thinks she's mental, mate. And I can see her getting a lobotomy at the end of the season, which will probably stop her from seeing Pennywise finally. We also see the dagger glowing as well, showing that this was indeed a real Pennywise vision, and it's not just in her head. Cutting to the dinner hall, we then see Marge and Rich sharing lunch together. The pair talk about hearing voices coming from the pipes, which is something we've of course seen in lots of different scenes. In the book, we learned that lots of other people experience this, so I'm glad they showed it happening to others. During his investigation, Michael learned that Betty Ripson's mother had heard her daughter's voice as well, and it was just a nice bit of continuity across the characters. Marge then calls Rich a knight, and she's pretty happy about getting an eye patch and now being a pirate. Belonged to Rich's ancestor in Cuba, but it shows Rich is thinking about Marge and how to make her feel better. Best Big Boss cosplay I've ever seen. Gets a bit awkward though when Marge says it's a date and then the patty cakes show up. They basically call everyone a fucking loser who probably watches Screen Crush, but Marge shows her the eye and gains further strength of character. They also call Rich Ricky Ricardo, referring to the character on I Love Lucy. Reminds me a lot of the miniseries where Richie gets one over on Henry and his gang. The bullies and negativity in Derry are what you had to stand up to, and the Losers Club basically beat Pennywise after standing up to Bowers. Rich is also besotted with her, and they fittingly play Pretty Little Angel Eye as she tightly grips onto the back of his bike, which is a song that's a bit on the nose there, mate, with the eye thing. They then arrive at the Blackspot, and we see they're setting up a band, which is what they mention in the book. There they say a couple of players got together and Dick actually played as part of the band. They also call it a clubhouse, and these clubhouses have been throughout the franchise. Not only have we had the Standpipe, but the Losers Club also had the bunker on the Barrens. Going to Hank and Ronnie in the back, we then see as Lilly rides out to Kersh's. In the run-up to this, we see a neighbour in the garden staring at her, which is then made worse when she knocks on the door. Sort of like the guy who followed her in the supermarket, and it again is a continuing theme of the franchise. The librarian also did the same thing to Ben in Chapter 1, and it shows that Pennywise is always watching.
Always watching.
She's also wearing a Melvin's Pickle brand messenger bag, symbolising she's still not over her father's death. I guess you could say he got in the right pickle. Anyway, it's through this we learn the truth about Kersh. Now, as she tells her story and goes into the history, it also made me wonder if the creature also didn't harm her because it takes the form you give it. This is something they discussed heavily in Chapter 2 and how they were able to beat the creature in the end. Basically, it's what you make it, so her seeing it as her father and her father being harmless to her may mean that it wasn't able to hurt her. It feeds on your fears and attacks you through that, so if it's your dad and you're like, whoa, it's me dad's back, you're happy about it, you know, it's opposed to fear and thus Pennywise has no strength. Does that make sense? Is that how she survived? Anyway, Lilly rushes down the street screaming, and it's another betrayal that's clearly getting to her. Loony Lilly, mate. We then see as the party starts to jump up as Ronnie refuses to leave her father or the Blackspot. Actually got a lot of vibes of the Duke joint from Sinners, which also had racist attacks at it on the first night. There was also a vision where it burned down, but here it's happening literally. I do think that's all coincidental though, as Sinners was shooting around the same time that this was. But maybe, you know, the Blackspot story from the book might have influenced Ryan Coogler. Either way, Hank has the talk with Will in the back room. The pair bond over talking movies, which is of course Hank's favourite pastime. Hank embarrasses Ronnie by saying she has a new gentleman friend, and Will also says his favourite movie is War of the Worlds, which is most likely the 1953 adaptation of the novel, and while Will probably likes it due to the sci-fi themes, it's also about aliens that land via meteor on Earth, so it does fit quite well with Pennywise's backstory. Over at the Falcon, we then see as the vigilantes are mounting up to go and hunt Hank. I want to see the Falcon's scores on the doors as well, mate, because those pickled eggs do not look hygienic. But yeah, the gang here includes not only Mr. Kersh, but also Phil's father. He's clearly been let out of jail by Bowers, who's complicit in the attack tonight. Bowers comes in and says he knows where Hank's hiding, and we learn a lady called in a tip. Which, yeah, considering she was having an affair with Hank, seems like she's been planning this all along. Bowers has also been relieved of his duties, and thus he can't arrest Hank. Bowers ends up joining the mob later though, and judging by his clothes, he's the one in the Dracula mask. Now, Bowers being behind this attack alters things from the book, but kind of ties into it as well. In case you don't know, the source material didn't have Bowers as a police officer, and instead, Henry's dad Butch was just a simple old farmer. In that, Butch Bowers burned down Will Hanlon's chicken coop and erased this attack on the farm. They took that out for the films, and of course had Bowers as a policeman. So the farm attack was changed, but Bowers here doing the fire at the Blackspot kinda plays off of it. The fact he's in a Dracula mask also plays into the idea of Pennywise. King tends to write lots of characters who are vampires, but not exactly in the way we think. Instead, stuff like this, The Outsider, Dr. Sleep, They all have vampiric characters who feed on people beyond just drinking blood, whether it's sucking steam or Pennywise psychologically torturing someone to feed on their fear. They're all vampires when you think about it technically. Sabauer's wearing the mask of a vampire plays off it really well. Pennywise also appeared as Dracula in the book, albeit the Nosferatu-looking Kurt Barlow who came from Salem's Lot, which was also written by Stephen King. Mr. Kersh then mentions the train yards, and in the book, this was where Eddie first saw a homeless man, which inspired Pennywise to haunt him as a leper. Now in the book, the fire at the Blackspot is quite a lot different. In the novel, it was carried out by the Legion of White Decency, who weren't happy that the black citizens had their own place to go. We have seen their badge in the series before, and this popped up on the Paul Bunyan sign during episode 1. In the work, black citizens weren't allowed to drink in the bars in town, and on the base they were only allowed to drink Coke. So Fuller gave them this place to go. The Legion then arrived wearing white hoods and set fire to the place while trapping people inside. Hank Grogan wasn't part of the story at all, and the main focus was just on Will and Dick. There also, no one knew his psychic abilities. Now in the book, it's Will who's the soldier, with him being the one who leaves the army to work on the farm. He tells his son Mike about what happened, and this is while Mike's investigating Pennywise. Will's riddled with cancer and telling the story about the black spot on his deathbed, whereas in the film, we know he died in a fire. However, he says that in the army he was subjected to lots of racism by the higher ups and forced to dig and then fill and then dig and then fill and then dig another hole over and over and over again. The officer who did this got in a lot of bad trouble, and it was suspected the black spot burning was part of retribution for this. Either way, that night the Legion arrived and Pennywise used this as a time to attack. Showing up as a giant bird, it swooped down and tried to grab those fleeing from the blaze, both patrons and Legion members alike. "'Twas a bird," he said, "right over the last of those running men, a hawk maybe. What they call a kestrel, but it was big, never told no one. Would have been locked up. The bird was maybe 60 feet from wingtip to wingtip. It was the size of a Japanese zero, but I seen its eyes, and I think it seen me." And the cold was worth it just for how fucking good reading that section was. That sound fucking amazing. But on a sadder note, it was a horrendous event, but not really driven by the hunt for Hank that we have in this series. Will was also more of an optimist and contemplated that it might have been an accident, even to the point where he thought the clan was shouting, "Come out! Come out," and that they were trying to warn them there was a fire inside. He believed that the gas stove had been left on, and then the clan had gone in with torches completely unaware. Which, yeah, I don't know, Will, I don't know. I do wonder if that's why they also don't wear white robes, though. However, Will did see some positives in the aftermath, and, after the fire, the cycle ended, and he said the whole town banded together to look after the survivors. There were dozens of people left with serious burns, but it seemed like a turning point in the town. People were really ashamed, and even the worst of the Legion disbanded after witnessing the horror firsthand. Again, it was of course the end of the cycle, and was looked back as being a terrible time in the town. After hearing this tale from Will, Mike then returns to the library and he ends up falling asleep on his desk. When he awakens, he sees muddy footprints walking from the door to where he was asleep that don't go beyond there or return to the door. Like the figure just walked in and then simply disappeared. All there is a red balloon tied to his desk, which pops and then ends the Blackspot interlude. Now in the show, we see Dick arriving after going through like that black void again, and it seems like his sixth sense is being dulled by the liquor, as we mentioned earlier. In the book, he actually helped people escape the fire as he knew which way to go to survive, because of his psychic abilities basically. Now I do wonder if the drinking here will cause some problems and he won't save anyone, which will cause guilt down the line. This could be why he chooses to help Danny by returning to the Overlook Hotel, only to be killed in the movie, whereas in the book he survives. But we don't know what continuity they're definitely going to do. Some people have said they're going with the book one though, but yeah, let's see. Marge and Rich are then given some spicy cokes, and you've supplied alcohol to a minor there, mate, so that's you banned from YouTube. Expect a million drama videos on you son of a bitch. They then get Rich to play in the band, and the kid really takes to it. It's like Marty McFly playing at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
You know that new sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this!
I do wonder as well if Styx will sort of become like Rich's totem, and this will protect him against Pennywise. In the book, we had stuff like Stan's bird book, which he used as a sort of psychic shield as a way to overcome the creature. Like, he has a bit where he holds up the book and he shouts out bird names, and Pennywise is like, oh no, whoa, and disappears. We also have a singer doing scat, not like that, you dirty bad boy. And while this is going on, Mrs. Kersh starts getting dressed. It's a bit like the bit in Oppenheimer when he puts on his hat and stuff. It's kind of like Batman getting ready. We get focus on her hands as well, which has been cut across it from Lilly's dagger before. This is actually really relevant to the story though, and it's something we've seen before. The Losers Club cut their hand just like this when doing the blood oath at the end of chapter 1. In many ways, Kersh has also sworn an oath to her father that will result in blood. So it's a really fitting moment. I also love the way the attic's lit up here with a triangle as well. It almost creates a yellow tent, which is of course what Matty, aka Pennywise, appeared in last week. Outside, we then see Bowers and his gang arrive. The masks have some cool Easter eggs though, as not only do we have Dracula, but we also see Frankenstein's monster. The Universal monsters were heavily used in the book, as that's basically what King said scared him as a kid. Throughout it, Pennywise also appeared as the werewolf, mummy, creature from the Black Lagoon, not the Blue Lagoon, you cheeky bad boy, and even this monster here. This form is what killed Belch in the book, but sadly, it wasn't used in chapter 1 and 2. They also have a sad hobo clown, which might be Emmett Kelly. He was a circus performer who played the persona of Weary Willie. And it kind of went into how clowns could be more than just comedic happy figures, much like Pennywise. There are also 2 Native American masks, which again fits in with the story, albeit very of their time in their portrayal. Anyway, we end the episode knowing the fire's probably going to go down next week, and that will likely be what happens throughout episode 7. And it's going to be bad. For now though, we go to the spoiler section of the video in which we talk about the trailers for the upcoming entries. And if you don't want to know, turn off now. I actually really appreciate you sitting this long. Normally I make a joke like, fuck off, you haters. But I appreciate you sitting through my terrible voice this week, and just know I'm hurting. I'm getting through it. We're pushing. And I'm doing it just for you, mate, so I appreciate the thumbs up. Anyway, firstly, I want to talk about Kersh holding her hand out in the opening of the episode. In the trailers, Pennywise does this amongst the blaze and holds out his hand for an unknown character. It says, "Take my hand," which is very similar to the moment at the beginning. Mrs. Kersh also holds her hand out to Lilly before it's slashed. Part of me wonders as well if this isn't actually Pennywise, but is Mrs. Kersh. Especially combined with the cleaver, as she'd have access to this due to her husband. If you have watched the teaser as well, then you may have spotted another big piece of foreshadowing. An ice cream van goes by Will as Ronnie talk on the street, and it looks similar to the one they used in the trailer. It's seen again as they drive off with the kids around it. Also in the trailer, again, we do see Pennywise holding a cleaver, and it is at what seems to be the Blackspot. Not only is Mr. Kersh part of the posse to capture Hank, but he has said how kids call him Stanley the Cleaver. So this could be the kids / Charlotte seeing Pennywise at the fire and him taking on the form of Mr. Kersh. He has of course taken on the form of Bob Gray and Mrs. Kersh as well in chapter 2, so taking on the form of Mr. Kersh just makes sense. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Welcome to Derry. Having a breakdown myself after that episode. Now, the penultimate entry is now here, and there's a lot they reveal as we head to the finale next week. This is one of the best hours of TV I think HBO has put out in a long time, and yeah, I'm dying to talk about it. We have Easter eggs, dances, deaths, deadlights, dick, and danger. There's lots of big changes to the book as well that are going to make this a blast to go through, and yeah, just let's skip the long intro, get right into it.
I am Pennywise, your dancing daddy.
Now we begin in the year of 1908, which builds off the back of episode 3. Beyond being the year that it took its favourite form in Pennywise, we also know this is the year of the Kitchener Ironworks explosion. This Easter egg hunt ended in disaster when some of the machines overloaded and exploded. The factory detonated and killed several people, and in the end 88 children were killed. Pennywise's cart was seen at the site, and this episode cleared things up. Initially, I did think it was Bob Gray at this location, but now we know Pennywise had taken his identity at this point. We join the carnival and watch as a snake is dangled in front of a woman. From the wide shot of it watching later on, we can see this is from a performer called Jungle Joe. Snakes in stories have a lot of symbolism, with it all going back to the Bible. A snake entered paradise and disrupted it, with Pennywise being the quote-unquote devil that destroys the relationship between Ingrid and her father. We then pull out and can see a stock of cotton candy, which is what Pennywise used to tempt Georgie with in the book. We then get a much wider establishing shot. If you look at the back of the stage, then you can see Pennywise's red card attached to it. This also reveals the circus is in the middle of a giant field surrounded by trees. I believe that this is where we end the episode, with this being the location the dig site goes down later at. So it's a nice full circle moment. Kids then rush towards the stage and we get a booth for him with a little Pennywise mascot on it. Going to the stage itself, we see the carnival ringleader who returns from episode 3. It clearly took inspiration from this guy's announcements, as there's a music box with a similar introduction in chapter 1.
Step right up, Beverly. Step right up. You'll laugh. You'll cry. You'll cheer. You'll down. Introducing Pennywise, the dancing clown.
We also have the Pennywise logo at the top of the stage that's seen on several parts of the cot. On the left and right of the stage, there's also interesting carvings in the pillar. They look like Swedish Viking carvings, and this could be a nod to the book, in that Mrs. Kersh actually said how her father came from Sweden. Pennywise then pops out a door and we see he's got a bit of a dodgy eye, which it of course adopted. Andy Muschietti wanted to do this digitally, but Skarsgård revealed he could do it for real. We then watch as he performs his act, and it kind of gives an insight into the real Bob Gray's life. Gray's wife was a clown who went under the moniker Periwinkle, but she sadly passed away. This has clearly haunted him, and we see he's not as happy off stage as he appears to be on. The episode centers heavily around the death of a loved one and how this can completely destroy you. Death lingers throughout, and whether it's this, Rich, which I'm never getting over, the Kershes, it all kind of plays into it. I did wonder if there was any symbolism to the beaver kind of being the antagonist in this play as well. It has yellow eyes just like Pennywise and pops up from the ground just like the creature, but that might be a reach. Ultimately, Pennywise and the beaver become friends, which is kind of what Kersh tries to do with it. And after the hug, it almost kind of works. The beaver could also be a nod to the town's logging history, as beavers were used to represent the town in chapter 2.
Never been a fan of the beaver, but look at this hat.
But yeah, the whole play is really sad, and just seeing the paintings of Periwinkle and Gray together kind of messed me up. I think this is his wife's old costume that he dances with, and it comes alive like a ghost, which kind of plays in the themes of the show and how characters can come back to life in some form. But yeah, really sad. Periwinkle's costume was black and white, which reminded me of the Terrifier. Art was clearly inspired by Pennywise, and his design was even based off old clowns that inspired the creature. Art had his own sidekick, the little pale girl as well, and Ingrid later gets hit with the deadlights but survives, so I do wonder if she's gonna go full-on pale girl. We then cut to a goat, and Andy Muschietti there, absolute goat for making this episode! The Flash is forgiven. The curtains then open up and we catch Pennywise sipping a swig from his flask before it's taken off stage. The sad clown paradox, to give it its technical term, that's an archetype that's been laced throughout fiction, and it applies here really well. Made famous by the joke about Pagliacci, this plays in the idea that a performer isn't able to experience the joy they give to others. And yet, from what we see of Gray, he's a bit of a wreck when he's not with his daughter. And even then, I do wonder if he's just putting on an act for her. The sobbing stuff is something we've seen in the movies, and Pennywise did this sort of thing in chapter 2 when Rich escaped the Paul Bunyan statue. Seeing the kids' reaction here though shows why Pennywise picked this as his favourite form. They absolutely love it, and rather than having to chase kids like we saw with the Skeleton Man, the kids now come to it. Realising that there's other ways to catch them, it then ended up adopting this form. There might be a continuity error here though. Ben found a drawing of Derry's founding which featured Pennywise looking menacing. So it did clearly have a look like this earlier. As you mentioned in lots of our breakdowns though, this has been a problem with prequels, as writers and directors tried to retroactively change things or add lore. You can see how the kids are just mesmerised by the act though, and they love how the clown makes them laugh. This love even endears Kersh after 60 years, and she's willing to do the dumbest thing possible if there's even the chance she could recapture her childhood. This is its greatest trick as well. In between cycles, we have seen how the town kind of rests on its laurels and slumps into comfort. Even the tribe of Maturin was like, oh whatever mate, cycles ending soon, not been too bad. However, the idea of Pennywise is kept alive by people like Kersh and later Henry Bowers. These become its minions in many ways. Pennywise always needs a human character as its servants, much like the typical vampire relationship. Which is very fitting as Henry Bowers basically does the clown's work, and in the episode his grandfather wears a Dracula mask. Kersh will later become one of its forms as well, and she's probably the most tragic character in the entire story now due to what we know. Like Lilly, it uses her dead father to manipulate her, but both go in opposite directions. This is also where the grooming metaphor really comes into effect. I've always seen Pennywise as being based off the kind of killers who lure kids in with promises of stuff like candies and puppies, that sort of thing. It's drilled into our heads as kids not to trust them, and even now with my kids, I'm like, once a week I'll say, don't believe that strangers who say they have puppies and sweets, don't believe them. Now because of this, at the time of the book's release, Pennywise was compared to John Wayne Gacy, who used to perform as a clown. He'd lure young boys back to his house and show them his magical handcuffs. He'd put them on and lock them, and then show them how to escape through using a quote-unquote trick. He'd then get the kids to try them on themselves, and they'd quickly realise they couldn't get them off. Gacy would then have them at his mercy. Now, though King was writing it at the time of the crimes and didn't actually know who Gacy was, people obviously drew similarities. Since then, I think the tie's been present throughout the multiple incarnations we've had. The 1990s miniseries, for example, that definitely has elements of Curry's Pennywise that are clearly based on Gacy. I think since the book's publication as well, other creators have kind of drifted towards more real-world metaphors, and the miniseries was full of stuff like Eddie getting attacked in the locker room. Locker room stories like this with boys have often been where it's revealed that abuse has gone down and kids have been groomed by people in the school and stuff. So yeah, it's a dark way to take the video, but I think it just highlights how seemingly innocent things like this have been taken and twisted by those who wish to do harm, and are as evil as Pennywise. We then see Pennywise dancing in a style that it would later take and perform in the sewers. This was inside its car to Bev just as she was trying to make a run for it. It was really unnerving and just like kind of like a what the hell's going on moment. Which this isn't the place to be dancing, mate. Amongst the performances, we have some other Easter eggs, including the red balloons dropping down. Last week we saw in the photo of Grey how the giant forehead was actually an additional headpiece. The creature Pennywise doesn't need that though, so kind of just morphs into the same form. But I love how it just kind of explains why the character's forehead's so big. The kids then rush to the stage, which sets up a lot of things. The kids end up rushing Pennywise and defeating him in the end, with them basically chasing him away for 27 years. However, we also see her watching over. We then cut to Periwinkle applying her makeup and costume. It's a great way to mirror Kersh getting ready last week, along with the scene that we saw in chapter 2. After Bev came face to face with Kersh, she then ran into a vision of Grey. He was getting ready just like this, and we even get a similar moment with pain around his face. There it was warning Bev that she hadn't changed anything and that she was doomed. Here though, it's just a nice father-daughter moment. Hov expected him to shout at her for wearing her mother's outfit, but he's very pleased that Ingrid is taking up the family business. Periwinkle then tells her father that he should hear how the kids talk about him, and he says, well, at least that's something. His daughter is clearly what brings him light, and he wants to perform with her as the first father and daughter act, even giving her the moniker of her mother. Grey talks about how he misses the circus, the roars, and then says,
my act will be different. Something no one's ever seen before.
Unfortunately, this ends up proving correct, and it adopts his act to make children roar in terror. Yay! Now, we see him on the night smoking his cigarettes, and this is something we also saw in his hand in the photo in the attic. He's swigging his flask and getting red makeup on his handkerchief, which neatly plays into the blood reveal of his death. We can also spot the initials RG at the bottom. This stands for Robert Grey, and it's something King took from child killer and cannibal Albert Fish. A boy then approaches from the woods, and I love how Pennywise is like, nah mate, I'm not helping you find your parents, sod off. I feel like this guy wouldn't even hit the thumbs up. Will you hit it?
No. Can't you see I'm busy?
I love the way the kids' eyes are shot though, so they've got those two reflective parts akin to the shiny ones that George saw in the basement in chapter 1. Upon hearing screams from the forest, Grey then decides to go and help. I did wonder at first if this was one of the creature's victims, as Pennywise can be in several places at once. However, nobody is found, and thus it's probably just making the sound effects. Ingrid then goes looking for her dad, and we see a sign for the Santini's Brothers Carnival. The 7 Santini brothers moving operations have been mentioned in King's work before, but I can't really find any Easter eggs beyond the mention there. And they aren't mentioned in it. But yeah, if you know, that's what the comments are here for. Anyway, Grey's been found dead, and from what the group discovered, they think that it was wolves. They talk about how they roam around the area, but knowing that, I do think it's probably always been Pennywise. I love the transition here as we cut to the credits as well, and the little iris fade out just keeps things in line with the times, giving it an old movie feel. Now it's from this point that we cut to the intro, and it's here we hear the Smile in a Ribbon song that I've had on repeat for 6 weeks at this point. Kill me! As we discussed last week, there's a drone in the background that slowly gets earlier and earlier in the song. It was completely absent in episode 2, but since then it's just kind of drifted in closer and closer. Feel like it represents Pennywise, how he's under the surface, in the background, and ramping up to the impending doom that's now coming for Derry. And it's such a great touch. Now from here, we jump back to the Blackspot. Continuing from last week, we see Bowers wearing a Dracula mask. This is along with a werewolf and also a Frankenstein one. Sorry, Frankenstein's monster, you cheeky bad boy. This is a little nod to King and the book. As a kid, King was terrified by the Universal Monster movies, and their roster are probably what pushed him towards writing horror. He had an idea that they could all be costumes and masks that could all technically be worn by the same entity. So it was created to feast on the fear of kids by appearing as what they feared the most. In the book, Frankenstein's monster's there, Richie's attacked by a werewolf, and a Dracula from Salem's Lot appears as well. So all really nice Easter eggs that kind of ties back to that, and I know it's a Dracula, I'm very in my Weekly Planet mode there. There's also a skeleton, a Native American, and a clown mask, which you could apply to what happens in the Blackspot. We have skeletons because people die, a Native American, and also a clown. Now in the book, the Blackspot fire was told to us by Mike's father Will while he was on his deathbed dying of cancer. Will had kind of touched upon the tale throughout Mike's life, but he'd never out and out told him. In the book, they have the kids' stuff go down, and then Mike remained in the town. While the others forget, Mike stays behind and investigates Derry, which is broken up into sections known as interludes. The book is kind of a chore at points, I'm not gonna lie mate, like there's a 4-hour-long chapter on the audiobook that's just kind of talking about Stan's business. And that's chapter 3. And I shit you not, they even talk about how his wife was reading a book by Bill that she ended up quitting around chapter 3. And Bill is based on Stephen King. And I was reading it like fucking hell, I hate this shit. In the context of the show, I have seen a theory that next week it'll be revealed that we're actually seeing Mike hearing these stories and that Leroy's telling them to his grandson on his deathbed. Leroy just kind of disappears out the story in chapter 1 and we never see the character again. So I think this would be a great way to fill in what happened to the character and actually give us a goodbye to someone who's quite important in the story. We could get all the seasons told to Mike as Leroy dies, with him recounting the events just like the book. Will died in the fire as an adult, so yeah, he didn't really have a deathbed, but I think having Leroy do it would be such a cool way to reframe the entire season, and then it would act as the perfect segue into the films. But yeah, on his deathbed, Will tells his son and how Pennywise was the one behind it. He'd riled up the town into a frenzy, and they descended on the Blackspot wearing KKK robes. I've always thought that though Pennywise is the bad guy, that he often just enhances how people are, and the evil within them. Adults in the town look the other way when they see a kid getting bullied, and claims of abuse just fall on deaf ears, which is something that often happens in real life. Pennywise just enhances the evil within someone, and then it takes advantage. Whenever there's evil though, he's always there in the mix and waiting to strike. And this was the kind of event that highlighted that. The Blackspot was a place where white and black people in Derry could get along, but the fire sent that all burning down, literally. In the lead up to it, Will had been ordered to do torturous work at the base by a racist soldier called Sergeant Wilson. In the blistering heat, he made him dig a hole and then fill it in and then dig it up and then fill it in and dig it up and fill it in ad nauseum in the blistering sun. Will kept at it though and didn't stop because he didn't want Wilson to win. But it just kind of played in the idea that the higher ups viewed Will purely because of his race. That night, Will talked about the ban and how the hoods then showed up. He said that people in the robes appeared like ghosts, but that he saw some real ghosts as well walking amongst the crowd. They rushed in with torches, and apparently a pilot light had been left on, which then started the fire. The doors were then locked, and the horror began. There was maybe 40 or 50 people out there, some of them crying, some of them puking, some of them screaming, some of them doing all 3 things at once it seemed like. Others were laying on the grass, fainted, dead away with the smoke. The door was shut, and we heard people screaming on the other side, screaming to let them out. Out for the love of Jesus, they were burning up. This was so bad that people were crushed against the doors they were trying to break out, and many that did wished that they hadn't. In the night, a bird came down and grabbed them before taking them off in the darkness to feast. Will said the bird didn't fly though, and instead it just floated. Will waited until his deathbed to finally tell the truth because he knew no one would believe him. And I do feel like, for as horrible as this event is, that no one's going to mention the clown. This was also something discussed in another interlude, which opens up chapter 2. That is the murder of Adrian Mellon, which fittingly opens chapter 2 as well. All the witnesses on the day, they swore they saw a clown, but the police knew it would just destroy the court case, so all mention of it was kept out the records, which I think will likely happen here as well. The entire scene is horrifying, and it's one of those ones that you read and you think like, yeah, that's very bad, but they'll never be able to adapt it as good as it is here. And yeah, when they started doing like the vampire masks and stuff and the werewolf, I was like, yeah, it's not going to be as good as the book or as horrifying. Because yeah, you have the KKK show up and it's just highlighting the evil that exists within people. In the end though, finally seeing episode 7, for as good as I think the book is, Muschietti just takes things to the next level and crafts one of the best scenes I think I've ever seen in a TV show. It begins with a really tense standoff between the masks and patrons, and there's also clear undercurrents of racism throughout the whole thing. So yeah, though they're not wearing robes, they're not exactly skipping out on it. One of the gunmen even allows Norma Price to go free at the start, and it shows how they only care about certain kinds of kids. Dick then comes out swinging his dick and saying they're the army, and Hank even tries to hand himself over. The GIs then pull their guns, and the ones behind the masks are clearly cowards, beyond doing the obvious thing of like hiding behind a mask. They then back off and say they're leaving before locking the doors and attacking from the outside. It also feels like Muschietti is steering things towards the idea of vigilantism that we saw in the Bradley Gang massacre. That happened after all the town basically shot up a gang in the street. They were all armed and ready to dish out some vigilante justice. Which I do feel like if this story gets passed down the line, this is what they're gonna kind of paint it out as being. The Welcome to Derry podcast last week actually had a great quote that I think applies really well to this episode. They said that in Derry, the past isn't the past because there is no past, because everything is on a loop and it happens in a cycle. They also touched upon how the true horror is not what people see in the dark, but what people choose to see in the light. This entire event is whitewashed, and people just flat out refuse to acknowledge what really went down that day. Even the accounts by Will in the book are not certain if the Legion of White Decency intended to set the fire or if it was just a big accident. He said it may have just happened when they were lighting their torches. And yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Will, don't agree. But yeah, hiding Hank wasn't in the book at all, and hell, neither was Hank really. He gets a mention when they're talking about Veronica Grogan, but the hunt for him wasn't driving them into burning down the Blackspot. Instead, again, it definitely feels like it just mirrors the Bradley Gang massacre, and that is apparently coming in season 2, so very excited to see how it kind of mirrors this moment. But yeah, the people who carried that out aren't viewed as criminals, they're viewed as doing vigilante justice and being heroes, and I do wonder if because of Hank being seen as a child killer, if all the people involved in this, if they're just going to be seen like, oh well, they weren't criminals, they were bringing the killer to justice. Now, in the book, we do learn of the aftermath of this event and learn there was a great wave of shame that washed over the town. Those involved in the attack ditched the Legion of White Decency and people came together to try and help the survivors. We hear Shaw touch upon this later and how in the aftermath of an attack, people often go in the opposite direction towards order. The book tells us medical fees were either waived or paid for by donors, and Will said it felt like a turning point in the town. Reminded him there were good people in Derry, and as we know, this was around when Pennywise hibernated. So the town had kind of gone to its lowest point, and now the good was starting to emerge. It's just a shame events like this had to happen for people to basically help out others and hit the subscribe. I think it's really clever though to just show how evil can often be generational, and Bowers' lineage is just the absolute worst. It was always in Henry's DNA to be used by the clown and be an instrument of evil, which we see with Chief Bowers here. But yeah, the attack begins right after they leave, and I feel it's even scarier than anything that we've seen Pennywise do. Ironically, they kill more people than they suspect Hank of doing, and it's far bloodier than the Capitol Cinema massacre. The door is barred up just like in the book, and we also see Rich look out the window and see highlights lighting it up, which again is another section that's in the text. Filmed in Awana, you just don't get a break from the action and how intense the attack is. Nothing lets up, and not only does the fire rage, but we also have people outside shooting in. Those that make it out are gunned down, and it's clear they don't care about getting Hank at all. This is just a slaughterhouse. It's kind of the opposite way that Sinners go, and you can feel the fire leaping off the screen. Throughout, Rich acts as a knight, and he puts out the fire on Marge's arm before doing something that messed me up. And I'll never forget you, Rich. This night conversation calls back to last week when they talked about how Rich is a knight and Marge is a pirate. In this, Dick also witnesses a lot of stranger things. This begins with a Civil War soldier, and there's some ghosts later who tie into the story. This includes a headless boy who's part of Pennywise's entourage. This is a nod to the kitchen ironworks, and one of the kids had their heads blown off in the explosion. This was later found in a tree, and it's what Ben saw a photo of in the library. He then went down into the basement and was chased after by this headless boy. Dick then makes a dash for it to try and escape, and how he knows how to do this is touched upon in the book. There it says, due to Dick's psychic abilities, that he's able to sense a way out. There he leads Will out of the fire, and he can sense the right way to go. Here though, we kind of see how apathetic he is to others, as he's willing to just ditch them and save his own skin. It's only upon hearing Ronnie ask where her dad is that he looks up and notices the war chief. She's a representation of the opposite to Pennywise, and she stood up to him in the past. This is even subtly shown to us in the war paint. The red covers the top half of her head, and come the end of the episode, we see Pennywise is red from the other half down. The war chief's also wearing the bear head that we saw in the episode 4 flashback. The soldier ignored him, and so did the chief until Dick called out to her for help. Last week he said,
No. Long as I don't regard them, they don't even notice I'm here.
So it's a big deal that he decided to reach out to the spirits for help. Also like how her eyes go from a white glazed over dead look to back to normal once she acknowledges Dick is talking to her. Now speaking of Pennywise, we focus on a soul woman seeking cover in the blaze, and then the clown comes waltzing out of it. Offering to take his hand, this is a subtle callback to Kersh last week. There she offered her hand to Mabel at Juniper Hill before leading her to her death, and that's exactly what Pennywise does here as well, basically highlighting the creature's evolution and how much things have changed from since it first encountered humans. There it used to just run out as a creature and try and eat them, but now it's trying different approaches. And holding out its hand while still being a predator perfectly builds off some of the most manipulative things in humans. This is what Kersh weaponized last week in order to get the kids' trust. She also tried it on Lilly, and it's the same thing Pennywise has started doing a lot, as its victims trusting it makes them easier to grab. We then cut to Ronnie, and I love how as she scrambles around we can see Pennywise munching away in the background. Guy has got face on his face, and Skarsgård just goes completely next level with it. That bit where he's talking to Dick and he's like, they can see you. Just amazing performance, and yeah, watching him go from Nosferatu to stuff like this, he just disappears in the role, and I think he's such an incredible actor. He's just cackling madly amongst the blaze, surrounded by the dead in his world, and then we get a scene that I think is even more evil than anything going on inside. Bowers just standing outside smugly looking at his work. I think I found that one of the most chilling things in the entire series. You can hear the screams coming from inside, and yeah, just horrifying.
He's right. They're cooked.
It was also at this moment that the guy invented the 2025 slang of saying someone's cooked. However, we see Phil's dad is clearly affected by it. Considering he was someone who was hit with the Derry curse and tried to kill Hank in episode 5, this is very, very telling. It shows Pennywise's influence is starting to slip, and how even those who were willing to murder aren't happy with the people they've become. And I think this was really important to highlight. When the cycle ends, the grip starts to fall, and this can be seen in the father here. Cutting back inside, we then lead into what's one of the most devastating things I think I've ever watched in my life. Dick leads Hank, Ronnie and Will out, and we see Rich carrying Marge. The roof then collapses. What's a nice bit of continuity, I'll say, amongst all this, we later get a view of the black spot and can see this hole. Rich then spots a Coca-Cola fridge, and he puts Marge inside of it. Guessing Coca-Cola sponsored this season because they've got like that big advert in Main Street, and then everyone's drinking it in the army tent earlier in the series. In a scene that clearly mimics the end of Titanic, we then see these two star-crossed lovers unfortunately have their future robbed from them. Telling her to get in, Rich plays up there's enough room for both. However, upon climbing in, she realizes the truth, and he stands there accepting his fate. He just takes one last look of her, and then slams the lid and gets on top and just holds her there until the fire passes. He recounts his first week of school and also the first time he saw Marge. It was love at first sight, and Rich talks about how he stared at her. She said, "Take a picture, it'll last longer," and Rich said he had a staircase where after this, or l'esprit d'escalier. That's basically when you think about all the stuff he should have said after the event as you're kind of going down the staircase on the way out. Rich says he thought about what he could have said back then and how he would have said,
I wish I could.
Whew. absolutely devastating, and there was a lot of dust in the room during this moment. Marge and Rich then tell each other they love each other, and even now I'm like, now I'm even like, after watching it, I'm like, well, there must be a way that Rich is still alive somehow. Sadly though, this sacrifice is needed, and it shows the kind of friendship and bonds that are needed to defeat the creature. It's about putting your friends first, and this is ultimately how the Losers Club win. Now we are of course heading towards the finale next week, and we know that season 2 is going back in time, so we're not really going to see any of this group again. For the fact that Pennywise still lives, we know all the stuff that happens with the Losers Club, and part of me thinks that everyone minus Will is unfortunately going to die. The original Ritual of Chud failed, and so will this one. Will is the only one who canonically makes it out, and this is so that Mike can exist. Knowing for a fact that they've also killed off Rich, it just makes me head towards that finale thinking no one is safe. Because even now I'm like coping, like, oh well, Rich, there might be a way there could be magic they can bring him back. Even when like they focus on his body, I'm like, no, he might still be alive in there. But yeah, knowing all this, it did actually make me recontextualize some stuff, especially involving the Hanlon farm, and I do have a theory. We all theory time, yeah. Okay, so theory time is, what if Will and Leroy end up taking on this farm to keep watch over Pennywise? Kinda like how Mike stays in Derry to keep an eye on it. Potentially they might even build a pillar below the farm, keep an eye over the whole thing, and basically stop the evil from getting out into the world. The farm site and how we see it in chapter 1 does kind of look like the area that we see them digging at the end. That might be a reach, it might not, but I do feel like Will and Leroy are aware of the creature, they take on that responsibility. It then comes back, kills Will in the fire, and then from that point, Leroy's just fully jaded. Might not happen, I just think it's interesting to talk about, and that's the time of Deadlight Space Drop Theory Time.
I love you, theory time, make love to me.
Now, though we don't get a giant bird swooping down to kill the people who start the blaze, we do get a scene with Mr. Kersh. Failing to start his car, it's clear his wife's messed with the engine. Well, to me at least anyway. Might have just been a happy accident. Ingrid then emerges from the trees in full periwinkle getup. Her husband just kind of thinks it's ridiculous, but this is her true face.
This is me, Stanley. This is who I really am.
Stanley says he'll beat her black and blue if she doesn't take the makeup off, and this kind of goes into why she psychologically is so desperate to meet back up with her father. Stan has abused her likely for years and years, and she longs for the man in her life that treated her with kindness. This kind of trauma and abuse is what's at the heart of Derry, and ultimately why things keep going wrong. Ingrid started off as like the nicest character in the town who, like, when she first showed up in the season, I was like, what a lovely woman, Lily's got a great friend there. However, just like most things in Derry, she's destroyed things due to selfishness and the rot at the core of her. She's a perfect metaphor for the citizens in the town itself, and how if pain and trauma, if left unchecked, leads to more pain and trauma. Her papa then arrives carrying a cleaver. Stan was of course nicknamed Stan the Cleaver, and because of this I did wonder if he was actually a form of the clown. However, he's definitely not, and Pennywise basically House of the Dragon season 1's off the top of his head. He then eats the top half of the skull, and Ingrid is like, nice to see you again, Dad. She reveals she set this entire thing up as Pennywise would be drawn to the fear. As we guessed, she was the one who called in the tip, and this has been all part of her endgame. We have been saying this for quite a while. In the diner where she had the balloons on her dress, I was like, I have something off about her, and I want to say theory time, confirmed. Pennywise then asks to see the bow, and she performs it like how she did as a child, complete with the trumpet. Pennywise loves it, but is like, oh well, cheers love, nice to see you. Gonna go sleep for 27 years now. Hope it goes well. This absolutely devastates her, and I did think Pennywise was going to eat her at one point, but I think it sees her as being a useful tool. While she hugs him, he looks feral though, and clearly is contemplating eating her. However, the fact he stops could actually contain another reason. When Bev sees the deadlights in chapter 1, you can hear the screams inside its mouth. Pennywise talks about how Bob lives inside of him now, and I do wonder if Bob being inside of it almost kind of wrestled control with the creature. This would explain how she survived last week, and as he later says, a bit of her daddy lives on inside him. This is something that's also kind of mentioned in the book, and if you want to look at it that way, I won't be mad at you. Personally, I'm leaning more towards it being useful too, but we've got to explore these scenes as much as possible, and there's definitely the read that Bob Gray lives inside and he's like, oh, maybe I won't eat my daughter. I'm getting held back. But yeah, the creature needs to hibernate, and I love how they kept this detail consistent. I did wonder how they were going to keep it in line with having to hibernate after the Blackspot fire and are still getting an episode after this. However, they do it in a way that I think doesn't really break the rules. Ingrid then puts her foot in it and begs for Pennywise not to leave. It's in this though that she realizes she might have fucked up, might not have thought this one through.
Not a great plan.
Again, Pennywise reveals it ain't her father, and the penny finally drops with Pennywise, eh? It's at this point that he blasts her with the deadlights, and I absolutely love that bass drop. Real trap shit. This is of course them reusing the score from the films, and it just instantly sends her into a catatonic state. Her body then begins to levitate, and as we know, they all float. Now, I don't think that this is the end of Kersh, and I do think she'll have a big role in the finale. As she's wheeled out later, we see her eyes move, and I think she'll return fully as one of Pennywise's minions. Pennywise does become her later down the line in a much older form as well, so would it have to know that she would look like this when she's older in order to become her? I don't know, but I do think that she's being kept alive. It's also possible that they're wheeling her off to Juniper Hill, where she'll end up in the same place as Henry and the kid she took to the creature. They found her a bit mental, a bit in a catatonic state, and if they discover her plan and stuff, she'll definitely be going off to the asylum. Now, the effects of the deadlights themselves, it differs from person to person. Bev's husband, Tom, was hit by them at one point in the book and was literally scared to death. Bill's wife, Audra, though, was sent into a catatonic state and only awakened by a magical bike ride with Bill. In chapter 1, Bev of course sees him as well, and it's in this that she sees the future of the Losers Club. So I do wonder if Kersh has also seen things happening in the future, and she might even witness that tea party with Bev thing at the house. But yeah, I think more likely than not, she's just an agent of the clown, and yeah, she'll be back in the finale. I do feel that for sure. If she wants to show her support though, mate, why not do that by picking up one of our t-shirts at the merch store? Step right up, and check out our Deadlights one, which is inspired by the poster of The Thing. We have a full range of Welcome to Derry inspired shirts, along with a Stranger Things one as well, and also have Fallout right around the corner, so we're selling lots of shirts for that too. We've got it all, mate, and the more you buy, the more of a discount that you get. If you order now, it'll also be there before Christmas. As long as buy now, I mean now, and not you're not ordering on the 22nd of December, mate. Order now. Shabow! Anyway, we cut to the next day and also get a reuse of the music from the films. This is the piece known as The Oath, which is used in both Chapter 1 and 2. It first appears when the group swear to kill Pennywise if it ever comes back to life. This is a bond of their friendship in which they'll stick together to conquer evil. So having it used for this scene is extremely important. The fact it's all connected to coke is also a massive deep cut. In the book, it says that Stan remembers cutting his hand with a broken coke bottle before they carried out the oath. The entire group then cut their palms with this coke bottle and swear to come back if the evil returns. So having the coke here while we hear the oath is an amazing connection, and I love the taste of sweet Coca-Cola available now. Marge witnesses this kind of promise and she sees Rich's body leaning up against the fridge. Just the look on his face as well, mate, it really got to me, and he's just no longer there. Arian Escott, he's been great this season, and knowing he's not going to be in the show anymore was just absolutely devastating. There is actually a theory that I think holds a lot of weight involving Marge that we're going to talk about. Drumroll, please. Now, so Marge has massive thick glasses, and this is shared in another character in the Losers Club. That is none other than Rich, and we know from the book that his mum's name's Maggie. After seeing this episode, I did wonder if it would be revealed that Marge is Rich's mother, and she named her son after her first love and the person who died saving her life. I think that would just be a great way to honour the character. And yeah, I remember back at the start of the season, I was like, why did they got another character called Rich? That's going to get confusing. But if she names it after him, just makes so much sense. And yeah, I'm crying again. Outside, we then see the fire crew coming together and a woman laughing from how broken that she is. Kinda shows the fear and madness that's been spread by Pennywise. And, well, the racist that burned down the Blackspot. This was the worst of humanity, showing the evil aspects that we have. But love will always be there too, and though Marge is devastated, she's seen the best of what humanity can bring as well. Holding Rich's hand for the last time, she puts it under the blanket and then says goodbye. Whew, and I don't think a kid's death has messed me up that much since my girl. The worst thing is, as well, I kind of knew it was coming. In our trailer breakdowns, we've talked about how there's not really much footage of Rich beyond the events that seem to be happening at the Blackspot. And the comments were even posting it on the last video. And it still got me. Now, we did mention before that Will was tortured by Sergeant Wilson, and this character then turned up at the fire while it was still raging and was useless in the face of the crisis. Just like the book though, the fire department then turned up after the blaze had finished. The book also had a fair few survivors as Will friend's Trevor Dawson punched out the sergeant. He used Wilson's truck to then smash open the doors of the Blackspot to help people to escape. This show though killed off all of Dick and Leroy's mates. And Leroy was shooting some of them as well last week. Or was it the week before? I can't remember. It's all a blur. Leroy and Charlotte then arrive and Will tells them that Dick led them out. Again, this is kind of playing off the book where he did the same thing. The big difference there though is that Will was an adult and he was the soldier. But I like that they kept it that he led Will out. The kids then lead Charlotte to the woods, which is where Hank's hiding out. One thing the official podcast revealed last week as well is that the actor behind him actually auditioned for Mike in It Chapter 2. Steven Ryder revealed that he went up for the part, but they went a different direction. However, he said he bonded with Muschietti, who said he wanted to work with him again in the future. So he then cast him as Hank, and it's nice that they worked him into Derry in a roundabout way. I think the survivor's guilt though is going to be felt heavily by the group, and it's going to be interesting to see where things go. While this is going on, we then see Dick haunted by the spirits of those who died in the blaze. They surround him and haunt him in such a creepy way in which they want answers and vengeance for what happened. Dick is going to walk with these ghosts forever, and it seems like he's clearly losing it. Dick then reveals that it feels like the creature's gone to sleep, and this emboldens the army to start burning the barriers. They burn it, destroy it, which lets the creature go, and I love how it plays off this whole notion of fire. But it's not really a good plan.
Not a great plan.
Now, as Dick revealed last week, the dead are drawn to where they died. We know that one of the pillars was placed where the war chief died, and thus they just have to follow the spirit. All the burned people constantly surrounding Dick did make me think back to The Shining. There he describes ghosts as being like burnt toast, and the fact they're burned may be a reach, mate, but worth bringing up.
Say like if someone burns toast.
Despite Dick being petrified of the dead last week, he's integral to sure getting the pillar. Might speak to his deep down nature of wanting to do good. He could have escaped the Blackspot, but when it came down to it, he decided to go back. He may have been inspired by the war chief, who was a beacon of standing up to the creature. The fact that the eyes also went from white back to normal could symbolically be like the deadlights when that makes the eyes white and then you gain control yourself and go back to normal. So, standing up to Pennywise. And we did say we were reaching. Mirroring this though, Leroy's still risking his family's life to carry out the mission. He doesn't know what Shaw's up to, but still believes in what the Major's pushing for. He thinks that once it's over, the town will be safe, they'll close the cage in, and they can all finally leave. However, his refusal to step back from Derry has basically held him back throughout the entire show. Firstly, he didn't leave when he found out about the mission, and then he stayed when Will was grabbed under the water, and now he won't leave despite the horrific fire. He's still convinced he's doing the right thing, and as we know, he has no fear. This ultimately clouds his judgment though, and as much as people hate fear, it can be an excellent survival tool. People who have fear will take less risks and put themselves in less danger. The official podcast also brought up the fact that he doesn't have fear, which affects his character in different ways beyond that. All that energy has to be directed into something else, and for Leroy it turns to anger. He hit Will last week and explodes at the end of the episode. Now we then hear the news report, and as we said earlier, everything's just been whitewashed. The fire is blamed on faulty electrics and the media spins in full effect. It plays upon the town's bigotry and racism, and the white folks just don't really care because it's not happening to them.
Fire Department spokesman Bob McCormick described as an illegal colored speakeasy on the outskirts.
The killers are painted out as the good guys. Stanley even gets eulogized, and he's said to be a beloved local butcher. On the police board is also T. Pasternak. This is the last name that actually features in King's novel From a Buick 8. At the police station, we also see Bauer's name being cleaned from the glass. As he mentioned last week, the mayor let him go, and this is what made him go towards telling those at the Falcon about the tip. Hank's case is then closed, and the police believe his body was found. They obviously, didn't have DNA back then, and are happy to just sweep the crimes under the rug as per usual. This often comes at the end of a cycle, and the police often just pin the crimes on someone to avoid doing extra work. The killings then stopped, and it's basically like, well, look, we caught the guy, the killing stopped, it's all over. This is why Henry was sent to Juniper Hill in the first place, because he was blamed for all the kids' disappearances. Also, love how the radio broadcast ends with a very chilling laugh.
Like you. Now here's Frank with the weather.
We then cut to the children of maturing. We learn that 23 people died at the Blackspot and that 17 kids died during the cycle. This is actually a lower body count than in the book, as there 66 people died in the fire. Rose also once more refers to the cycle as the augury. This is an ancient religious practice of observing birds. Pennywise first appeared as a bird in the book, and again with the ties to the Blackspot, I did find it fitting that the cycle in the book ended with it appearing as one as well. Although many people died, Rose says that they must focus on the ones they saved by keeping it in its cage. The poor kids are just seen as collateral damage so that it can stay in prison. It's a reverse of what Shaw wants at the end, as he's willing to unleash it on America to keep people compliant. The rationale is that despite the deaths, there's always peace afterwards, which is something the pair both share. So while the tribe accept the sacrifices for the greater good, Shaw wants to use the fear as a way to unite the country, which is very Watchmen. In 1962, America was of course a hotbed of change, and they had the Vietnam War, protests around that, the civil rights movement, feminist movement, free love stuff, and basically there were constant changes. I believe that Shaw thinks that America's on the brink of collapse and that there'll be a civil war if people aren't terrified. And to be honest, this is kind of a universal message, because every single decade people say this stuff's it's about to be civil war, it's going to be civil war over this stuff, and yeah, never really ends up happening. If it does happen, mate, I kind of hope they decide the winner on Call of Duty or something, have a Call of Duty match, decide it there, spare the bloodshed. I've got a better plan than Shaw. The actions carried out by the government, though, during that time often undermined the perceived freedoms of the US. Lots of people were treated like second-class citizens, and protesters were put down ruthlessly. The debate around freedom of speech, especially in the UK at the moment, it's something that's very, very high right now. And yeah, there's just a universal message here that's kind of about the government trying to quell disobedience. But how are we going to stop people? We can't just throw everyone in jail? Well, the plan is we're going to unleash Pennywise on the country.
Not a great plan.
Back at the Hanlons, Charlotte's trying to get Hank out of town through using Leroy's uniform. It also plays on the town's bigotry and how they just view black people as being all the same.
This town is the monster. You're not going anywhere.
Will is then forced to stay home. It's funny how he actually does what he's told this time and is attacked because of it. Due to this, Marge and Ronnie then arrive at Lilly's to give her the bad news about Rich. We can see the dagger and that she's gripping it very tightly. She refused to let them touch it last week and has clearly had all her trust destroyed. The friends' lack of unity has led to Rich's death, and had they all stuck together, the dagger could have warded off Pennywise. Sure, the racists still would have attacked, but they might have been able to make it out together. Kinda reflects the Losers Club scene after 29 Nearbolt Street, and there they argued and basically split up, and then Bev was grabbed by the creature. Lilly looks in a very bad way though, and clearly everything that's happened has taken a massive toll on her. At the standpipe, they then pack up Rich's things, including his Native American toys and soldiers. This is actually a really good touch, and the Native Americans and soldiers are currently two of the warring factions in the show. His Lone Ranger toys also put in his box, and Marge looks at his plane. This unfortunately never made it all the way to Main Street, and sadly the character was brought down early as well. The Lone Ranger also had a horse called Silver, and Bill named his bike after this. We even hear Bill shouting "Hi-yo Silver" at the library in chapter 1. Which is very, very fitting and sad, and I'm never getting over it. Back at the dig, the soldiers then locate the burial location, complete with the turtle shell that we saw in episode 4. This is another nod to Maturin and the continual turtle theme in the show. I got a lot of vibes from Indiana Jones from the music, and I love how it fits unearthing this ancient artifact. Leroy's then told to stand down, just like how Dick was. Like Kersh, he starts to realise that maybe he's made a mistake here. The excuse that it's asleep is then used so the army can experiment on the pillar. However, there's actually a secret plan. Shaw's kept him in the dark since the start, and there's no difference here. Tanya also watches over them, and he runs to Rose to tell her what's happening. Also at Rose's house are Charlotte and Hank, who arrived there to try and get him across the Canadian border. As you mentioned a while back, Rose's tribe have a family in the Great White North, which is why Charlotte's seeking her help. It's sort of playing off the Underground Railroad and moving people towards salvation. Now, the trailer gives away how it's being done, which is something we'll talk about in the spoiler section. The pillar is then taken to an incinerator, and this is something we theorized was something from the Kitchener Ironworks. The Indiana Jones vibes continue with the box, and it gets wheeled in like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. They then go to burn it, and basically want to leave the cage door open so the monster's free to roam.
Not a great plan.
Yeah, it's a wildly stupid plan, and thankfully Leroy arrives, but even he can't stop Shaw. I find Shaw's plan grimly ironic though. He wants everyone to abide by the law with no personal thoughts or opinions. This is just like what the US criticized the USSR for doing with communism. Shaw justifies the kids' deaths as collateral damage, and they then destroy the pillar. Don't know how it's gonna go, but obviously we know they do contain the creature, and Pennywise doesn't end up strolling around the US. However, we did see in chapter 2 as Bev runs down the stairs to leave Tom that there is a picture of them, and there's a shape of Pennywise in the top corner. So maybe he gets out and just goes mental. But I doubt it. Leroy in the end is detained though, and we then cut to see Pennywise. This moment is very clearly paying homage to Apocalypse Now. And its apocalypse is here. It-pocalypse Now. That film was about the insanity of war though, and how the structures of power often end up becoming the thing that they fight against. In that we watch a character descend into the heart of darkness in order to assassinate someone who's turned against what the army deems acceptable. The film even has the line, and there are theories that the entire thing is just a descent into madness with a character in hell who's stuck in a time loop. Elements of the end flash up at the beginning, and we've done a full breakdown of the movie discussing all of that and all the hidden meaning behind it, and you'll enjoy that video if you watch it. Now, though the hibernation should be in full effect at this point, the creature cannot miss this opportunity to roam free. Thus, it goes and abducts Will. Calling and pretending to be Ronnie, it also uses her voice to taunt Bev in the pipes in chapter 1. Talks about how Rich's lungs burst like popcorn, which felt like a nod to what it says to Georgie about popcorn.
The way he must have suffocated, lungs bursting like popcorn.
Because they pop.
Pop, 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 pop. This entire scene is very similar to when the creature grabbed Bev before then taking her to the sewers. So I'm guessing that's where it's going. It appears on the fridge and then jumps down before blasting Will with the deadlights. Don't know why Pennywise doesn't just spam this attack whenever a kid's running, but it has him ensnared, and that's how we end the episode. Over the credits, we hear the song Trouble's Back in Town by the Wilburn Brothers, and you get that, mate. You get that Easter egg, mate. Give yourself a pat on the back. Congratulations. Trouble is back in town, and that wraps up the video, and I want to discuss some of the things I think could be happening next time. We will, of course, be breaking down the episode trailer in full on the channel very soon, so make sure you subscribe. But there are a couple of shots that haven't been shown yet that I think are very interesting, and I want to talk about them in this video. If you don't want to know, thank you for watching, and as always, hopefully I'll see you on the next one, and you enjoy the rest of the week. It's been a good one, it's been a depressing one. More It content coming soon. With Lilly looking like she's losing grip this episode, and next week is going to be horrifying, the Red Band trailer may have given us a clue at what exactly is next for her. Shoutouts to pun on Reddit for this amazing theory. The user talks about how lots of people have theorized that Lilly is Bev's mother and she ends up marrying Alvin Marsh. Marsh was actually a janitor at the hospital, and this could have been how the pair met. His name was also mentioned earlier in the season. I can't remember what episode it was. They had something scrawled in graffiti saying Alvin Marsh. I'll not make my editors look it up, but we did point it out in the breakdown. Either way, in the Red Band trailer, we can see a woman who's hanged herself. Because of YouTube censorship, we have had to censor this, but if you want to see it in the Red Band trailer, that's where you need to go. Now, what we can see is that this doesn't look like it's taking place in the 60s, as the police uniforms look like the ones we see in Chapter 1 and 2. The room is also a lot different to the ones that we've seen in Juniper Hill. There's also a man kneeling over and a girl with long red hair comforting him. This looks a lot like how Bev appeared at the start of Chapter 1, and the uniform here looks exactly like Marsh's. So I do wonder if Lilly is in fact Bev's mother, and that's the reason why she wasn't in those films. In the book, she's called Elfrida and is part of the family, but they may have changed that, and Lilly might be her mother. Bev and Lilly have been shown in lots of similar ways that we've pointed out throughout most of our breakdowns. The main ones are them both being in cubicles though, being tricked by Mrs. Kersh, hearing voices from the sewers. It all lines up. And I'm gonna be honest, mate, we are killing it with the theory times, and I think this might be our best record across the series when it comes to getting shit right. But I said the Blue Lagoon instead of Black Lagoon, and I got the pillars wrong, so we're discounting all of it. I fucked up. Now, we also have the escape attempt with Hank. In episode 6, around the 12-minute 20 mark, we watched as an ice cream van was driving through the shot. This seems to be something that appeared in the mid-season trailer, and it looks like what the heroes were driving. I do feel like this is what they'll use to smuggle out Hank, but I don't know how well it's gonna go. Again, if we keep with the canon of the books and the movies themselves, then Ronnie was one of Pennywise's victims, and thus I think things are gonna go bad. The trailers have also shown a fog that's been overwhelming Derry. Shaw said that fear is like a fog at the end of the episode, and we're heading into brand new territory now. The school is also attacked with the doors barred, just like the Blackspot. It's something that reminds me a lot of King's first novel Carrie and that iconic prom scene. And that's actually a book I'm currently rereading, maybe a breakdown soon, eh? The fog that overwhelms Derry is also very similar to another King story, The Mist. So I do wonder if there's going to be a sort of Castle Rock TV show style ending. I have also seen some speculate that Shaw's operations here may turn into the shop. This is a secret government organisation mentioned in Firestarter, The Mist, and also Tommyknockers. Now, as I said, we are in uncharted waters, but one line it said in the book has given me an idea. In the text, it says, "I am the eater of worlds," which is something Bill scoffs at. Its appetite does have a limit, as it of course goes to sleep for 27 years. However, with the pillar now gone, it is possible that it takes over the world. Perhaps this is what it meant, and it's eaten worlds before. The trailer also shows kids floating above the ground, and it might even trap most of the town in its deadlights. This could show the true horror of the creature, and then the natives may have to perform the ritual of Chud in order to contain it. From what Mike says in chapter 2 though, we know this goes badly and a lot of the tribe die. However, this might be enough to hold the creature back, and they could take the dagger and put that at the missing pillar spot. The dagger came from Rose's safe, so it wasn't part of the setup, and yet, maybe just swap them over. Anyway, that wraps up the episode, and huge thank you for sitting through another breakdown. I don't think it's any surprise that I absolutely loved this episode, and I think that they just knocked it out the park. Just an incredible entry, and though the show's been great so far, this just kind of took it to the next level. It's got me so hyped for next time, but I'm actually also really sad that we're potentially going to be saying goodbye to these characters next week. The 27-year thing is going to mean we probably won't see them again. Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and this video we're breaking down Welcome to Derry. The final episode is now here, and it's packed with Easter eggs, big reveals, and lots of massive moments. Throughout this video, we'll be going through the episode and talking about the book alongside it. I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Let's get into episode 8.
No one who dies here ever really dies.
Okay, so we start the episode at the barber's, with Derry coming to a standstill as the fog rolls in. We join a barber in a shop on Main Street, who then heads outside. I love the little touches here, and how we have Hank's wanted poster up in the window. We can also hear a baseball game on the radio, which was a running thing in the book. It would regularly be on the radio in the background, and Eddie even watched Stan play baseball at one point in the book. As he steps outside, we can also see the Jade of the Orient sign, but we never get a reason to why this moves location, which I was kind of hoping to see in these episodes. We also have Machin sporting goods, and this is a reference to horror writer Arthur Machin, who King said influenced his work. He actually called his book The Great God Plan, the best horror in the English language, so this is a nice little inclusion. Now, the fog itself carries a lot of symbolism with it, and it links back to something that Shaw said last week. He described fear as being like a fog and wanted this quote-unquote fog to roll over America. So having it cover this picturesque American town as Pennywise takes over is very fitting. It's a microcosm of what he wants in his American dream, or rather American nightmare. The fog blankets everything, and it's in the midst of this that one finds himself feeling lost, isolated, and unable to really know what's there in the unknown. It's something King himself has used before, and this was a major part of his book The Mist. That was launched by Project Arrowhead, much in the same way the military caused all this here. Now though you might think I'm reaching, there was a nod to Arrowhead in the middle of Derry. During the opening of episode 5, we saw Hotel Arrowhead in the street. So yeah, kind of foreshadowing the mist that rolls into the town. While The Mist is also an obvious connection, I feel like Andy Muschietti may also be referencing the work of John Carpenter, most notably The Fog. Muschietti is clearly a fan of his work, and in It Chapter 2, we saw Stan's severed head inside Nearbolt Street. It turned into a spider which looked just like the one from The Thing. Characters even had the same reaction to it.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
We then cut to the army base and see the radar showing its expanse and watches the trees wither and die. It shows the toxic influence of the town, and Pennywise would roll this out over America if it had the chance. At this point, we then get a creepy form of Pennywise looking from a window. This is at the Hobby House, which was established in 1951. This is a little nod to stuff from the book, as there it's the year that Georgie was born. That was its first attack that kickstarted the story, so it's kind of when it was established. In the miniseries, it's also when a lot of the Losers Club were born, with that show taking place around 1960. Now the actress here is actually played by Catherine Lubman, and she played Betty Ripsom in Chapter 1 and was one of the bullies at the start of It Chapter 2. Because of that, people like me theorise that those killed by Pennywise are reincarnated and then go on to do evil acts in the town. Seeing her return here as well makes me believe that even more. Now either the character was a victim who got killed in the past and then reincarnated further down the line into Betty, or Pennywise is able to see all time at once and then picks victims from the future. It then turns into these characters and uses the faces of its victims to further taunt the town. Sort of like what it does with Mrs. Kersh in Chapter 2. A red balloon also appears behind it, and it's at this point we cut to the Derry High School. Pennywise puts on the tannoy and tells everyone to subscribe and hit the thumbs up. It also announces classes have been cancelled, and we can see from the clock that it's 1:09. So say what you like about that Pennywise, but he's a nice guy letting people finish school early. Also love the touch of him saying the upperclassmen are excused and it's just the younger kids that need to go to the assembly. Pennywise only really used to target kids around a certain age, so it wants the others out the way. Now the kids should have known something was up here, as there was a little clue. In episode 2, Dunleavy uses his little xylophone to introduce his announcements.
Good morning, students.
Here though, Pennywise doesn't do that, so these students, you should have been paying attention to the Easter eggs and you should have fucking realised. Cutting to the gym, we then see the Derry High School mascot. This says Home of the Trappers, which was the name mentioned in the book. Paddy and Bert the turtle then enter, and I was wondering if my turtle guy would survive just by being dressed up as Maturin. Alas, that does not happen. And I also kind of wonder why he's always literally in that costume like all the time. I don't even know what the kid looks like. The kids even ask who they think would have the ugliest baby and mention Bert the Turtle, Teddy Urin, aka Stan's uncle, Lily Bainbridge, and also they say that Matty guy. Matty being Matty Clements. They're absolute dickheads though, because a lot of those kids are missing, so it's just a nice little dickish thing for them to say and be joking about, so you don't feel bad when they get traumatized and taken. The red curtain then shines with a spotlight, and Pennywise pops up puppeting the principal. In a play on the ringleader at the carnival, he announces Pennywise the Dancing Clown, who sure knows how to make an entrance. Dunleavy being used like a ventriloquist doll is also something we've seen Pennywise do before, and during Chapter 1 when Bill went down to the basement, Pennywise propped up Georgie and basically had him talking. You could see his hand popping up behind him, and then he just slammed him into the water, ripping the head teacher's head off, head teacher. He then locks the kids in and blasts them with the deadlights. It instantly highlights how strong the character is now and how he's able to hypnotize more kids than he ever has before. Pennywise once more has the blood covering his body as well, with him being red from the nose down. In case you missed our breakdown last week, we did point out how this nicely mirrored the war chief. She wore red war paint from the nose up, so this symbolically plays into how much more powerful that Pennywise is. It also nicely plays into how bloody things with him are, and yeah, seeing him soaked in this is such a good visual. In the shot at 2:29, we also get a better look at the stage. We have the Pennywise logo and Time to Float written around it. We also have 2 columns with Nordic-looking characters on them. This is a nice little nod to the book, as their Mrs. Kersh said her father had come from Sweden. I love how Pennywise also kicks the head out the window as well, and the kids later find the principal's head outside the gym, which is some continuity I appreciate. He then does his dance, which Bev first saw in the sewers and Bob Gray performed last week. You might also notice the backdrop as he does this. This is actually the cavernous cave where his lair is, and it's what the Losers Club go to at the end of chapter 2. In the bottom right, we even have the crash site, so this is a really nice touch. Pennywise sings and spams them, which is when the backdrop collapses and we see his car outside. Also, nice little touch having a William Shakespeare quote on the wall to amp up the theatre kids. Now it's at this point we cut back to the standpipe and see the kids cleaning up. All that's left are the 3 kids, and the creative team have actually done something great throughout the series. We've had character posters every single week, and every single week they've been updated and changed throughout the entire show. When a kid gets killed or swapped out, they normally take them out of the poster, and yeah, it's wild just seeing Lilly and Marge and Ronnie are all that's left. Now this is kind of happening simultaneously to the opening as the fog's just rolling in. During that opening, we could see the standpipe up at the back of Main Street when it came in, so I feel like the school attack must have happened pretty fast as Pennywise has already printed and put up like 50 different missing kid posters. No, these are obviously illusions and they're done to taunt the kids. Missing posters like this have been used throughout the franchise, and yeah, Richie was taunted with one on Nearbolt Street. That also makes an appearance later on in the episode to taunt someone else. As they head out, I also love how we can see how big and thick the standpipe door is. In the book, Stan ends up going there and Pennywise traps him in and locks the door. He tries pushing against it, but it's too big to budge, and it's only upon him holding up his bird book and shouting names defiantly that it unlocks and he gets out. So it's just nice seeing what it actually looks like, because this is the real one in Bangor, Maine, that King based the one in Derry on. Anyway, it's at this point we get a better look at the posters. If you've been watching our previous breakdowns, then you know that these are often the names of people who've worked on the show. And I googled them all. Now, unlike most of the episodes, there isn't actually a lot of these names attached to the show that I could find at least. However, if you're Mary Johnson, Angela Moore, Kathy Robinson, Ricky Smith, John Cooper, or Elaine Morrison, then let me know below. Elaine and Mary are actually part of Paddy's group, but yeah, Karen Finn, Christopher Allen, and so on, I couldn't really find a connection. But look, mate, I did put in the work and I did check. Peter Randolph, though, is actually a policeman in Kings Under the Dome, but yeah, even that I think might be a tenuous link. And probably a coincidence. The main focus, though, is the Paddy one dead in the centre, and to me, these amounts of posters just symbolise the general apathy towards the danger of Pennywise that a lot of the adults feel. Shaw is trying his best to be mates, and though Rose is helpful, the tribe kind of just sat about in their living room and it didn't really do that much. This disinterest has now fully consumed the town, though. Even the way the fog rolls in reminds me a lot of a volcanic eruption. Everything's just coming to the surface and now causing a tidal wave that's consuming all. We then cut to Pennywise doing a one-man band with a severed arm on a chain. This reminded me a lot of Eddie Cochran, who was found with a missing arm and then Pennywise could later be seen eating it during the rock fight in chapter 1. Georgie also had his arm bit off as well, and the guy's clearly been having a snack. The entire scene reminds me a lot of the Pied Piper and how he was leading away the town's children to places unknown. He's sort of just hovering away on his horn and they're hypnotically following behind him. The Pied Piper also had the theme of parental apathy and how the adults in town didn't really take things seriously. So it fits really nicely with the show. Upon arriving at the school, the kids then find a head teacher, and along with this is the bloody poster of Will. Now, if you watched our last breakdown, then you'll know we had a theory that Marge is Rich's mother, and they motherfucking theory time confirmed it, motherfucker!
Lights drop. Theory time, you motherfucking blow my mind.
So, we guessed it last week, but how the fuck did we do it? Are we psychic? Are we Dick Halloran? Or are we just absolute nerds who read too much fucking books by Stephen King? Well, the answer is that there were lots of clues throughout, and in the book, Richie actually said his mother was called Maggie, which is often a shortened version of Margaret. She has big thick glasses as well, and for me, when Rich saved her, the penny finally dropped. Knowing what she went through, how she declared her love for him, it just made sense that she would name her son after the boy who saved her life, and yeah, I'm gonna cry. Now, though we get the reveal later in the episode, there's actually a little clue here if you're paying close attention.
I want to kill that fucking clown.
Which is a nod to this.
I'm gonna have to kill this fucking clown.
Let's kill this fucking clown.
The trio then jump on the bike and head off, which doesn't really work. Reminds me of the book when Richie and Bill first went to Nearbolt Street. Spooked by it in its werewolf form, they both rode off on Bill's bike and just managed to get away from the creature. This is also a lot like the scene in chapter 2, right after Bill buys his bike back. He gives a triumphant, she could beat the devil, and we then cut to him struggling up the street as things are clearly falling apart. So luckily, well, lucky for them anyway, they spot the dead milkman and decide to steal his van.
and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West.
This van was actually given focus earlier in the season, and it appeared around the 12:20 mark in episode 6. They started up and go racing through the streets before we then cut to Leroy. The bloody prank caller's back, mate, and Pennywise taunts him.
Is Oliver there?
Who?
Oliver, close up.
Hold on, I'll check.
Also love how they have that big painting of a lake behind him, and I just love how this foreshadows where the final confrontation goes down at. Leroy also says, this could potentially be a nod to the miniseries, and there the Losers Club kill the creature by literally ripping out its heart. This also happens in It Chapter 2 along with the book, and yeah, it's just a nice way to kind of play into how Pennywise dies. We then cut to Dick, who's haunted by ghosts. They're a lot like the ones from the Overlook and constantly taunt him. Our friend Mo over at Fourth Take, he actually pointed out something interesting, that Dick never sees the ghosts of those consumed by Pennywise. So it's likely that when Pennywise says they all live inside it, that it's telling the truth. When Bev got blasted with the deadlights, she did hear the voices of children, so Pennywise may literally consume their entire existence. Leroy then arrives and sounds like your mum knocking on my door in the middle of the night. The scene is also a nice flip on the one we had in the same spot earlier in the season, and we see how much the characters have fallen. Dick is clearly broken and has been hitting the bottle, though it hasn't been numbing the voices. Leroy is also falling apart as well. Dick at this moment's going to take his own life, but it's only upon Leroy saying it has will that he then begins to hesitate. It's showing the good in the character, and down the line he'll of course fight to save Danny from the Overlook. Cutting to the lake, we then see the fog expanding and freezing the water. I love the way we can also spot the crooked tree here, which becomes really important later on. Back at the base, we see the fog has now almost spread there, but I do feel like it stops expanding and is likely contained by the barriers. At this point anyway. It might just go where Pennywise is going, but yeah, let me know below if I'm wrong or what you think. Now from here we cut to Rose's farm. This is based just on the outskirts of Derry and beyond the reach of Pennywise, which is why the fog doesn't fully encompass it. In Chapter 2 we learn Mike went to visit the Native Americans who lived on the outskirts of the town. There he explained it was out of its reach and thus a safe place for the tribe to inhabit. Come the end of the episode, she announces she's selling it and the Hanlons are moving in. She clearly also sells the shop as well, and it gets bought by the character we meet in episode 2, who in chapter 2 is played by Stephen King. We did theory time that the Hanlons would buy a farm to look over the town, which yeah, theory time confirmed, kind of, because we didn't say it was Rose's farm. However, I did expect Charlotte to leave and for us to get insight into why Leroy's such a dickhead come chapter 1. But yeah, come the end, everything seems fine. As we know though, Will burns in a fire caused by the creature, so I think that might have just been the thing that ended up breaking him. So theory time can kind of right, theory time got like 80% right there. Now what was a true theory time confirmed though was the fact that the dagger is going to be used to replace the pillar. This is what Rose suggests here with her laying out the map of Derry. This map was actually shown in the officially released material when they explain where the barriers were placed. It's pretty much some mystical science Rose energy stuff and how the pillars need to be together to kind of like all connect so they can work at a certain distance or something like that. And yeah, like the tree is the furthest point the dagger can be placed. And they can't just place it in the ground below that or drop it in the lake.
It's all bullshit!
Look, I don't know, lots of mystical stuff, but Dick is able to track objects with its energy and thus they can now find the dagger. Should call it Second Sight Rose. On the map we also have the Indian Marsh as well, which is obviously, you know, what the old grounds that the Native Americans used to live on. Rose then gives Dick a root that sends him into a hallucinogenic state. This is clearly building off of chapter 2, and then Bill gives a root that allows him to see how Pennywise came to Earth. Rose calls it a Maturin root, which is of course a nod to the god of the universe. That giant turtle thing that vomited up our universe. I think King was on some Maturin root himself when he made that shit up. We then get a similar effect to how they shot things with Bill, where we kind of focus on his face and the room shakes around him. Rose also does the classic, whatever you do, don't not hit the thumbs up, which you should have said beforehand. It's here that we then join the kids in the van who get sent off the road by a pothole. I'm surprised it caused this much of a crash, mate, because it looks like the kind of usual pothole I find lining my street. And that's never happened. To be fair though, you know, she can't drive and she only has one eye.
That wasn't a one-eye thing, it was a pothole thing.
Alright, okay, I believe you. Lilly then starts panicking after realizing she's lost the dagger, and it's here she freaks out about them touching it. Dropping it into her bag, we then learn some more things about it. It turns out that the dagger has a corrupting force to it, and it's basically like the One Ring. We then cut back to Dick and get this really cool effect where he has a mouth inside a mouth. Kinda looks like our Pennywise t-shirt a bit, mate, and it might be a good time to tell you about our merch store right below the video. There we have all our Welcome to Derry inspired shirts and things for Fallout, and the boys as well. We're also running our December sale on top of that with discounts across the board. You know, normally we have it where you get a discount if you buy multiple shirts, but right now, right off the bat, you're getting 10% off. Plus, on top of that, you're getting more discounts the more you buy, and you'll be supporting videos like this, looking good, buying yourself something, getting a loved one something as well, and just looking fantastic. And thank you for all your support. Dick then tells the group that the kids have the dagger and that all the characters are basically heading to Will, who just so happens to be getting dragged towards the tree. Very convenient, but yeah, I actually appreciate how all these pieces kind of fell into place perfectly and all lined up rather than us getting like a fragmented finale. They then jump in their Scooby-Doo van and Rose explains that the dagger has corrupting qualities that can send you insane. Feels very Lord of the Rings again and will apparently do whatever it can to return home. Like Pennywise itself, it can harm you on a mental level, and it explains why Lilly has basically been going Gollum over the last couple of episodes. The group then wrestle back and forth with the dagger, and Ronnie only breaks through when she brings up the lifeboat conversation from earlier in the season. Finally, Lilly lets go, and they decide to share the load. Share the load. It then begins to glow, and the group spot the wagon leading the kids across the ice. I love how Will's at the front as well, as he was the first taken. The steps to the cart then drop, and blood begins to rush out of it. This reminds me a lot of it Chapter 2 when they enter the house on Nearbolt Street, and we see the black liquid on the steps. Pennywise also toots Ingrid's horn, which she performed for the creature last week. Holding it back with a dagger, it then decides to attack from the fog. Grabbing Marge with a long extended arm, this looks a lot like the one that came from the sewers and grabbed Georgie in Chapter 1. It's here that the creature then talks to Marge directly and tells her about her future. Calling her Margaret Tozier, she's at first confused, but then the creature reveals that that will be her surname. Tozier is of course, Richie's surname, and he rolls out the missing poster that the character found in Chapter 1. Again, that was at Nearbolt Street on July the 4th, aka Independence Day. This is the exact same poster as well, as we can see the date at the bottom. Here Pennywise reveals that he and his friends will kill the creature, and it speaks to how Pennywise views time. It's akin to Dr. Manhattan, and it views all of time at once. Now there is a theory that humans view time chronologically, but that's not actually how things exist. To our eyes, the past no longer exists, and the future doesn't really exist either. All we have is the present. However, in physics, there's the argument that the past must exist, and so must the future, and that these cause and effect rules mean that everything must happen all at once and all exist together. We've talked about it in depth on our Tenet breakdowns, but yeah, it's thought that humans only perceive time in this order when it doesn't really exist like that. It's just us applying that because that's the way we perceive it in a way that makes sense. Pennywise, being the creature that he is though, could see things on a higher plane and view everything at once. So it believes that if it can kill Marge, then it can potentially stop its death. This also explains why Season 2 is going to be set in 1935 and Season 3 in 1908. The creature will keep trying to go back to stop its death and moving backwards through the cycles because this future event to it is inescapable. So in a way, its death's its birth, and it's born from that moment and now moving backwards. However, there is the thought that in doing this, it'll simply set off a chain of events that causes it to die in the first place. Whew! Lots of timey-wimey wibbly-wobbly stuff there, but that's how I interpreted it, and if it's wrong, comment below. Either way, Pennywise says, "Beep beep Margie." This is a nod at the book, where Richie would constantly do crap jokes over and over, a bit like me, and people would say beep beep Richie in order to get him to stop.
Well, I love what he's done with the place.
Beep beep Richie.
The creature is then psychically stopped by Dick, and the kids are dropped from their suspension. We get a bit of a reunion, and Leroy and Taniel then rush to the tree. In what's a theory time denied, we get Taniel shot by the army, which leads to his death. I did think he was the Elder in It Chapter 2, but yeah, not that character. Also, man, God help me, mate, but I was just so frustrated with the army throughout this whole episode and the whole season in general. I know you're following orders, mate, but at what point do you see the fog over Derry and all the people being murdered and be like, maybe we should still release the creature? I would be like, are you sure you want to do this, Mage? Anyway, the kids rush to the snow as they're fired upon as well. Daniel dies in Leroy's arms, but it's off the back of this that Leroy finally accepts his son's never gonna be him. It brings things full circle from the opening of the season, where he said he couldn't really relate to his child. Leroy has realised that Will's his own man and that he doesn't have to be him. It's a great father and son moment, and him finally shaking off the anger in his heart. The kids then run for the tree using the cover of the fog, and it's here that the army arrive. Shaw then spots the creature and decides to go out and chat to it, which
not a great plan.
During this, we then go into the creature's eyes and see what's kind of like Muschietta's version of the ritual of Chud. Now, though they carry the ritual of Chud in quotation marks out in the movie, it's not really how it's presented in the book. In the film, they all stand in a circle and hold hands in place and basically try and trap the deadlights into a vessel. However, in the book, Bill psychically entered the creature's mind, which is where the pair had a battle of wills. They had to lock tongues, and then the pair would tell tales, riddles, and jokes. The first one that laughed ended up losing, and the humans won and thus basically banished Pennywise. Which, yeah, you can understand how that's difficult to adapt into a movie. Now, though it's not really the same, Dick enters the creature's mind and tries to gaslight him into thinking he's Bob Gray. Back at the circus, they claim to have found the blood-stained handkerchief and then came across him in the woods where he'd apparently had a fall. They even call him Robert, aka Bob Gray. Pennywise also says,
"I am a god, an eater of worlds."
Which is a line that comes directly from the book, and it was also said in the miniseries.
I am the eater of worlds and of children.
However, the ringleader smacks him back, which shows how in this plane, both it and Dick are equal. Pennywise at one point even calls him Tricky Dicky, which is a nod to Richard Nixon, who was soon to be the president. Anyway, we see Shaw being like, "Oh, mate, let's be mates, bro. Let's hang out, mate. Oh, it'd be so cool, me and you, the old gang back together." And while this is going on, Will wrestles with the dagger on the ice. Now, I kind of think Shaw was just the weakest character in the series, and yeah, no way was anyone on Earth ever born this fucking stupid. I do kind of wish that they'd at least brought the psychic element into it, because I don't know what he was expecting from this entire thing. I feel like the guy thought they'd work together for the better of the country, but Pennywise clearly doesn't want that at all. It is not a pet or friend, and it rightly tears Shaw apart. Pennywise remembers Shaw's smell, and he turns back into the skeleton man from episode 3 that scared him as a kid. Finally, the biggest idiot on planet Earth is dead, and we then see Pennywise doing a slow-mo run to the tree. Reminds me a lot of Vangelis's Chariots of Fire. Leroy, Rose, Hank and Will then make their move as the army's distracted and they take down Fuller and his forces. I did wonder if he does get payback in a roundabout way for his actions here, as the girl who dies in it chapter 2 is called Victoria Fuller. And maybe it's long-term karma for protecting the creature instead of the kids, and it leads to the creature basically getting one of his kids down the line. Not that she deserved it, mate, but yeah, the whole theme of Derry in general is that the parents are dickheads and the kids have to pay for it. Anyway, we also see Pennywise say,
"So long, losers!"
Which, yeah, is of course a nod to the Losers Club. We caught that Easter egg at least, no matter what. We then get Leroy make his move.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
He blows Pennywise's head off and then shoots the Jack-in-the-Box one that pops up as well. It's not enough to kill the creature though, but it is enough to stall it while the kids move with the dagger. Unfortunately, Leroy's gun runs out of bullets, but I was expecting it to still fire. That's actually something that happened in chapter 1 when they go to use the bolt gun on the creature. Though it doesn't have anything left in it, Bill still manages to fire because he believes that it does. But yeah, Leroy just gets deadlight blasted instead. Pennywise then tries to crawl over the finish line, but we get one of the best returns of a character that I've seen in a long time. Dick spots the war chief and we then see Richie run out from behind her before flipping Pennywise off and then helping to push the dagger down. It's an endgame moment. It's kind of like Ghostbusters Afterlife, or whatever that Ghostbusters was called with Egon. You know the one, and watching it, there was a little tear in my eye. It's in this that Pennywise begins to transform into a bird. Birds are laced throughout the series and heavily connected to the creature. It was one of the first forms that it appeared as, and the cycles are also known as auguries. This is the ancient practice of observing birds, and it also appeared as a bird to Mike in the book. It also attacked the Blackspot in this form in the novel, and though it didn't do it last week, it's nice to get a little nod to it here. In the book, when Bev got locked up at Mrs. Kersh's, she actually shouted to Pennywise that the Crackles know his name. This scared the creature, and there it's what let her go. So these bird ideas are laced throughout the franchise. Finally, they slot the dagger in, which blasts Pennywise with a beam of light that then unites the barriers. Upon crashing, the creature's face starts to come apart, which reveals some of the forms that it's taken throughout the centuries. This includes a black skeleton, which is how it first appeared to the natives. It also appears as the baby from episode 1, which too came in like a winged bat creature. Saying "lively crowd," the creature then turns into a beam of light that travels back to the sewers. This line is also the same thing that Bob said to Ingrid after his performance last week. Now, the beam blasting off like this is actually a little nod to the book. In that, during the adult cycle when the Losers Club were older, we learned the police there were basically trying to pin the murders on a hermit named Earl who lived out in the woods. People just saw him as crazy, and he constantly said he saw beams of light moving through the forest, which was clearly the creature. But yeah, at this point Pennywise is banished and the kids say they all felt Rich helping them. The dagger is now placed at the tree though, and when the lake unthaws, it'll be unlikely that someone ever comes across it. It is possible that this tree is even a nod to the ancient ash tree outside King's home in Bangor, which his wife actually ended up turning into an ice sculpture. There is a bittersweet feeling though, as Taniel is dead, but at least he died doing what he was born for, which was stopping the creature. It's here that we then cut to Rich's funeral, and this eulogy is actually almost verbatim to one that's in the book. We've put that on screen now, but it's pretty much word for word the exact same thing about friendship, the people we want to spend time with, and those who build a house in your heart that makes them unforgettable. It's an excellent moment though, and yeah, seeing Rich there might have been some dust in the room during this scene. Probably the most emotional shoulder touch I've ever seen. We then finally meet Rich's parents as well, who've been absent in the show. Dick sits down with them and offers some kind words about how their son's still with them. He's finally using his abilities to provide comfort and giving kind words to others instead of for his own personal gain or for working with the government. He says he's still trying to figure out who he is, but he's finally become the hero that saves Danny's life. I know they've also said they're taking the book continuity for The Shining, so in that, Dick survives the Overlook and gets Danny to safety. And it's a happy ending in a way. Kubrick, you hack! We then cut to Main Street where Marge spots Rich's plane in a tree. He's finally made it there, and yeah, it's a great moment that builds off so much setup. That's Meriden Lilly, who finally goes to her father's grave. This is something her mother was trying to get her to visit in episode 1, and she's finally here after finally accepting her grief. We also get a butterfly on her headstone, which often represents transformation, and that's definitely something that feels fitting for the character. At the standpipe, Marge and Lilly then share a soda. Lilly has the same one that Teddy gave her in episode 1, which I do appreciate.
I can't believe you gave her your soda.
Maybe it is true that no one in Derry ever truly dies. They then discuss what it told Marge as Lilly says that it's someone else's fight now. While this is obviously hinting at season 2, which takes place in 1935, I think it also hints towards post-chapter 2. The podcast talked about how Derry is cyclical and the past is the future as the future is the present, and we have these warriors across time that all take down the creature. And yeah, talking about post-chapter 2, there is actually the possibility that Pennywise survives the Losers Club. King's book Dreamcatcher actually featured graffiti that said Pennywise lives drawn on the Derry standpipe. It's also possible that they're leading towards the Dark Tower territory, but that might be a reach. Anyway, we see as Leroy and Charlotte are getting the hell out of Derry. He and Will were of course the only ones who were 100% going to survive the story, but yeah, we do know that the latter is doomed and he's going to burn in that fire. Leroy is also now carrying a walking stick after being shot in the leg. He's then joined by Dick, who's leaving the army, and the book explained he departed after the fire at the Blackspot. Turns out he's going to start his career as a hotel cook, and he's just off to a hotel to overlook the kitchen.
I mean, how much trouble can a hotel be?
Now, usually I find these lines a bit corny, but I'll give it a pass this time because it was a nice scene. The Rudy took earlier has also dulled the voices, and this probably explains why he wasn't horribly haunted by the hotel. Though he did see ghosts there, it wasn't as bad as the ones he saw at the barrack, and yeah, knowing the Overlook and its reputation, if he had his door open even slightly, it would have been a nightmare. He's off to go and live out The Shining though, and though the TV adaptation was quite bad, I actually wouldn't mind us getting a more book-accurate account of the story done by HBO. Though the movie is great, one of my favourite films of all time, you know, King protested it, did his own version for TV, was it good? We won't go into it because some people like it, but yeah, I think we've now had enough distance between both the original film and that to reboot it and basically do it properly with an actual very, very, very good premiere network. And yeah, even if they brought the actors across from this, I think they could do some great prequel stuff and really create a great show. As we mentioned as well, Dick has opened his heart and he asks for updates on Will. Leroy has also left the military and Rose realises that he's the perfect person to stand watch. As she says, this isn't the end of the story. This also explains why it was in Mike's nature to stay behind after chapter 1, and B, what's referred to in the book as the lighthouse keeper. His family will carry the burden of watching the creature, and yeah, it just nicely sets up his duties. Even when we join Mike at the start of chapter 2, we can see a photo of Leroy's funeral leaflet right next to the police radio. This highlights how tied his family are to the crimes of the creature, and even in his death, Leroy was still there along with Mike. Either way, Hank's packing up, and we cut to Will and Ronnie in a scene that's just like Bev and Bill. Ronnie's moving away and he doesn't want to forget, and it's also quite similar to the Bev and Ben scene in chapter 2. There Ben mentioned how surely there were some good parts of that fateful summer in '89, and this scene is also just like Shaw and Rose's flashback where Shaw told her that he was moving away to go and be an idiot. Just like Ben and Bev though, they end up kissing and Charlotte isn't there to interrupt this time. Back at the car, Leroy and Charlotte decide to stay in Derry and he asks her if she'll help with the sheep. In chapter 1, we saw that he kept a farm, which involved sheep, and he was slaughtering them, which he then forced Mike to do. Mike was hesitant, and this angered Leroy. And yeah, I do kind of hope that at some point we get his character expanded upon in those movies, because it's like, just turn into a fucking dickhead. Will then tries to get around the amnesia of leaving Derry by writing to Ronnie. Now, we never really saw Will or Ronnie in the movies, but we do know from the voices in the drain that Ronnie was killed by the clown. In the book, Ronnie was one of Bev's friends who'd gone missing the summer before. The fact Will gets killed as well, and Ronnie's voice also comes from the plug. It makes me think that it did eventually get her. We did theorise in earlier breakdowns that the pair might be Mike's parents, and that could potentially fill in that break in the canon. Because yeah, Ronnie, Asasia has to die. I mean, they did it in they left that bit in chapter 1. Maybe they would just forget about it. Just Derry curse it and forget about it. But yeah, we cut to her in the car and see she's got red and yellow lollipops, just like she had in episode 1. The red is, of course, Pennywise's trademark colour, and the yellow is an opposite to that on the colour wheel, and I feel like it's representing the forces of good and evil. Unlike Maddie though, she actually gets to escape, but yeah, whether she gets a happy ending or not remains to be seen. I did actually think that she and Hank would be killed, as that would kind of fit in with the cycles. Throughout all of them, Pennywise's crimes get pinned on an innocent person, and with Hank being at the Capitol Cinema and also at the Blackspot, I just thought he was an easy person to put the murders on. But yeah, we were wrong. Theory time denied. I'm sorry, I'm worse than General Major Shaw, whatever the hell he's called. The pair then drive off into the sunset and we see them pass the Derry sign. Still got the Legion of White Decency there, and the Women's Institution one along with Paul Bunyan. All three of which become things that reappear throughout the story at several points that they might explore in the prequel seasons. We then transitioned to it Welcome to Derry Chapter 1. If you cast your mind back to the 2017 movie, then you might remember they didn't actually mark it as Chapter 1. That was seen as being like a dumb thing to do in Hollywood, and you'll often see that with stuff like Dune and Wicked, where they kind of hold back that it's Chapter 1 because people might not go see it. It was only at the end though that they finally revealed the true title, so I really like this touch here. The music also sounds very similar to the ending of Chapter 1 as well, which is a really nice carryover. Cutting to Juniper Hill, we see that Ingrid's now a patient after being the head of housekeeping. I did expect Pennywise to utilise her in this episode, but yeah, she's just been sent to the asylum. It's a great full circle moment though, as she's gone from looking after the patients and feeding some of them to the clown, to now being one of them. Henry Bowers was also sent here as well, and it's just a nice way to kind of show the wicked people that Pennywise uses often get punished. At this point though, the Deadlights have sent her loony, and she also mentions the wolves. That was what the carnival leader said killed her father, but as we know, it was it all along. The orderlies then play some music which calms her down. This is the same tune that plays in her apartment in Chapter 2, and we then cut to October 1988. That is of course the year before the main events of the first film. Being October as well, this is also the same month that Georgie was killed. It's a great way to connect the series and the show, and we get the same font used in Chapter 1. Here we also see the older Mrs. Kersh, and yeah, I loved seeing them bring back the actress from Chapter 2. Obviously, you know, she's going to be dead by the next 27-year cycle, but she chillingly utters how no one really dies here. This final line just kind of immortalizes the character, and yeah, she will of course be back down the line. In this scene though, we see her painting herself holding her dad's arm as a kid, and she's obviously still traumatized by what happened. And we finally get an explanation as to why Pennywise took on this form to scare Bev. We see Bev and Alvin Marsh crying and learn that Bev's mother has taken her own life. The Muschietti-verse saw a large departure from the book when it came to the Marshes, as their Elfrida was alive and yeah, she was just a normal mother to Bev. However, at one point in the book, she did check to see if her father had been abusing her. Muschietti then obviously took this, killed her off, and then had that abuse in the household. When visiting Mrs. Kersh in Chapter 2, Bev flashed back to seeing her dad crying over a photo of her mother, so it picked this to subliminally haunt her. It also means that she was there when her mother died, and in Chapter 2 also told her that her father had passed on. Bev hadn't spoken to her dad since 1989, and this was the first time hearing he was gone. So Kersh was present in some form when she found out about the death of both of her parents. In the first film, it was also revealed that Alvin worked at the hospital, so it makes sense he'd be here. He violently pushes Bev off as she tries to comfort him, and as we know, he was very, very abusive. Now, I did think it might be revealed that Lilly was Elfrida, but you know what, I'm glad Lilly got a happy ending. They do mention Elfrida again though, and talk about how she's attempted this before. So I did even wonder if Pennywise had taunted her in a way that might stop Bev, much in the same way that he went after Marge. This moment basically destroys her as a person though, and even growing up, Alvin blamed her for what happened.
She did what she did because she was embarrassed to be your mother.
What I love though is seeing Sophia Lillis back, and it's actually funny now because she's just been in the HBO show called The Check Company, which has just finished its season. But yeah, great seeing her over here, and I couldn't tell if it was de-aging or if she just hasn't aged, but perfect cameo to connect the characters. And yeah, this has basically been 8 episodes explaining why there's an old lady that taunts older Bev. But yeah, fantastic cameo, and Ingrid then says,
"No one who dies here ever really dies."
This is of course what she said to Lilly in the attic, and it's also what she says to Bev in Chapter 2.
No one who dies here ever really dies.
No one who dies here ever really dies.
Now you can also hear the title music from It Chapter 1 and 2 playing, with it being more like Chapter 2. As a character though, a moment like this would stick with you forever, but you'd obviously not fully remember the woman's face like 30 years later. But yeah, it's just planting that thing in her mind that's going to trigger her down the line, and watching it all play out in this horrific moment for the character is such a great reveal. We then end with the song Every 20 Years, and this actually opened It Chapter 1. Makes me want to go start that movie right away, and yeah, the cycle begins again, and no one ever really dies here, including Pennywise. But yeah, fantastic way to close out the episode, and what a perfect lead into the movie. Also, earlier in the week I made this meme about Will in that scene in the kitchen, and Chris Chalk, who plays Dick, liked it. So you could say I'm the #1 Dick fan. Dick loves me, and I love Dick. Now, as for my thoughts on the series, I've really grown to love this show. Around the first 3 episodes, I was like, this is solid, but it wasn't, like, blowing me away. I thought the CGI stuff with the cemetery, the stuff with the baby with, like, the wing thing, I thought it was a bit weird, and I wasn't really that attached to the characters. However, when Skarsgård arrived, everything just fell into place, and having such a good villain made me completely endeared to all the characters. That's when everything really started falling into place for me, and I love how the group came together upon its arrival and really carved themselves as my favourite Losers Club archetype. Having just rewatched Chapter 1 and 2, and having reread the book, I'm gonna say it, I think I prefer this group over them. Sure, there's a lot more you can do in a show, but I just thought the trauma, friendships, and overall journeys that they went on were far more endearing. Like, I don't think I'm ever getting over Richie's death. It still hurts! But that's just a testament to how good these characters are. I genuinely have walked away from this season very sad that we aren't really going to see these characters again. Obviously, what they did, and their importance will carry on in other ways, but yeah, kinda sad that they're gone now. I think what Muschietti has accomplished though here is also the perfect example of how you do an adaptation. He's taken elements of the book, weaved them together, but all the while created completely brand new characters that are as good, if not better, than most of the ones that King came up with. At least in my opinion anyway. He's also really made Derry its own terrifying town and had so many unique things week to week that were standout scenes. Whether it's the car journey with Matty, the trip to the supermarket with Lilly that I think every time I walk down the aisle in Asda now I'm probably going to think about, the Blackspot, and yeah, just every week there was something that just made that episode special. Even just integrating the mention of Dick in the book and turning him into this fully fleshed out character that then ties into The Shining. Brilliant. It's all outstanding work, and again, this is how you do an adaptation. This series is also one of the ones that improves the films, and having gone back to them, I actually enjoy them more now than I did originally. They added so much cool lore, answered a lot of questions, and I'm really hyped to see how things go down in season 2. That will take us to the 1935 cycle, which we've seen little touches of, but not that much. However, we do know this is the side of the Bradley Gang massacre, which involves a town coming together to gun down some gangsters. And Pennywise, Matrix diving out the window. We also know this is around the same time as the Great Depression, which is mentioned in both the show and book. In both instances, we have characters talking about how the disappearances were blamed on kids running away to try and find a better life. We also know that Mrs. Kersh was working around Juniper Hill at this time, and I didn't actually realise when making our episode 6 breakdown, but they actually got a completely different actress to play the younger Kersh. And hats off to the casting department because, yeah, I thought it was the same actress. So I think we'll probably focus on her and maybe get her and Stan as central characters, with us maybe also seeing a younger Shaw in the army. Due to this happening just before the war, they might show him discovering fear overtaking the planet and have him thinking back to Derry and what was going on there. I don't know, Pennywise caused World War II. We'll also likely see a younger Rose, and I think due to the cyclical nature of Derry, that we might even see some of the parents of the kids here when they were younger. We've met Lily's mum, and due to her dad's death being so horrific, it is possible that he was someone who stood against the creature. Much like how Will was later killed by Pennywise in a fire. I'm of course going to do a much more in-depth breakdown of my season 2 theories at some point, but yeah, I feel like that's how we'll go. And we'll likely see a young Clint Bowers also being a bully. So lots of things to look forward to, and that wraps up our breakdown and also the series along with it. I just want to give a massive thank you to all you guys for all your support over the last 8 weeks, as it's made covering the show an absolute breeze. You guys have kept the conversation going every single week and given me something to think about after every episode, and yeah, it really means a lot to have people like you constantly watching our videos and showing us support. Huge thank you as well to our team, Matt, Steesh, John and Jaden. They've carried the whole process, and they're really like the unsung heroes in all of this. So thank you to them, and thank you to you. Now, the breakdowns in general aren't over, and we have one of It Chapter 2 coming very soon. We're also going to be going back to the Overlook Hotel, and not only are we breaking down The Shining again, but we'll also be following it up with our breakdown of Dr. Sleep. We also have Fallout right around the corner as well, and that's a series we'll be breaking down weekly from now until the start of February. Hope to see you over at those videos, and please drop a like on this one and drop a comment with all your thoughts on anything that you want to get off your chest. If you want to follow us on Instagram as well and keep up to date with what we're doing, then make sure you check us out at Heavy Spoilers. Did you know as well that members of the channel also get early access to videos for just 99 cents a month? I see some of you guys doing like super thanks and stuff on videos where it's like, you give me like $5.99. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. But did you know you'll get early access to videos for like a fraction of that price? So if you're doing super thanks, don't do it. Save yourself some money, join the membership, and you know, keep that for 6 months. It'll work out about the same amount of money. And yeah, you'll get all that content early just on top of that as well. Now, if you want something else to watch, guess what? We've got a breakdown on screen right now. So hopefully I see you over there right after this. If not though, thank you again for watching these videos every week. It really means a lot to me. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Peace.